Thank
Okay, test, test. I think we're there. Good evening and welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting. Thank you all for being here this evening. As you might notice, a few of us are in festive attire, and tonight is ugly sweater contest, and so we'll do that in just a minute. I just borrowed a shirt, so I don't get to compete, but here we go. We do have a tradition here, and that is that we open in prayer. And I so appreciate our youth minister, Dustin Yankovic, that is here to open us in prayer. And he is with the Rock Church of Christian and Missionary Alliance. Thank you so much for being here this evening. Let's stand and we'll open in prayer. And then the pledge.
Let's pray. Father, I thank you so much for this evening, God, and this time, Lord, I thank you for the leadership of our city. Jesus, I believe your hand is here, alive and active, Lord, and working through these men and women as they lead our city. I pray, Father, that you would encourage them in the decisions that they make. I pray that you would give them wisdom, Lord, that they need to make good and right decisions, Lord, that are good for the people of Nampa. I pray that you would also give them the knowledge that they need, Lord Jesus, the data that they need to make those good decisions, Father. I pray that they'd have all the pieces on the table to know how their decisions will impact the future of this city. I thank you, Father, for those in attendance, Lord. I thank you, God, that they are here. I thank you for their involvement in how this city runs and is put together, and the services and value that it gives to those who call this place home. Jesus, I pray that you would be with us this evening. I pray, Father, for unity among the members of the council. I pray that you would help them, Lord Jesus, to have their opinions and have their desires, but at the end of the day, to be able to walk away from this table, from this bench, Lord Jesus, and be friends. I pray, Father, for your unity. I pray for your spirit and your presence to be here in this room this evening. We ask all of this in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dustin, thank you so much. Good to see you, and thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for being here this evening.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez. Jingula. Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
5 present, 1 absent.
So, Councilman Reynolds, thank you so much for being in charge and putting together our ugly sweater contest. So take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It works today. That's fantastic.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, James. That's a Merry Christmas to the council right there. So everybody that participated today, I see a few of you, please line up here in the front. I'll come down there with you. If you have a sweater on, you're going to get judged. There is a prize, and we have 4 celebrity judges, or 5. We have 2 captains from Nampa Police Department and a lieutenant, and we have Jimmy Whistler from International Minute Press, and Elaine from VRT. So they are going to judge. There is a plaque, trophy, and a gift card for the winner. So please line up here. I'll meet you down there. Should we stand up here? Let's go get judged, Randy.
I don't have a sweater on.
I like it.
So why don't we just do it next? Okay, after the contest. We'll do it.
That's a pretty good likeness of you.
Well, I love that it is.
No, I'd rather leave here.
You can judge from behind. I won last year. I couldn't show them all up 2 years in a row. Come
Get
on.
a second to talk amongst ourselves.
Yeah,
Does
whenever you're ready.
Does everybody have a couple in mind? Should we go have a little powwow over here? Okay. We're gonna.
So while the judges are judging, I will tell everybody here, you should go to the Nampa PD social media page. They had a very fun Grinch sighting, and it's on the NPD social media page. So if you want to see something fun, go out there to Facebook, to the Nampa PD page. And to the Nampa Christian football team, you guys are on next. So we're excited to have you here. Yeah. Greg will have you up next in just a minute. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all for participating. We waited in the back hallway before for several minutes for any bribes, but they didn't come through, so we had to do this the old-fashioned way. Very tough decision, very tough decision. We love the Slayer and the Geometry and the Grinch, but I think we're going to have to go with ugly sweater vest with the elf on it, Beach.
So the deciding factor was, which is the one you wouldn't buy?
So thank you all for participating. So our trophy tonight that I got the honor to approve as they made it is hideous, by the way. But International Enterprise, which is Jimmy and Cheryl's company, they made this and donated it. So come on up here, we'll present this to you, and you can hang this on the wall proudly.
Wait, let me get a photo. Hold it up again. Let me get your picture. There you go. Right.
First of all, I want to thank God. So yesterday at 3:30 p.m., I went to Savers, and I found this little number. This wasn't in the men's section, we'll just say that. Thanks, everybody.
What is? Oh, parts, yeah. That's awesome.
Well, as we get kind of situated, why don't we just have all of you Nampa Christian football players come to the front, and Greg, you come too. Come on over, guys. Yeah, go ahead and just stand up front, except for you can stand at the microphone. How's that? Woo-hoo!
Coaches and administration, please come up.
And then I would love for Randy Haverfield to get to say, because Randy was the one that said, this needs to happen today. So Greg, we'll let Randy say something, and then I would like for you to share. So Randy Haverfield has a quick word, and then.
Has he ever had a quick word?
That's an oxymoron. Oh, okay. This is a full circle moment for me. I coached at Nampa Christian, as you know, for a few years, and we never made it across the threshold that you did, Coach. Wonderful accomplishment. They say a good coach can change your life, but a great coach, no, it can change your game, and a great coach can change your life. You've done that. This group of young men, wonderful testimony. Tina, Mark, thanks for coming tonight. Again, what you guys do at Nampa Christian means a lot, because not only did they win a state championship on the field, but they won the state championship in the classroom as well. They had the highest GPA in the state of Idaho at their class. That means you're setting them up for life, where they go from here, whether it's to college and on to work, or whether it's to play football at the next level. You've done a wonderful job in mentoring them. The time that you guys spend in the weight room working together builds teamwork and helps you to be leaders. I look around this room, the Crane family, I saw Tyler, I thought, Gray earlier, and a few others that have gone through this program, and for the rest of their lives, they are leaders in our community. And it means a lot to us. Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Jaron, if you're here. I thought I saw Josh Lewis. I just got to know Corey Hall. Corey Hall now lives in the Valley. He's a contractor. And Corey and Josh hit each other on the opening kickoff when we played Glens Ferry down there. And Josh came off the field. Corey kept playing. Of course, he went on and played for the Green Bay Packers. There's nothing these guys can't accomplish. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you. Again, oh, I forgot the very first thing I wanted to say. That's when you go off cuff. When we talk about faith, family, and football, the first thing that I said to the parents is, I want to mentor each of your young men that they will know Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. That's the number one goal that we have in this program. They wear Christian on their chest. They represent Nampa as well. So it's a community effort, and it's the community support. Family, again, there's so many family members that have come out, but part of the family element is the classroom and the time that they spend there, because they might not play a whole season. They might play only a few downs, but as long as they're doing well in the classroom, they're ready for college. And then football is to win a state championship. We got close a few times, but we never accomplished what you guys were able to do. Thank you for carrying it across the goal line. And I know that it was an overtime win. So Coach Lombardi always said that the finest hour is the one where you've spent everything to win. And so you've done that. Congratulations.
Well, just real quick, Mayor, thank you so much for your support of Nampa Christian Schools for these years. And you led through COVID, so that's like serving 10 terms. So we appreciate that and your support of Nampa Christian Schools through the years. One thing, my very first year, I got to go on a golf scramble, and Randy and I talked football the entire time. He's a pretty good golfer too, but your stories about football just kept me intrigued. So we've kept in touch, and so thank you for your service here in Nampa as well, that both of you are, maybe this is the last meeting for both of you, but thank you for what you've done for Nampa Christian Schools. But Nampa has grown tremendously under both of your leadership, so thank you. I think we need to give them a big hand, so thank you. I just want to, there's always a myth out there that we recruit all of our football players. How many of you have gone to Nampa Christian over 10 years? Wow. How many of you for 12 years? How many for 8 years? Well, just saying that some of these kids have been here from pre-K all the way through.
really want to appreciate Coach Jenkins and the work that he does with these young men. As you know, as a head football coach job, there's a lot of time and effort. So let's give a big hand for Coach Jenkins. I'll turn the mic over to him.
I just want to say thank you to everyone that's had us out today. Very, very proud of these young men and what they've done over the last, not just this year, but over the last 4 years for us. For these seniors, this is their third academic state championship in a row. And each one of those, we've had the highest GPA for football in the state in every classification, 6A all the way down to 1A. So thank you, fellas, for, again, working so hard in the classroom, putting it all together this year, bringing home a state championship to Nampa Christian. And someone had asked me, is this your best team that you've ever had? And I say, not by a long shot, but this is the closest team we've ever had, and that's why we were able to accomplish what we did. So thank you, fellas. Thank you, Mr. E., Ms. Pelkey, Dr. Wiles, for bringing me here 6 years ago to be the head coach, and just looking to continue a lot more success here. So thank you, guys.
That's impressive. So we're going to do a photo. So squeeze in really tight. Greg, come on. Everybody from Nampa Christian, pull in here. And we're going to do a photo, council. Yep. Here we go. And guys, we are so impressed with you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Can you see over their heads?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they got to get going. That's great. Thank you.
Thanks. Have fun tonight at the.
Okay, so we're going to get back on schedule with our agenda. And I guess real quickly, I don't have any proposed amendments to the agenda. Council, do you have any proposed amendments? Okay, I would send, I'm sorry?
I had previously emailed about 15B, but I don't have any further questions on that, so we're good to
So
go.
you're good to go?
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Okay, so if there are no proposed amendments to the agenda, I would ask for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, and I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as provided. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we don't have any agency or commission reports, but we have several staff communications. So I'll let you guys go ahead and come forward. The first one is from Parks and Rec, and then we're going to move on to Public Works, but we have quite a bit tonight. So Beach, congratulations. Oh my, you are like on top of the world.
Thank you so much.
I love it.
Well, I'm getting this set up. Beej Johnson, Recreation Manager, Nampa Parks and Recreation. Mayor, Council, good evening. Merry Christmas, everybody. I legit, like 3:30 yesterday, I was like, I gotta get a sweater. And I sewed this on myself, but I did not knit this amazing sweater, cardigan. All right, let me get presentation. I know today is a hefty day as far as the agenda goes, so I'm gonna be quick, and then I'll introduce Adam Mancini. He'll come up and talk a little bit, and then our director Cody as well. All right, let me share here. All right. So I want to give a quick update on the timing, the segue of having a high school state championship team here is perfect, because I want to talk a little bit about youth sports and what we do here in Nampa and how really important it is to the community. I'm going to go view. So youth sports is growing, as our population has grown. The thing that's really interesting right now is traditionally we've had very distinct seasons, right? So spring was for baseball, softball, summer was for some summer ball, fall was for football, winter was for basketball. Well, youth sports anymore is year-round. And because of that, we're seeing that we're going to have to make, at our level, the rec level, we're going to have to make some adjustments. For example, our biggest sports program, or some of our biggest sports program, is youth basketball. And we have 2 seasons. We have a fall season that ends in November, and then we have a winter season that will start on January 12th. What we've seen is that the soccer season is now 2 really big seasons as well. And so they have crept into our fall season as well as football. So we're missing something. So we're going to probably have to adjust our basketball season into the winter, so it'll be more of a December, January season instead of having 2 seasons. So it's interesting. Football isn't just fall anymore. It is the fall season plus 7-on-7 season. And they start in June and July. So we're now competing with baseball and softball season at our facility. So youth sports is continuing to grow. Our volunteer coaches are the backbone of how we have success at Nampa Parks and Recreation. So a huge shout out to them. As a matter of fact, Dustin, is Dustin still here? Dustin, who gave the invocation, he has coached in our program for a couple seasons. So thank you to Dustin. Building character through sport, and I'll go through real fast. We're teaching kids accountability, respect, and we always are trying to chase happiness, and I actually want to switch that dialogue to joy, because that's really what we want kids and families to have, is joy. Our seasonal staff is, again, another backbone of our, we make sure that they're trained well, that we understand where they're coming from. A lot of who we hire are high school kids, and so this is their first job. So we get to teach them how to be great employees. And because it's a lot going on all the time, something really important for us is burnout prevention, meaning that we lead with empathy, that we understand life happens, and we want them to be successful at life as well. Real quick, I do want to recognize the incredible work the Parks and Rec marketing team does. They're always behind the scenes. They do a phenomenal job for our department. So a huge thank you to our marketing team for everything that they do. We are great stewards of our budget, and that's a core value for the city, and Mayor has made sure that that is a part of what we do. So we are great stewards of ourselves and the budget. And then lastly, recreation is more than games, it is connection. It's where kids grow, families connect, and community thrives. We are building a community recreation, one game, one coach, and one family at a time. Thank you guys for your time and your support financially to our department to make sure that we can continue to connect families and just bring more joy to the community. So with that, any questions? Otherwise, I'll hand it off to Adam Mancini. Yeah, thanks everybody.
Paige, thank you for just making it fun and for your oversight and work with our Recreation Division. It's so important to so many kids' lives, families as a whole. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, Adam Mancini.
Thank you. As Adam comes up, I want to say thank you to Adam today because he was instrumental in helping us. We put a menorah here at City Hall, and Adam helped me with that today. And just to get that situated, I really appreciate it. That's new to the city, but we are happy to support our Jewish community. So I'm thrilled to have that here, and thank you, Adam. And thank you. Squirrels and the Christmas tree downtown. Oh my goodness. You know, different years, there's different sagas. The squirrels had been a little bit of a problem. Did we chase the squirrel away? Or squirrels?
I believe we did, yes. Mayor.
Okay. I think we put some spray that made them not want to get in the tree. Whatever, that was tricky. Yeah.
Technical, my apologies.
Okay. Did it. Good job.
Okay. I wanted to take a moment to, first of all, recognize the Treasure Valley Canopy Network. If any of you aren't familiar with the Treasure Valley Canopy Network, the city of Nampa, particularly Nampa Forestry, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm Adam Mancini, city forester for the city of Nampa. We have had a partnership and coordinated efforts with the Treasure Valley Canopy Network for over 10 years since its inception. And the Canopy Network has been a huge part of driving a healthier, more diverse, sustainable tree canopy throughout the Treasure Valley. Why we're here today is the Canopy Network is expanding their vision and their goals and their initiatives out to Nampa. And Nampa citizens are going to benefit greatly from this program that they will be presenting here in just a moment about the opportunity to provide a service to citizens that aren't able to typically afford it. So again, extremely grateful, very excited for this opportunity. I wanted to welcome Emma Stammer. She's the program director for the Treasure Valley Canopy Network. Thank you.
And first off, apologies that I don't have my ugly sweater on today. I came unprepared. But like Adam said, my name is Emma Stammer. I'm the program director with nonprofit called the Treasure Valley Canopy Network. And as you may have guessed, we work with all things trees. So one of those things is planting trees, but the other thing is also caring for trees, because an urban forest is only healthy if you care for it, maintain it, and support it as it grows, and prepare for the inevitable of having to remove trees. So we have this awesome new program called the Community Tree Care Program. And so I think if anyone has had tree work done, we know that it's pretty expensive. So it's really cost prohibitive to our neighbors that can't afford it. So this program is here to provide funding to cover needed tree work. So that might be trees that are dead, dying, declining, just need pruning, all on private property, so at homes in our community. And so thanks to funding from the Forest Service, we're able to provide a limited amount of funding, but enough funding to provide some really significant tree work across the area. And so what our process looks like to implement this program, we have a map here, and you'll see those blue sections there are all of our work areas. So that includes a lot of Nampa. And we're reaching out to homeowners across the area. So we need their address, we confirm that they're homeowners of their property. We get a description of the tree work they might need, if someone has a limb hanging over their home, a broken branch, that kind of thing. And then there's also an income requirement. So we are asking for 60% of the median income of the area. So it goes to neighbors that need it most in our zone. And then from there, we're at the application zone right now. So we're accepting applications across the valley. And then we're gonna move into our review. So we're picking as many homeowners as we can to get needed tree work done and making sure that the people that need it are getting that tree work most. And then the tree work will happen late spring, early summer. So we have a pretty quick turnaround, and we're looking forward to really providing this opportunity to Nampa residents, Treasure Valley residents, and having some really great improvement for our urban forest. So that's a quick program overview of that. I'll also add that we have a planting program as well that will complement this. So if trees are removed or there's opportunity to plant trees, we are providing free trees to Nampa residents as well in the spring. So, any
Thank you
questions?
so much,
Yeah.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Just a quick question. Boise, as an example, they have tree mitigation requirements. If a tree is removed, equal caliper has to be placed back on the property. Is a part of this at all a community effort where, say, the additional caliper of trees that might not be needed on that particular piece of ground maybe can be placed somewhere else outside of the city of Boise? I mean, are you cooperative? Is there a cooperative arrangement with other smaller communities that might not have, again, like you say, the money available to fund for new trees, where there might be something available as a part of that cooperative effort?
Councilman Haverfield and Mayor. So to answer your question, this program is purely designed to provide, the planting program that Emma referred to is basically to residents and citizens that want to enhance their properties and plant trees. They have done initiatives where they've planted trees at schools and done group planting projects with volunteer groups throughout Boise. You may be familiar, might have heard the City of Trees Challenge from Elaine Clegg. She's the initiator of that program in the city of Boise. But to directly answer your question, this isn't designed to satisfy the mitigation in our city code, but it would go towards the potential if someone did remove a tree because it was dead or dying or needed to be removed for some reason. The city code does require you to have to replace a tree for a tree that was lost. Of course, if I were to make an exemption based on limitations in space, visibility concerns, or other issues that might provide them an exemption, that would be the only time. But otherwise, yes, the tree would need to be replaced. And this would hopefully go towards that if people have lost trees. The city of Nampa does also have our own program. Unfortunately, we have to charge people and private property owners, but we do have a right-of-way tree program where trees have been lost. We were able to plant trees in the right-of-way to replace trees that have been lost for citizens at $150 a tree with a guarantee. And as we come out and plant it, do a consultation and everything. This is separate than that. These are free trees anywhere on the people's property and right in the residence. So it's a great initiative, extremely grateful. Mayor personally knows that we've had some challenges where we've had a lot of people come to us and have a need for this, particularly the maintenance program for pruning on trees. And unfortunately, the city of Nampa doesn't have a program right now established for that and any funding. So this would hopefully be something that we could jumpstart in the future and potentially dedicate some funding to continue a tree maintenance program in the city of Nampa. So hope that answered your question.
Somewhat.
Somewhat.
Yeah, it just tells me that there isn't a cooperative arrangement between the cities.
Yes.
Which is too bad. Boise, as an example, has a lot more mature, older trees that are large. To be able to mitigate, as far as something, if that goes down, they can't put it on the same piece of property equal. So it'd be great if there was a cooperative arrangement, like with an outlying smaller community that didn't have the money to be able to put in trees in their new park spaces or something along those lines. So it might be something just to think about in the future.
Definitely. Thank you. We'll consider that. Any other questions for myself or Emma?
See none. Thank you
Great.
so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Cody.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Cody Swanner, City of Nampa Parks and Recreation Director. I just wanted to come before you tonight as the department was giving some updates, and thank you very much to Beej and Adam and Emma. But I wanted to touch on another project that's in the fiscal year 26 budget for the Parks Department, which is an exciting sign project. I put some renderings in your packet that are probably moot because I found out some information on locations that are not available for us to locate city welcome to Nampa signs or something, I think was kind of the intent at the beginning. So you can ignore those. Those were really just a rendering for an idea sharing. But now that I have the answers that I need from the Idaho Department of Transportation, I'll be reaching out to some folks to put together a small committee of people to decide what do these signs look like, what colors are they, what size are they, where do they go. It's all very important things. My brainy idea was to have them at the exit ramps on freeways, so as people exited the interstate, they could see, welcome to Nampa. The problem that I learned is that any federally funded road systems like the interstate, they do not, ITD does not allow signage in the right-of-way areas that is federally funded. They do have an exception for being on ITD property if it is not federally funded, or it could, of course, be on private property or city property. So I intend to reach out. I think I can invite 2 members of the council to participate on that group committee. So this week I'll be sending out invites to 2 that I've talked to previously, and along with some city staff from economic development and other mayor's office, other departments. And I just wanted to let you guys know that that plan was moving forward, and then we will be back before you with a concept design once we find a location that works and a sign style that everybody agrees on, and bring that back to you for final approval. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Cody. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thanks for the time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Public Works.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Normally I feel like I'm fairly cheery when I come up here, so this one is going to be a little bit more somber, so bear with me for a moment as I try and provide some information for what we're looking at in the coming years. I specifically want to speak about Elijah Drain today, but before I speak about that, I'm going to give you guys some general knowledge about how we analyze these top types of water features and what it means. So the first thing I want to talk about is letting you guys know that water is not technically just water here in the city of Nampa. How Public Works divides it, and this is very, very high level. If it's a creek or a river, if one of those bridges needs replaced or culverts needs replaced, 100% of the funding should come from streets, from the transportation budget. So for mine, drains, which take both irrigation water and the street runoff water, is shared 50-50 between transportation and irrigation. John Spencer, so he's up here with me as well to answer questions. And then anything that is in an irrigation district is 100% out of John's budget, no matter how much I want to make him pay for all of my stuff. So the next, I want to kind of give you the difference about like what is a bridge versus what is a culvert. We typically call these things crossings holistically, and it could be either one. So I'm going to talk about all of the Elijah Drain crossings today. But first, a bridge is anything that has an opening greater than 20 feet. That's what we consider a bridge, and that's as it's measured along the center line of the road. It does not have to be a single span. It could be a giant culvert that is metal. It can be made of concrete. It can be a series of culverts all put together as long as they're close enough. So the material doesn't matter. It's the width of the opening. So anything over 20 feet is typically what we consider a bridge. A culvert is anything under 12 feet. So I've got some pictures below. Again, it does not matter what the material is made out of. It can be your typical metal CMP that you see in a lot of like irrigation ditches. It can be made out of plastic. It can be made out of concrete. On the right, it can be a stiff leg. It can be square, round. It does not matter about shape. It's just about the opening lengths. Okay? So these bridges and culverts that we have, we inspect them. We try and inspect them annually, but we don't get them all done because we have too many and it costs too much, candidly. These inspections give us valuable information on the condition of the crossing, the defects associated with it, service life, and the safety of the structure. So again, I'm going to give this very high level, and I tried to, because this is transportation and I like it better than the water stuff, I tried to make it almost like a street light over to the right. When we get the bridge inspections, we get a condition rating from 9 to 0. Anywhere that's from like 9 to 7, we consider that good, in good condition. We don't really have to worry about it. When you get into the 6 and the 5s, we consider it fair. We need to start watching it. Then 4 and below is poor and critical. Of all of our crossings that we inspect, We have 298, 289, so close to remembering, crossings that we inspect every single year. 23 of them are in excellent condition, 112 are in very good, 66 are in good condition. I will say most of those are the ones over the creeks and the rivers, so the ones that are associated with the roadways only. We have 45 that are satisfactory, 33 that are fair, 9 in poor. When this was done, 1 was in critical. Now we have 2 in critical. We have none in imminent or failed right now. But this side of the scale is when we start worrying about things, right? We've got 10 to 11 structures that we know are in poor or worse condition in the city of Nampa. And these are just the ones that we inspect. But not everything's gloomy. I want to talk about specifically Elijah Drain. So the map right here, this is just one of the water features that runs through our beautiful city. So I'm not looking at all of them, just focus on Elijah Drain right now. Elijah Drain has 40 crossings. That's a mix between bridges and culverts. 3 of them are on the federal highway system. 2 are maintained by ITD, 1 is maintained locally. When I say federal highway system, I mean that it's eligible for federal aid in order to replace it. The rest of them are not. 26 of those structures, we hire a consultant to come and inspect them every year for us. We use Hughes Engineering. Hughes does a really great job for us. He is also the inspectors for Nampa Highway District 1, Highway District 4, and the city of Caldwell. This provides really good continuity between all of the different agencies in our area where we can kind of compare apples to apples when people are inspecting them. 11 of those structures along the drain have not been inspected. 3 of them are owned by the city, 4 are on private property, and 4 are on NNO property. So 11 of the structures that I'm going to talk about, we don't even know the condition of those. So I want to talk about a little bit what happens when something gets into that poor and critical condition and it starts to fail, and how it impacts us and how it impacts the property taxes. This was not on our system. This was technically on the highway districts and in the city of Caldwell. But it was one that was fairly impactful, and not too long ago, so I wanted to bring it up. It was at Elijah Drain in Midway. It flooded about 20 homes in 2017, cost about $1 million for them to repair that. And this was an emergency repair, so think unbudgeted and very, very high impact. This does not also include any of the impacts of actually like shutting off water, shutting off irrigation, shutting off a roadway for a long period of time. So this doesn't count the non-monetary impacts that the citizens were feeling because of a closure like this in an emergency. Another one that is on our radar and is already failing is at 12th and Dewey. You can kind of see a big star right there. So 12th Avenue is State Highway 45. So this one's technically ITD's. In 2022, Hughes Engineering inspected this for us and listed it as critical. It has taken from 2022 to now in order to get the emergency funds to replace it, design it, and now it's under construction right now. ITD is having to pay about $1.4 million for this emergency repair. You can kind of see the interior conditions on the right-hand side, the heavy corrosion, the pipe is failing. And then, unfortunately, the picture on the bottom left, this stacked head wall, we've got a lot of these throughout the city of Nampa in the past. That's basically how they used to build the head walls, and they're starting to cause problems now. The next one, which I will be coming to the City Council very, very soon with request for emergency funding for repairs at Pine and Lincoln. This is just downstream, a couple of blocks of that 12th and Elijah Drain that I talked about before. This one cropped up this year. We ended up having to complete an underwater inspection on it. We found 20% wall thinning over the last 13 years, so it's failing quicker and quicker. It's going to cost, I'm estimating, around $550,000 to repair this. To put it in scale, if this had been a planned project, we'd normally see a project cost about 60% of what an emergency repair would cost for something very similar like this. You can see in the pictures on the left, the culvert has failed. It's creating sinkholes along the outside. We ended up having to close off part of this intersection so that it didn't undermine the roadway. On the right-hand side, you can see the water has eroded completely underneath the head walls. There's large voids that are very problematic.
Crystal, I think you just said we have to close off part of this roadway. It's a sidewalk.
It
but
is
the
sidewalk.
road is not closed.
Correct.
Right, I drive that all the time, so
Correct.
I just want to be clear.
Thank you for
We've
that clarity.
closed off the sidewalk, but it is not impacting the road.
Not yet, yes.
Thank you.
So, little tidbit for you, I will be coming to council soon with a hope for an amendment. Next one that has cropped up again this year on Elijah Drain, this is just a few blocks upstream of that 12th and Dewey, is at Holly in Colorado. This is just south of the NNU campus for your guys' view. On the right-hand side, you see that stacked head wall that I talked about before that causes problems. This is a little bit of a view. In this picture on the left, you can see there's a couple inches of exposed gutter where the concrete is actually sagging. That is actually what triggered off on this. And when we went out to inspect it, not gonna play. I'll give you the summary. The entire area below this sidewalk has completely washed away down the drain, unfortunately. The sidewalk is in essence floating in the air. So we have also closed this sidewalk so that it does not cause any future problems for safety concerns. We're designing a repair right now to see what we can do. You can see the inside condition of this. There is corrosion coming through, so this pipe will likely be a contender for being lined. It won't have to be replaced all the way, but this stacked head wall is what's causing the problem. It's causing all of the material to erode away behind it. My best estimate on this is about $500,000. This will also be coming as a budget amendment for an emergency repair.
Can I go back and ask a question, because I thought the last one was this one? So is Dewey, when I was clarifying, but it actually, I could be wrong, is the road closed or is it the sidewalk? I said it as a statement and it should have been a question.
Mayor, thank you for the question. There's technically not a sidewalk over
On the Dewey,
this one right
that
here.
one, right.
There is sidewalk adjacent to it, and we have shut it down so people don't do it. But I believe the intersection is still open right now.
Okay, thank you.
We did shut it down temporarily until we could get the underwater inspectors in there to see how far the undermining had went on the culvert.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So these are ones that we know about, are problems right now that have already failed in critical condition that we need to go and get fixed. That's 40% higher than what we would pay if we had budgeted money to take care of these projects. Here's a couple ones that we're watching that haven't technically been listed as critical, but I want to give you an idea of them. This is Chicago and Elijah, so on our southeast side of Nampa. You can see the condition of the culvert on the right. There is very strong evidence of the tree roots growing through the culvert, so I would hazard to say this is likely and failed in critical condition. You can see the tree on top of the culvert, which is also problematic. This is one that we will need to get replaced. Clear on the other side, so I'm giving you the whole drain photo, and I can tell you all of these are around, most of the crossings on this drain were installed about 60 years ago, so when we typically see one failure, you can anticipate a domino effect as it goes. So this one's at Midway and Moss. Another one of those problematic stacked head walls that I keep talking about over and over again. You can see on the right-hand side, it created a little sinkhole where all the material is washing out from behind it. We have not went in and we have not been able to inspect this culvert yet on the condition. So I don't know what that one looks like yet, but when we see repeated failures like this, it will get critical very soon. So I painted a bleak picture of what this drain looks like, and like I said, we have thousands of crossings here in the city of Nampa. I've only talked about 40 of them on Elijah Drain, and of those 40, 11 we don't even look at yet, so 30 or so. So what we need to do is we need to increase dedicated funding. I know fiscal responsibility is very, very important. Every year we budget between $400,000 and $500,000 for an annual culvert replacement, and we have been doing that diligently, but it's not enough. Obviously, we're falling behind. And when something becomes critical in an emergency closure, that's when it costs more money. So you guys will be seeing, I wanted to give you a preview in the budget, you will see an increase when it comes to culvert maintenance. I think it's probably going to need to be closer to $1 million for the next few years to get us caught up on this one drain. That doesn't even include all of the other crossings that John has to do. So we need to focus on replacing the failed crossings first. We have data on most of those, and so we can prioritize that. Then we need to look at the ones in poor condition and see if they can be saved. see if we can line them and make them cheaper and things like that. And then we really need to start thinking about some form of preservation program, looking at it long-term to see if there's maintenance that we can do now so that, it'll make it last another 30 or 40 years for us. With that, I will stand for questions. I also brought John Spencer with me, Director of Water Resources, so he can answer questions on irrigation and condition of some of those types of pipes, or, obviously anything on the drains since we share these 50/50.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for them at this time?
Mayor?
Yes?
Crystal, I didn't see a dollar amount. I know it's probably difficult to calculate, but if this was a tab due and payable right now to fix the repairs for the deteriorated and needing to be fixed today projects, how much are we looking that we'll need to spend?
I don't have Councilmember Griffin, Mayor, I don't have that number off the top of my head, honestly. I had mentioned before that we have 10 or so drains that are in poor or failed condition. You can anticipate, and I said drains, crossings, you can anticipate anywhere between 500 and $1 million for each one of those, probably closer to the 500 to 750. It depends on the length and the size, obviously. And if it's really poor condition, then it's a full replacement versus just being able to line it. So if we got ahead of them, but somewhere in the course of that, I will say those are of the crossings that we inspect. So we inspect just shy of 300. When you look at John's irrigation ditches, and I'm sorry if I'm chucking you under the bus here, John, he has thousands that we do not inspect. In last year's budget, a camera was approved to do some of those underwater inspections. So now we have the tools that some of our internal staff can start doing that and seeing the conditions of those. But we don't even have a good frame of reference of the condition of them yet. And John's team is starting to try and do some like pipe bursting and some lining in-house, which will also save a significant amount of money.
So potentially up to $10 million of the failed, and I say quotes as in failed, the roads have not closed today. When I think full failure, it's the roads closed, we have to do full repair. How many of those are close, if not almost to that point where they're at full failure? In the way I described.
I would say the 10 that I talked about earlier, let me go back up to this slide. So none are full failures, which, like if you think about like the Midway and Elijah one that I talked about, if you think about Garrity Interchange, North Side, some of these that we love so much and so dear to our hearts, none are there right now, and we don't want them to get to catastrophic failure because that's when safety is a concern. The imminent, that's when we start looking at closing it. So we've got 10 that are in poor and critical. Unfortunately, when you talk about deterioration of these crossings, it's not lateral, each by each. So one could deteriorate much, much faster than another one, unfortunately. So it's just increasing the frequency of inspection.
I think what I'd like to suggest is that we have the camera now, correct? Okay, so I think what I would recommend is that you guys bring back a report to City Council that shares what your prioritization of inspection is. Is the critical structure the one that we're doing the emergency repair on now? Which one is critical? Because you have one is critical.
This data is based, Mayor, this data is based on our GIS data. The critical structure there was the 12th and Dewey, so it's being fixed. We have had one more critical structure, which is now Pine and Lincoln.
And those were about the $550,000 range.
The 12th and Dewey ITD
Right,
budgeted
it's not
1.4
ours.
million. This one's around 550 for the Pine and Lincoln.
But we're not responsible for the ITD one, correct?
Correct.
Right. Thank goodness that we're not. So I think with that, I would recommend that you guys come back with, maybe with a longer-term financial forecast for them. I think the thing that it would have been nice to have known when we were addressing our irrigation increase, they asked for a 10% increase. We agreed to a 5%. I understand none of us want an increase, but we've got increases. We've got things that have to be done. The one thing that we all know, Nampa is a large, older city, not a small older city, a large older city. So we've got, as you said, we've got a lot of crossings in the city. So anyway, thank you for this. So if you guys would bring back a report, do an assessment, and with your new camera, what your prioritization is. And then we know that we've got two that we need to address now. and then we'll have a plan as we move forward. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Council, any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you. So I think planning and zoning, this is just a really quick update, right? Clay, you be ready for yours, quick. We're going to be running a little bit late, but we're going to have to get through the first 5 agenda items before we step into public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is really quick. We had 3 final plats that you had on your consent agenda, so I'm not going to cover those. The next one was a annexation and zoning for right-of-way for Cherry Lane along the East Ranch subdivision. And that one was recommended for approval and will come before you on February 17th. And then the next one was a conditional use permit that Planning and Zoning considered, and for gun-related sales and services at the 1836 East Selbridge Street, and that one was approved. And then the last one was annexation and zoning for Orchard Acres, and this was a pretty extensive project. It had a whole bunch of different zones: BC, RMH, RML, RD, RS4, RS6, RS 8.5, and RS 12, a master plan community and development agreement. And this is west of South Robinson Boulevard, south of East Greenhurst, and north of Locust Lane. And that one was 276 acres to be platted in the future. So it was just the annexation and the master plan community and the zoning. And the Planning and Zoning Commission considered it, and they recommended denial. And this will come before you on February 17th, and we'll talk about all the reasons for their recommendation then.
Rodney, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Rodney?
Just, Mayor, just a quick note. Our public hearings tonight, we have several that are comprehensive plans. Just wanted to remind you that we do these every 6 months, and so that's why you're getting a whole bunch all at the same time. And you'll see it again in 6 months from now.
Thank you, Rodney. Appreciate it. Okay, Clay.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. For the record, Clay Long, Chief of Staff. You saw in your packet a memo that came out from Aaron from Canyon County. I just wanted to give a high-level update of where we are with the animal shelter contract and the actions that have been taken so far. So in September, the county released an RFP for folks to put in proposals to manage the facility and serve as the organization that would oversee the animal shelter. That process resulted in 2 applicants that came forward, the current provider, as well as the Copper Quill Haven, a newer organization that has individuals that are part of a more extensive and long-term facility from the Idaho Falls area, as well as the current on-call vet for West Valley. The team of individuals reviewing it included Nampa. We had 2 representatives, myself and Captain Skoglund. Caldwell had individuals, Canyon County had individuals. We met, went over the RFPs and ranked them to start with. We then asked the 2 organizations to come back to give us presentations. And then from there, we made a recommendation that went forward to Canyon County on the 9th of December, and the county commissioners approved our recommendation and has awarded it to Copper Quill as the organization that would take that. A couple of the things that were identified and that we know our initial work to be done is going through and looking at the actual counts of who's providing and who's taking animals to the facility, so there can be a better allocation of those costs directly to the costs associated by the organizations that are having individuals or city entities or county provide those animals to the shelter, and then level setting levels of expectations and what the city's desire to have within that service. So the county is currently working on with the organization what that transition date looks like, what are those milestones, and they have Copper Quills has reached out to meet with the city to have that initial conversation. So I just want to provide that update. I know it was a big discussion during budget as well, but the memo kind of lays out all of those pieces as well as the ranking that was finalized from the committee. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Mayor,
Clay, thank you. Okay, so I have Councilman Haverfield and Councilman Bills.
just a quick question. Are they going to be utilizing the same facility?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Bills?
Transition, what's the time frame?
They are working on that with the county and Copper Quills as well as the current provider to identify what that looks like. The county is running lead on that. We haven't gotten any update yet from the county on some specific dates. I know that Copper Quills is already wanting to meet with the impacted entities, but we haven't gotten a timeline of when that transition will be official.
And where are we standing, what we budgeted and what the current party was wanting, was the differential, and we bridged the gap for a month or two. Here we are 4 or 5 months down the road. Where do we stand on all that?
That's a great question. So one of the big differences between the two proposals was the current provider was continuing to go with that higher amount, the 1.5 million between the three entities. Copper Quill provided back what was budgeted in current year budget to manage the facilities.
So in answer,
But what are we paying under the interim? Are we staying with what we budgeted?
we
or
are staying within our budget,
Okay.
and we will be, one thing that Clay will be, and Eric Skoglund has been the liaison that we've talked about, is that the city of Nampa is paying a higher fee than Caldwell. They will be looking at that, but we are within our budget.
Okay.
But we made the decision, we really didn't have an option. It would have been much more expensive for us to stand something up quickly, but we are not going over what we budgeted. Stayed right within our budget, but they're also going to be looking at the intakes and ensure that they're tracking them. That's been a request that we've made.
Yeah. Back to us subsidizing other
That's correct.
entities.
Yep, you're right. Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we're running late, but we need to get through 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 before we go into public hearing. The first two, I think, are going to be very quick, so I'm going to start with them. 5.1 is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor to sign a contract agreement with Mid-America Golf and Landscape to install a new irrigation system at Centennial Golf Course for $3,819,759.18. We discussed this at the last meeting. Anyway, it's come back again. Council, do you have any questions for Cody?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.2 is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor and the public works director to sign a task order with JUB Engineers for the Purdom Lift Station Upgrade Planning Project in the amount not to exceed $128,000. And this is approved in the FY26 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So the next three items are related to sewer reimbursement, sewer and water reimbursement services. So 5.3 is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor to sign the sewer and water service agreement with Murphy Development for a 78-acre parcel near the intersection of Ustick Road and Canada. And Mark, did you want to present, or council, do you have any questions on this?
I move that we pass it.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we authorize the mayor to sign this agreement. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.4 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the sewer reimbursement agreement between the city of Nampa and Murphy Development Company.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.5 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the sewer reimbursement agreements between the city of Nampa and 6 property owners represented by Idaho Holdings, LLC, Mark Bottles Real Estate.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Since you guys are here this evening, I want to pause for just a second and say thank you. Thank you so much for working with legal and on these particular agreements. You've done an amazing job. Thank you. Thank you for investing as we need to extend, and your willingness to invest as we need to extend this, the Purdom Drain to get out. So we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so it's a few minutes after 6. The next two new business items, I think we'll do, Natalie needs to step away. She will be back, so we will leave these last two until after public hearings. So with that, we're going to go to our public forum, and then we'll step into public hearings. And we don't have any proclamations this evening. So we do have one resident signed up for public forum this evening.
Madam Mayor, we do have 3 people signed up.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Kimra Luna.
And as you come forward, I'm sorry, the name again?
Kimra Luna.
Kimra Luna. Is Kimra Luna here? Okay, and I will say, as you guys come forward to speak, we have 3 minutes. Go ahead and state your name, your address, and you'll have 3 minutes. So thank you.
Hello, hi. Good evening, council members. My address is 1207 Maple Street. My name is Kimra Luna, and I am born and raised here in Nampa, Idaho. I'm 39 years old, and I'm a parent of 3. Recently, my 10-year-old son came home from school upset and confused. He asked me what would happen if his friend's parents were taken by ICE. He started crying and asked where his friends would go and who would take care of them. That conversation didn't come out of nowhere. Just 1 block from my son's bus stop, 4 people from the same family were detained. My son put the pieces together as his school is primarily Latino kids now because Snake River School had closed and the kids all transferred to his school. This is not happening far away from us. It's happening where our kids wait for the bus. A week before this, the Nampa police called ICE on a couple who was simply asking for help when their vehicle caught on fire. And a few days ago, ICE also attempted to detain workers at a construction site on Cherry where people were framing homes in a new neighborhood. No one was detained from what we are aware, but the workers dropped their tools and ran. That kind of fear doesn't disappear when vehicles and ICE agents leave. We've seen the police racially profile people by pulling them over and asking them for their legal status and letting people go without giving them a ticket. Families are afraid to leave their homes. People are afraid to go to work, to shop, or to call for help in an emergency. Local businesses are feeling it. Our neighbors are feeling it. People are terrified not only by ICE, but now of the police as well. As Nampans, we are demanding answers as to why the Nampa Police Department is calling ICE on people who are asking for help and support. And why has the city made no public statements acknowledging the presence of ICE in our community for addressing the fears that have been caused? We see that you, the mayor, have been giving awards to folks for their work in the Hispanic community on Facebook, but we don't see any words or even clarity on what is going on with the immigration enforcement in Nampa, something that affects a large portion of Nampans, given that we have a large population of Latinos here. When people are afraid to ask for help, that makes everyone here less safe. I'm asking that this council to take responsibility for the role in what the city plays to set clear boundaries between law enforcement and federal immigration enforcement, and to publicly affirm the values of trust and dignity and safety for everyone who lives here. Our children are watching, they are listening, and they are learning what we choose to protect. Public safety should mean care, not fear. Thank you for your time.
Kimra, thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our
So-
next speaker is Crystal Flippins.
Hi, Crystal. Go ahead and share your name and address again.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Crystal Flippins. I am a resident of Nampa. I live at 1201 South Bonneville Drive, Nampa. And I love my community. I'm 35 years old, and I've lived in Idaho since I was 18 years old. Fresh 18 in 2009, I moved here. That's a longer story that I won't share today, but I love Idaho and I love my community. But this isn't about me. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of another Nampa woman, another Nampa family. They're an indigenous Native American family, as a matter of fact. They have their papers and everything, and she can't be here today because her child is in counseling, because their patriarch, their father figure, was taken by ICE. They call it kidnapping. I'm not going to share an opinion on that today, but she would like to be here, and I'm going to be here in her stead to represent her and her family and everyone who is like her and her family in Nampa who are being scared and terrorized by ICE in our community. ICE is traumatizing our community, and ICE is traumatizing our indigenous children, our Hispanic children. If you look like me, you don't have anything to worry about. I don't have anything to worry about. I don't worry about that on a daily basis, but you know what I do worry about? I worry about my neighbors, I worry about my friends, I worry about my community, all of my community, not just the people who look like me, but all of us. We all deserve to feel safe. A significant portion of our community right now does not feel safe due to the ICE presence in our city and the cooperation of the police. And by cooperation, I mean calling ICE when people are asking for help. And it makes people not want to trust our police. And I don't think that's a good thing for our community. I think we need to be able to trust our police, all of us. I'll leave it there. I said what I needed to say, and thank you so much for hearing me. And I hope to hear something more positive in the future coming from our city council regarding this situation.
Thank you so much for coming tonight. I appreciate you sharing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our last speaker is Dominique Howell.
Hello, my name is Dominique Howell. I am a former Nampa resident. I currently live in Boise, Congressional District 2, Council District 5. I am a local business owner, voting constituent.
Dominique,
Yeah.
you know what? I sincerely apologize, but this particular section is only for Nampa residents, and only because I have stopped someone previously that wasn't from Nampa. I'm going to have to stay true, or it's going to get me in really big trouble because I've got to stay consistent.
That's fine.
So it is noticed as only Nampa residents hearing from our residents. Is the topic the same?
It's
as the-
similar.
Okay, so I'm not going to let you finish, and I apologize, but it is our rule, and I'm going to be real,
You
I'm going to
just
stay with
call
our
me,
rules.
though.
That said, thank you for coming,
Okay.
and
I do have a copy of my statement if you'll take it.
that'd be great. Yes,
thank
we will. We'd be happy to. So Dominique, thank you so much, and I apologize. So typically, we don't provide response to testimony, but we have two people here. Thank you so much. Council, we will get this all to you. So we have both Eric Skoglund, thank you, and Brad Childers here. Would either of you like to, I'm not sure who's better equipped, if it should be Eric as a captain, thank you. And Brad, thank you for being here. I will say, I would like for them to speak to what they are doing versus what they aren't doing. I do want to say, though, before we start, that we have met with the Idaho Hispanic Chamber. In fact, I had a meeting with all the mayors across the Treasure Valley recently, and we met and they listened to, I just totally blanked out, Madi Ramos. I'm sorry, all of a sudden I lost her name, Madi Ramos, who is the executive director of the Idaho Hispanic Chamber, to talk about the very thing that you're talking about. We definitely have a heart of compassion for what's happening, and it's very difficult. Eric, could you speak to our policy with police and what we're doing and what we're not doing,
Yes, Mayor.
if you could?
Mayor and Council, Eric Skoglund. So I
You're probably a little more familiar, perhaps from conversations with the chief. I know the chief has been meeting with members of the Hispanic community who have reached out to him and fielded some questions and given some responses. So we treat ICE like we do any other federal partner or other agency that reaches out to us. If they have something they need assistance with, we assist those agencies as long as it falls within the purview of what we do. At least one of the cases that was mentioned where an individual was arrested that had called in for some assistance, that individual did have a warrant. So that was a circumstance why they were arrested. But when we do take action and detain or arrest people, it is because there is some crime that has occurred or a warrant that has been issued. So, so that has been our practice, and we do that regardless of whether it's ICE or whether it is DEA or FBI or whatever agency it is that we are working with. So, but I'll just leave it at that.
My understanding, and just for the public, is that what we have clearly stated is that we are not searching out or looking for illegal immigrants. However, we are enforcing the law. And so if ICE is here, we don't get in the way and prohibit their work because they are a federal agency and we are, if they call for an assist, my understanding is we have a responsibility to show up. Is that correct?
Correct. If any agency calls for our assistance and they're in Nampa, we'll go and assist them.
Right. So the reason, going back to this one, because there was a warrant, that's why they were called, because there was a warrant out. So what we are trying to do is uphold the law if there is any criminal activity. That said, the season we're in is very awkward and very difficult. And I'll just make a statement. I am going out of office, but I'll make a statement, whether it's popular or not. We need immigration reform. We have a number of people that have been here for many, many years that have no criminal history that need a path to immigration. They play a very important role in our community in the agricultural industry, whether it's the dairy farms, and they do so much work that we have to have done. And so for those that have been here for a very long time, the question is, and it's not going to be an easy process, what is a long time? It's not going to be an easy thing, but we need to address it because there are a lot of people that are living in fear that don't have a criminal history. And that makes it very, very difficult. And so we do need to sit down and have some discussions. I appreciate you guys having the courage to come and speak up. One thing that I will be very clear on is that we do enforce the law. So if there is a criminal history, then we are going to enforce that. But where there's no criminal history, that we need to figure that out. And so it's something that we'll work on. What we don't want to do is have a situation where the people are afraid of Nampa PD. So Eric, is there anything else we should be sharing? I want to make sure I'm representing correctly what I understand.
I will just a point that you made. We don't go out and actively seek out individuals who may be here illegally. That's not our mission. That's ICE's mission, perhaps, or Department of Homeland Security. But when we encounter situations where somebody has a warrant related to that, then we do enforce that.
It's actually above the city of Nampa when it comes to what ICE is doing. That's a step up at the federal level. And so that would be more of a congressional discussion as far as what is happening, but it's at the federal level versus the local level. So there is definitely a difference. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to make sure that what I'm saying is correct.
Yes.
But I don't disagree that we need to have a discussion. So thank you guys for being here this evening. And thank you for your respect when I didn't let you finish. I apologize. I just have to adhere to our rules. So thank you so much for your grace on that. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our public hearing. And I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Excuse me, our public forum. Late getting started, yes. Do we have someone else?
We actually do have one more person for
thank
public
you.
forum. I apologize.
Thank you.
Madam
And who do we
Mayor,
have?
I just need a minute of your time.
Oh,
So,
it's Council President.
Today I had the honor and privilege of going to the VRT Compass Holiday Luncheon and Awards presentation, and while I was there, they recognized Mayor Kling for her many years of service to Compass and also the VRT. And then she was given this award, a Leadership in Motion Award, for leadership by example from an elected official. This is a really high honor, and I wanted to make sure that she was recognized tonight at our council meeting for receiving this award. So,
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. That is so sweet. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. And I have to say, I was extremely honored to get this award. Very honored by that leadership team. So thank you so much. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, so that concludes public forum. And now we're going to get ready for our public hearings. We have a number of public hearings this evening. I think we have a total of 5. And I think our first ones should be relatively short. So we'll start with public hearing 8.1. This is an action item. It is a public hearing on the summary of the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, which is called the CAPER, and authorize the submission of the 2024 CAPER to the Department of Housing and Urban Renewal on or before December 31, 2025. Matt, thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Kling and council. Pleasure to be here again with you guys. Yep, you've summarized that quite well. Excuse me. This is an annual performance report that I submit to HUD. It is one of 2 things that requires a public hearing. This one is one of those. The CAPER is in essence a summary of what we did in the prior fiscal year. That's both with expenses, the number of people we assisted, as well as I do some narrative on some of the things we're doing in the community that aren't related to money. So like the things we're involved in, like Region 3 Housing Coalition, the Healthy Impact Nampa stuff, things that we're doing in the community that doesn't necessarily involve spending funds. But we report out on all that, and then HUD will review that here the first part of the year, and then hopefully, as they usually do, approve that CAPER, and then we can move on to getting more funding the next year. But this is just us providing our sort of our responsibility to provide that, I guess. Not sure why it's not advancing. There we go. Real quickly, the 2024, which is what I call the annual action plan, which is the 2025 fiscal year, we had a little over $1 million. We had $1 million, $25,782.18 available in that plan to expend. And then we also had the remaining $78,000 in CARES Act funds for a total of $1.1 million and some change. But those are the funds that were available in the plan and the remainder of that CAPER, or excuse me, the CARES Act funding. One thing I do want to highlight real quick, this is slightly different from the memo that I submitted in working with finance, just going through and doing a final reconciliation. We identified 2 transactions. Invoices. One was our second part of the year ICRIMP allocation that didn't get kind of flowed in where we could see it. And then one is an invoice for West Park that they preferred I move back to the 25 fiscal year. So those weren't in our expenditure numbers. I wanted to highlight them here, and I've highlighted where they're different in the charts in your memo in this, and then I will provide Char at the end the updated. And I will change all these numbers in the CAPER when I submit it to HUD. But the total impact was $2,544.95, so nothing really major, but we want to make sure we get it in the right place. As far as the activities that were in the annual action plan, this chart just kind of summarized the things that were funded. So our public services, they fully expended all of the money. Those are fully expended and completed. Our home repair loan program actually came very close to expending all of its funds. We fell short by about $4,400, but we were able to help quite a few people this year. Creech's Court, that activity is still active. They're currently right now, they've torn it up, and I think they're prepping to get ready to put the concrete back down, so that one is underway. We're hoping to have that one done by the first part of January, and we've had really good weather for this kind of stuff, thankfully. And then the Public Works ADA and crossing improvements, that's still also an active project underway, and I'm hoping that one will be finished up here in the spring of the 26 fiscal year. We did not move forward with any ADA improvements. We still have the 2023 allocation, and those ADA improvements we were doing at various facilities around Nampa. So we wanted to wait and finish those before we did any other allocation to make sure we could finish what we'd already started before we move on with others, because we've been having a timeliness issue. So those funds will be reallocated into something in this current fiscal year. We'll find an activity with Public Works, Parks, or Facilities to make sure those funds get into something new in the current fiscal year. So we're back to you to help allocate those funds at a later date.
Matt, can you explain, I guess I'm wondering, I know the ADA is really important and we have a lot of needs. And I know that we came close, not a finding, but close because we didn't use something in an allotted time.
Mhm.
Can you help me understand why on our ADA facility improvements, we're not able to get them done and we're having to reallocate those to something else?
I'm not sure. So of the things that we picked, I think they gave us the highest priority. So those were the 5 buildings that we did some ADA improvements on. So it was Kohler Lawn and the NDSC building, City Hall, which is going to be happening here at the end of December, first part of January. So they're making improvements to all those facilities. But it just took a really long time to work its way to the point where we were actually doing work. And so it took so long to develop. I was worried about putting this into something new that might take another 1.5 years to develop, because what we didn't want was to have it draw out over time. So we were waiting to make sure the first ADA improvements, facility improvements got done. But at this point, we can put it into whatever we want. So we'll probably find the thing that can be done the quickest, and we'll get that money out the door since it was last year's money. We'll find something that can spend now, and then we can work with facilities again to identify the next list and get it applied for, allocated, and then maybe ready to start in the next fiscal year. It's kind of my hope. I would like to get it in something that is more shovel-ready and we can do right away.
I guess just a quick comment. Clay, on this ADA with facilities, because it was originally allocated to ADA, I think we need to be really quick to figure out, is there something we can get done that is meeting one of our ADA needs? And so I would like to ask that we prioritize that. If we
I'll be
can
happy
go
to-
there to the ADA.
I'll be happy to work with them.
That
You
we
bet.
get it done. I'm not sure why it's taking so long, so if you would, I'll let you just address that, or you don't have to even speak to it tonight. Let's just get it done, I guess would be my comment. Thank you. And I know that they will.
Yeah,
So-
no, I have every confidence. It was just, for whatever reason, those 5 buildings just took a while to get designed and through all the steps we needed to get through. But at this point, those are going to be completed here in January, and so we'll be ready to move on to the next thing. So I'd be happy to work with them and figure out what we can work on and what we might be able to accomplish, but more than happy to. We can always come back and reallocate the facilities. I'm not saying they don't need to get it. I'm just saying we'll find something that will spend it, I guess.
And let me ask Councilman Bills, did you have a thought or a comment? Because actually, you're going to be here longer than I'm going to be here, so if you feel differently, I would need to be careful because I'm not going to be here.
Well, my thought or comment is we're losing the due diligence between facilities and this side of the program, and we've got to re-kick back in the due diligence of getting things. When we're seeing stuff in 24 and we're getting ready to talk about 27 budget, something's slipping.
Well,
from my side, and I understand your side is a little different from what I'm used to in life.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at, it doesn't do well to do sidewalks and ADA ramp change-outs in December, January.
Right.
I haven't had great success on those surfaces always
Yeah.
holding up. So it just seems like our timing and the reporting and so forth is dragging on in my mind. I don't want to try to be critical. It's just, we got to energize some due diligence in several of our areas.
And I think we'll just enhance our communication with the facilities department. So working with Clay.
Yep.
So that we can figure out how we can get these done. And then we do have council members on that facilities review, so you can have these discussions. And so we'll just put that on your next meeting.
You bet. And that'd be great. And just for a point of clarification, when I'm using 2024 action plan and 2024 CAPER, that is what HUD would call or calls a funding year. So it's confusing because most of us use fiscal years as well. So I try to always separate it as just a program year. So my 2024 CAPER and action plan is your 25 fiscal year. So this was something that I would have hoped would have happened in this current the prior fiscal year. We just didn't get anything launched. We were still finishing up something from the prior fiscal year. So this is really only 1 year out with no activity. And so although I I do not want that. It's not 2 years back, I guess is what I wanted to clarify. It's really just the last fiscal year.
FY25 just ended October 1, so it's
I
the
run
way.
1 year behind the fiscal year in our planning year, so I don't know why they do it that way, but it's
Thank you.
confusing. It's the year that we get the grant, which is September or October of each year, so. And then I'm only briefly talk about the CARES Act. There was right in mid-year, there was a couple activities that we finally fully expended the grant. That one is now completed and no more funds outstanding, which I'm excited for. I won't have to address it in next year's plan or CAPER. And then this section that's highlighted in yellow, that ICRIMP amount that I said we were going to need to add in, this is slightly different from what was in the packet. That increased the admin expenses to $111,379.76, which is still well below the 20% cap. We're at 16% on that. And public services, again, fully expended their funds, but we were just under the 15% cap that is a regulatory requirement for public service activities. This is sort of a combined of our year-end accomplishments for activities that were completed. So we did finish the West Park bathroom. That was a big ADA improvement, which moved that bathroom over closer to the parking lot and tied into city services, which was really helpful. And then all of the public services were completed. They were all pretty much on par, if not exceeding their estimated goals. And then the home repair loan program, we were able to assist 13 households last year with things like furnace, water lines, roof repairs. And then just that highlighted there in the yellow, that was just the last two little bits of accomplishment we had with the CARES Act funds that ended up rolling up into a grand total. And then the Fifth Street ped ramps finished up in this last fiscal year, and the core housing development on 12th Avenue, that one we anticipate will be fully leased up in the end of this month, early January, so that one will be counted and sort of recognized in next year's report. But I think they're finished with construction. They're just doing the lease up at this point. And that is, try as quick as I could get through a lot of information. I do have two action items if you want. This is the one that came in the packet. I added one on if you wanted to add the language that says to include those other funds that I mentioned earlier. It's just kind of how you'd like to read that. I guess we do need to do public
Can you show
comment.
us, we do have public comments, so thank you. So this is the action item that you would ask for, to include the identified and additional expenses. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Matt before we move into public hearing? Seeing none, we'll have you back if we have a question. Thank you for that report, Matt. Matt, thank you. I know that, and just as a reminder, this CDBG funding is federal funding. There is a lot of regulatory oversight that we probably don't see and experience here at the bench that Matt has to track, and you do a really good job of that, and I just want to say thank you. You do a great job. So this is a public hearing.
Madam Mayor, there is no one that requested to provide public testimony on this item.
Is there anyone here that had intended to provide public testimony that did not get signed up on this hearing? Okay, seeing no one. Do you have any additional questions or any questions for Matt? Just ask it again. Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. What is the will of the council? Council discussion?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve the action item as listed. Is that all right if I can just say that? Listed on the screen.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Bills,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Matt, thank you. We appreciate your work.
Thank you, guys. Matt
Thank you
Webber.
so much. Thank you. Okay, 8.2 is an action item. This is a comprehensive plan text amendment. It's a zoning text amendment and zoning map amendment to redefine the downtown Nampa core, change various chapters and sections of Title 10 where downtown is referenced or needs to be added for new form districts, and change zoning designations from downtown historic to central Nampa, downtown village to gateway business, and downtown business to gateway business, which is GB1 zoning districts for the city of Nampa. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, thank you.
All right, we'll get started here. All right, so good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brianna Howe, Senior Planner with the Planning and Zoning Department. So between myself tonight and Christy and Rodney and Doug and anyone else that might be able to answer your questions, we're going to present this to you this evening. So we're bringing forward a comprehensive plan text and zoning text amendment along with a zoning map amendment to adopt form-based code for downtown Nampa to redefine the downtown Nampa core, changing various references and code sections to reflect the new form districts and the new downtown zoning designations. So why form-based code for downtown Nampa? So form-based code was a top recommendation that came out of the downtown implementation plan that council adopted. It is more explicit in what the city desires for the standards of development in downtown. It keeps the fabric and character of downtown in place while still alleviating the disconnect that we've had between business owners and the city and developers and property owners. So how will form-based code impact downtown and the process for reviewing development? So we've called out a few key ways that this will positively impact the downtown development process here. So first, under current code, it requires that all buildings look historic, which can be very subjective, which we have found through our review process through various boards and commissions. Under the new form-based code, it allows greater flexibility in the building form, which is more objective. Which creates certainty. Right now, the current code has created a disconnect between developers, staff, boards, and commissions. You have each of these groups thinking a different thing on what historic means and relating to the other buildings, which has just been difficult for staff when writing staff reports, for developers coming in knowing what to expect, and then going before the different boards and commissions and getting different kind of responses back. So under the new form-based code, just really clear expectations, which I think is what we want to put out to the development community and our business owners. So less confusion is always a good thing. One of the things we kept hearing through this process is that the building design and review process in downtown was long and uncertain. The new code addresses this, and it will now only be reviewed by staff. Any appeals to staff decisions would then go before the design review committee. That's exactly how we're handling industrial design review right now, so it'll be a similar process to that. So lastly, by creating this more streamlined and clear process with greater flexibility, we anticipate that this will ultimately encourage new development downtown. Our consultant on this project, who's actually online, if you have any questions for him, and staff created this review worksheet to ensure a smooth process for applicants. So the applicant will fill this out and staff will review it. So it's easy for them to use and easy for us to review. So I'm going to quickly go over the form districts here. So the form-based code will cover what was previously identified as the DH, Downtown Historic Zoning District. This zone will now be the CN, the Central Nampa Zoning District. Within the CN zone, there are 5 total form districts. The CH, the Central Historic, is the orange there in the center. That will be the most restrictive, which is where our National Register of Historic Places district is. It has about 10 buildings in it. And certain architectural styles will be required in that form district. The other form districts, the C11, the CD, the CR, the C16, will just have recommended architectural styles. So during this process, we held several different workshops with various boards and commissions and downtown stakeholders and city council members. We heard that the current historic zoning district was confusing and restrictive, and misnamed perhaps, with few buildings that were actually historic. So we've reduced the historic district significantly, as you can see here, going from this whole thing being called historic to just that little piece. So more aptly named. Again, during this process, we heard very specific concerns. Some of these from our council members, others from downtown business owners. So we just wanted to quickly address what we heard and how we addressed it in code. So we heard concerns around architectural styles, so we made sure that we added in the classical and Art Nouveau and modern styles. only required architectural styles are in the CH Form District. We heard a concern over requiring a 3-story minimum height requirement, so we reduced that to the requirement being a minimum of 2 stories in all form districts. Certain nuisance uses being permitted, so we ensured that the following uses are not permitted anywhere in the central Napa zone: sexually oriented businesses, automobile sales and automobile service uses, drug paraphernalia store, vape store, outdoor storage, storage facilities, payday lending establishments, and drive-through establishments. So those will not be allowed anywhere in that CN zoning district. And then projects, the last thing, the big thing we heard, that projects going before the Arts and Historic Preservation Commission were going before them unnecessarily. So again, we removed this requirement that projects go before AHPC for a recommendation unless they're listed on the National Register of Historic Places or are eligible for the National Register of Historic Places, which are only 26 buildings out of the 116 of the surveyed area. So very few will have to go through that more restrictive process. So I'm going to briefly go over the development standards. Many of you have seen this when we held our workshops, so you'll see similar slides here. And again, our consultant is online if you have more specific questions. Let's see here. So form-based code is regulated by 4 major parameters: frontage type, building type, form district, signage, and then use. So the form is really what's regulated, so the step back and setbacks in the pedestrian space in front of the building. Form-based code is more focused on how the building interacts with that pedestrian space rather than the use that's in the building. Depending on the frontage type and the street type, you're going to have different standards that reflect what that pedestrian area should look like and how the building should interact with that. And these are the permitted architectural styles. These are required in the CH form district and recommended in the other districts. As I said earlier, there are also specific architectural features such as roof style, storefront materials that are either required or recommended based on the form district. So I'm going to move on from the form-based code specifically and just talk about the comprehensive plan text amendments that had to be done in conjunction with this. So we are updating the text of the NAMPA 2040 comprehensive plan to address the changes to the downtown core. In Chapter 5, we added a section for the downtown land use designation. In Chapter 4, we made a small change to update a known downtown event, just change the name there. All references in the comp plan to DH or DV have been changed. This is the new section where we have defined Central Nampa and the downtown gateway area, which Christy will discuss a little bit more here in a moment. And then the exhibit in Chapter 5 was also updated to include the downtown designation. And then there it goes. We also updated the Chapter 5 objectives and strategies. Idaho law requires that the city develop a comprehensive plan and that the plan include all relevant conditions and trends. So unlike zoning codes, the comp plan can be flexible and subject to change as desired by city council. These are the proposed findings for the comprehensive plan text amendments. And I'm going to turn the rest of the time over to Christy to cover the zoning text amendments and zoning map amendments.
Thank you, Bree. Great job.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. This will probably look familiar to you. We brought this to you a couple months ago to ask how you want us to handle this. This area right here is what we lovingly refer to as our downtown core. It is going to remain downtown on the future land use map in the comprehensive plan as a designation. And what that does is it allows us to insert certain exceptions into our regular code for this area that is in the downtown designation. But the DB, DV, and DH zones will change. The DB zone will go to GB1, which is gateway business. The DV zone will go to GB2, which is gateway business with an allowance for some residential. And then the DH will be changed to CN. So the facts for rezoning, the proposed CN, GB1, and GB2 zoning districts will be permitted zones under the Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map designation of downtown, should this request get approved, because that's exactly what Bree was just talking about. We have to make some text amendments within that comprehensive plan to make all of this work. The DH zone will change to CN, again, DV to GB2, DB to GB1. Both would be regulated under Chapter 4. Again, with some exceptions for just those areas that are within the downtown designation. The proposed zoning does comply with the definitions for compatibility, density, and smart growth. The staff conducted extensive comparisons of the uses and the design standards to ensure a compatible transition between both existing uses in the zones and with the surrounding properties that may be in different zones. The entire area downtown is commercial mostly. So we have the BC zone, the IL zone, the IH zone. There is some multifamily and some limited multifamily. We haven't seen a lot of that build out down there. In the GB2 zone, it does require a conditional use permit to do multifamily, so we're hoping that we can kind of see some of that infill happen.
Could I ask a quick question right there?
Yes.
So why does it require a conditional use permit for multifamily downtown?
In the GB2 zone, so the GB zone is GB1, sorry, is a commercial zone. It doesn't allow any residential. The GB2 then is the transition zone for that. And then they require a conditional use permit. And the reason for that is because if we are putting residential next to commercial or vice versa, then we can put some conditions on those developments to kind of buffer each other.
Okay, so if we have housing want to come in, I was just noticing, I just had some meetings on, we've had a lot of discussion about attainable housing.
Yes.
And needing attainable housing. Had a discussion just recently with some people interested, but as I'm looking at the, could you go back to your map? So GB2, where does GB1 starts at 6th Street?
6th Avenue, correct.
6th Avenue, which 5th Avenue is right there, right next to us. Okay. So if we go over further, I'm just trying to think, it's in that, I guess it's in GB2, maybe not in GB1. Okay. My concern is that we make a decision and we cannot do some housing right here that really would be a good location with some commercial down below and some attainable housing up above.
Yeah, and as you get closer to, away from the main corridors like north side and the boulevard out there by Fred Meyer, as you move more towards downtown, that's where the residential will start to pick up. And then in the CN zone, it's allowed outright.
I'm just noticing it's at 6th Street, so it goes to 5th here where none is allowed. And then you go over one block and it is allowed.
Yes, with a conditional use permit.
With a conditional use permit. I'm still confused on why we need a conditional use permit. Is it just to regulate what goes in?
So it's the way the GB1 and the GB2 zones are set up in other areas of the city. And when we did our analysis of this, those were the two zones that were most closely related to what we already have. And so we were trying to kind of fit them into that box. The GB2 zone has always required a conditional use permit for multifamily, and so we just kept it that way.
As we approve it, does it, because it's called GB2 and we're trying to replicate something someplace else, I guess my thought is, and I know I'm going to be gone, but we need to make attainable housing attainable. If we create too many hurdles for a developer to come in and get it done, we're not going to get it done. And so as I'm thinking about this GB2, even for them to have to come in and get a variance, there's a lot of work that has to go in to get a variance, and that may not be in our best interest as a community to put too many hurdles in there. We may not get it done. And it's an added cost to our developers to come in and get it done. So I know we're trying to replicate, but it just occurred to me that this may be a hurdle that we're creating for some attainable housing.
So
in our
a
downtown
conditional
core?
use permit costs $350, and it goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission only. It's not too difficult to do. It is still an extra hurdle. I totally understand that. It's not a big hurdle.
Okay. Thank you. Yes?
So, some correspondence or comments that were, I think, sent to council was talking 4th Street and the ability to do commercial on the north side of 4th, and the impact of residential across the street. So is there going to be, somebody comes in, proposes a project that may be commercial down and some residential up, or just commercial, transforming some of that area? Across the street will be existing residential, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anything that is going to require a public hearing with a submission? Or is it basically we adopt this and it meets the GB1, that somebody could come in and purchase some property one way or the other and go ahead and move forward on a commercial project?
Councilman Bills, the reason that we chose the GB1 district for this one is because it was the most aptly suited to what we're already doing. They can already do that in the zone that we have now.
Okay.
And we haven't seen that be a problem. We have City Hall here where we're standing, and then the hotel that went up across from the Civic Center. All of that is commercial, but it's services for the residences, and so we haven't really seen too much conflict there. And it doesn't change really the uses that are already allowed.
Okay, that clarifies, I'm just trying to get the clarity based on the correspondence.
Nope.
So, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
this is Rodney. I just wanted to confirm what has been stated here. I'm looking at the land use table right now, and it almost matches almost exactly. So GB1 is the same as that DB zone that it currently is. So it really doesn't change anything, and a business combined, or a residential unit combined with a business is permitted in both.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Okay, so rezoning the properties, again, will have little to no effect on the existing properties or the uses. The proposed zoning complies with those definitions. City codes are written to protect the public interest by providing guidance for development, and this will help with that by getting rid of those downtown zones. The City of Nampa adopted the Downtown Implementation Plan in October, and it outlined specific recommendations. One of those was to rezone the DH zoning district to CN. By doing that, we then have to kind of deal with the leftover 2 downtown zones, and this is our solution to that. So adding the form districts and corresponding code language will serve to provide a clear expectation. Currently, Nampa City Code, Title 10, Chapter 15, provides all of the requirements for our downtown subdistricts. A rezone for all the downtown zones is requested. To accomplish this, a number of amendments are required. One of these required amendments is a zoning map amendment to change the zoning designations. So that's the rezone of those 3 zones. This now is the text amendments that have to come along with that. So we did an extensive search of our code for the DB, DV, and DH references, and I'm going to walk you through all the places that we found those. So in Chapter 1, we are proposing to remove the definition for early 20th century architecture because in form-based code there is a number of different styles of architecture that will be allowed. We are removing all references to the DH zone as they will be then referred to as CN if they're applicable. Reference to the Downtown Implementation Plan for streetscape standards. We will replace, again, DH, DV, and DB with CN. and then let the GB1 and the GB2 handle the other two. Again, Chapter 22, same thing, replacing DH with CN. Chapter 28, replacing all three of them with CN and then referencing the GB1 and GB2. In Chapter 3, we have columns that were specific to those zones. We will be removing the DB and the DV, and then we will be changing the DH to CN. And then in our form-based code chapter, we'll have very specific charts for the uses that are allowed in the CN zone, which is our downtown. They will not be using Chapter 3 to find the uses. They will be using Chapter 15 to find those uses because they're more clearly outlined there. In Chapter 34 is our design review chapter. So DH becomes CN, and we will use the form-based code to do any kind of review for projects down in that zone. Any mention of DH is being removed from the chapter, and then all of Chapter 15 is being replaced with that 144 pages of form-based code. This is Chapter 4, so this is our GB1 and GB2 zones. This is where we're making reference to those areas that are designated as downtown still on the future land use map, but are in the GB zones. We have right now a front yard setback of 35 feet in our regular gateway business zones. The properties in the downtown core aren't that deep, and so we have left it at 10 feet. And what that does is it pulls those buildings forward a little bit and gives it a more pedestrian-friendly environment, more accessibility directly from the sidewalk, that kind of thing. We also did the same thing for the parking and building setbacks. And then we did some clarification with the landscaping berms. We still require a landscape berm in our regular GB zones, but in the downtown, we took that requirement away as an exception for those downtown zones because it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a berm in front of some of those smaller properties like that. It's not very inviting. We did not receive any comments from the public. I don't know that if you guys received anything. I was not aware of it. Agency and department comments received indicated no comments or concerns. And then these are your potential motions. I'll stand for any questions.
Christy, thank you. This has been a heavy lift. We've had a number of different meetings on this. There's a lot to look at. Thank you for your work. Bree, thank you also for your work. Council, do you have any questions? Nope. I know we've had some workshops on this and we've gone over it. We've talked it to death, as you just said. Yes, we have, just to make sure. But okay, so I'm not seeing any questions from here, so thank you.
Thank you.
So this is a public hearing, and
Madam Mayor, no one has requested to provide public testimony on this item.
is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on this particular public hearing? Good evening, Mark. Thank you for giving your name and address.
I got it memorized. Mark Mitchell, 12355 Landau Way, Nampa, Idaho. Question on the parking part of it, because we did own a home on 9th Avenue in between 3rd and 4th. That is where you've got commercial on 3rd and 9th on the corners. The parking you could do diagonally there, but when you got to ours, there was curb, grass, sidewalk. If we could have taken out the curb and grass, then you still could diagonal. Because there is professional building, it is its own residential professional, so we did run into some parking issues, I should say. So that would be my, and I noticed that you mentioned parking, so I'm not sure if that's an upgrade that you're gonna do, if they're gonna allow commercial and require that parking to be added, because it can become a real cluster muck with, if you just do it curbside. It's a nightmare. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Welcome.
And Christy, I'm going to have you guys come back and answer that question. However, I'll ask, is there anyone else here that had intended to testify this evening? Yes. Good evening, Morgan, and thank you for going ahead and giving your name and address.
Yes, my name is Morgan Treasure with the Economic Development Department. I just wanted to come and support my friends here in planning and zoning. We also participated with both the Downtown Nampa Association and the Arts and Historic Preservation Commission. With all of those meetings, the workshops and all the talking, I just wanted to make sure we had on the record that those groups participated in the process and were giving their comment the whole way across the board. I know sometimes when we get to the decision-making and reflect, that always comes up. Did we talk to everyone? And we did talk to everyone. We also had some additional conversations with the individual property owners and developers that work extensively in Nampa, and they were incredibly supportive of this effort. Bree did a great job in her presentation talking about the levels of confusion and ambiguity that come up for anybody who's looking at developing in downtown, and this effort allows those property owners and investors to hand a piece of code over to their architects and their engineers so that they can take a project back to the city that fits within defined parameters. It gets rid of a lot of that subjective decision-making that we've seen be a problem.
Morgan, thank you so much for that testimony. I appreciate it. Council, do you have any questions for Morgan? I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that had intended to testify? So seeing no one, I don't know who wants to come back, Christie or Bree, and talk about the parking? Daniel, hi. Thank you.
Mayor, council, the parking that was being referenced is right-of-way parking that the zoning code does not cover. And so when we look at that right-of-way parking in the commercial and the downtown kind of core area, that's how that's been developed. The residential properties, their curbs and gutters are still out, and there's parallel parking along there. As those areas transition, depending on the type of business and the location, we have transitioned areas to angled diagonal parking along those frontages in the past. It's really a case-by-case basis and an evaluation to determine if that's what's appropriate in that case. There isn't a code that requires it or disallows it.
Okay, so I think that sounds good because as you just said, there isn't a code that allows it or disallows it. It can be done. I know, thank you, that answers your question. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Mayor?
Yes.
Let me just add one thing there, that the code still does require off-street parking for new development. So if they were to tear down a building or something, we would still require the new development to have off-street parking in the GB1 and the GB2 zones.
If they tear down, but if someone has an existing property
Then
and
it's
there's,
existing.
and
Yeah.
they just want to adjust the parking, there is a path possibly for doing
There
that.
is. Mhm.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Okay. Do you have any closing comments? Christie or Bree, anything you want to share? Council, do you have any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. What is the will of the council?
Mayor,
Yes.
I move to approve the comprehensive plan text amendment as stated on the screen.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we have one more comprehensive plan map amendment, then we're going to take a brief break, and then we're going to come back for the last two public hearings, just so council's aware of that. So we're going to move to 8.3. This is an action item. This is a comprehensive plan map amendment from medium-density residential to industrial for 8 parcels located at 1627, 1704, 1705, and 1811 East Florida Avenue, 00, 1820, and 1722 East Iowa Avenue for the city of Nampa and David Snow. The original concept is properties currently contain industrial uses but are designated as medium-density residential. The request is to align the comprehensive plan future land use designations with the current uses. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. Whoever's going to speak this evening, thank you, and give us your name and address. Good morning, good evening. It's nighttime, excuse me.
There, yeah.
Mayor and council members, thank you for letting me be here. Mayor Kling, thank you for your 8 years of service. I think this is your last meeting, and you've just been awesome, so thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilman Halverfield, thank you for your 12 years of service.
Thank you.
Yeah. So for the record, my name is Carrie Smith, and I'm here representing David Snow, the owner and operator of the landscaping business Clearwater Landscape on East Iowa Avenue. The request before you tonight is not about introducing a new industrial use into a residential neighborhood. It is about aligning the city's future land use map with longstanding existing conditions, something your Planning and Zoning Commission, long-range planning staff, Canyon County, the Fire District, and every reviewing agency have found appropriate. A bit of history here matters. Mr. Snow purchased the parcel on East Iowa in 2014. Prior to that purchase, he contacted the city of Nampa, and city representatives expressed interest in annexing the parcel as light industrial. At that time, his business was small and the site was used minimally, primarily for parking of Clearwater vehicles. Over time, he acquired additional parcels in 2017, 18, and 2023, not for speculation, but to support the existing landscaping operation, growing and storing trees and shrubs, staging equipment, and operating a small business that serves this community. These parcels are uniquely situated for that use because they are centrally located in the Treasure Valley, buffered to the north by the seed business, and surrounded primarily by rural character residential uses with some single-family residential rather than urban-style neighborhood development. It also is important to recognize that Mr. Snow's landscaping operation itself functions as a transitional buffer. Rather than placing high-intensity industrial activity directly adjacent to rural residences, this use, largely outdoor plant material, limited structures, and seasonal activity, creates a lower impact transition between the seed business and nearby homes. In planning terms, this is a graduated edge, not an incompatibility. It softens impacts instead of intensifying them. That context is reflected throughout the staff report. The city acknowledges that this area has evolved through multiple future land use designations over time, from light industrial to employment center to medium density residential. While existing industrial uses never left, what is out of alignment today is not the use of the land, but the map designation. I also want to address neighbor concerns directly and respectfully that were found in the staff report. Mr. Snow has consistently worked to be a good neighbor. He currently provides free landscape maintenance to both adjacent neighbors. He has installed privacy landscaping in key locations to reduce visual impacts and improve security. When neighbors ask for help in the vicinity, whether it includes materials or service, he also provides those. On the limited occasions when concerns have been raised, such as employee behavior, speed, or loud music, those issues were addressed immediately and corrected. They were isolated, not systemic events. Regarding the complaint about debris and grass clippings near the Elijah Drain, Mr. Snow has been clear that it was grass clippings placed with the intent of weed suppression. Once notified that it was considered a nuisance, the materials were removed immediately, and all green waste is now taken to an approved recycling facility. City code compliance staff recently confirmed that there are no ongoing violations, and that's also in the staff report. Both neighbors who raised concerns stated they would support this proposal if reasonable conditions were included, and that is an important note. And that brings me to annexation and zoning. When Mr. Snow applies for annexation and zoning in the near future, he understands and agrees that this is the appropriate stage for conditions to prevent incompatibility with surrounding land uses, the residential ones. He is willing to accept the city's recommended framework, which includes light industrial zoning only, required buffers and screening, limitations on operating hours, and restrictions on high-impact industrial activities. Annexation does not reduce oversight, it increases it. It brings these parcels fully under city authority, allowing conditions to be clearly defined, enforced, and carried forward with the land. This request is not spot zoning for a new industrial island. It is not an invitation for heavy industry. It is a map correction that reflects reality, strengthens regulatory control, and creates a clearer long-term framework for both the businesses and nearby residents. If this amendment is denied, the existing businesses do not disappear. The industrial activity remains. What is lost is the city's ability to manage it proactively through annexation, zoning, and enforceable conditions. Approving this amendment reduces uncertainty, aligns the comprehensive plan with existing conditions, and supports a responsible, low-impact transition between industrial and residential uses, exactly what good planning is meant to do. On behalf of Mr. Snow, we respectfully ask you to approve the comprehensive plan amendment to industrial, consistent with your Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation as well as staff's recommendation and their findings. Thank you for your time and thoughtful discussion and consideration tonight, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilman Bills.
So I understand existing industrial buildings north of the drain and those coming into compliance as far as an IL zone. Please explain south of the drain how that land is an existing industrial when it hasn't served that until the expansion of the operation that's taking place there.
He has been in operation for over 10 years in that site. And so it was through the county. However, the property through the county is zoned residential. And so I would admit that the property probably has been operating outside of the parameters of the county. It has been operating harmoniously for 10 years until recently. Mr. Snow acquired the most recent piece, which one of the neighbors complained and started a code enforcement case in Canyon County when the violation was brought up. And so Mr. Snow elected to work with the city, especially since the industrial activity on a very large parcel to the north existed. And so it would not constitute spot zoning as far as the city be based on a comp plan amendment and neighboring industrial. And this does provide a really good buffer with a very low intensity use that is a good transition to those neighborhoods.
So how, another question then, how is it, I don't understand the buffer to take industrial, IL. So it's a mowing business right now and a few other ancillaries, but nothing prevents from, once that zone's there, for setting up a whole different use.
Totally agree with you.
Say again?
I totally agree with you. And so when the property goes through annexation and zoning, we would propose very limiting conditions so that higher intensity or other types of uses would not be permitted there. And so we feel obligated as well to protect the neighbors from those higher intensity uses. So a development agreement would be signed limiting it to that use.
But IL zone seems like that's a big step for here, considering the residential that is around this property, even though some properties are still 1 to 3 acres. It just seems we're opening the door to bring IL and heavy industrial. And I understand you're saying, but I'm not seeing that as part of this application, as far as restrictions being placed.
Right, because that wasn't the option yet. So staff recommended moving forward with just the comprehensive plan right now to change the designation to industrial. And then we would work with staff on what the appropriate zoning would be that would fall in line with the industrial designation.
Well, that's one step, but I don't, seems to me once we grant comprehensive plan for it industrial, then the door's open pretty wide.
That would be a good question for staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. How about if
I
we
won't
do
make a
that?
statement.
Okay.
I'll wait for
Thank you.
staff to be able to answer the question.
Yeah, we'll let staff speak to that. That's okay. Okay, any other questions? Carrie, thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you.
We'll move to staff presentation and then we'll have you back. Hey, Christy, I think you hear our questions, so you'll know what you can address.
Thank you,
Besides the
Mayor,
rest of it.
Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. As stated, the request tonight is strictly just for the comprehensive plan map amendment to explore options. If this gets approved, he stated that he would then move forward with annexation, and at that time, we would be able to put conditions on that annexation. That is also our long-range planner's suggestion as well, to put certain conditions on these properties if they choose to annex. This is an exercise to see if you are willing to go that direction before we go down the road of annexation. So the 4 Iowa address parcels are under Canyon County jurisdiction currently. They're pending Canyon County code compliance issues for an existing landscaping company. They are in the city's impact area and designated as medium-density residential on the future land use map. The 4 Florida Avenue address parcels are within the city limits and zoned IL already. There has been an existing seed company in operation there for a number of years because of the old railroad spur, and that is now the Stoddard pathway. They no longer use that. All immediately surrounding land uses are residential to some extent. There is an RS6 subdivision to the north. There is Canyon County single-family residential large lots to the south. To the east, there is an RS6 single-family residential zoned subdivision. And to the west, again, Canyon County large residential. And then immediately to the north of these properties on Iowa is the seed company and the drain. So the existing seed company is currently connected to city water only. They do not have sewer services there. The landscaping company on Iowa has pressurized irrigation, sewer, and water all available to it at this time. So she talked a little bit about the land use designation history, and I just want to address that. In 2014, as it was stated that when he purchased this property, he came and talked to the city. At that time, there was kind of a unspoken policy that if you were adjacent to a certain zone, you could request that zone. The policy since Rodney and I came, 2019, we are looking for more guidance from the comprehensive plan, and we're trying to follow what the comprehensive plan is telling us. So in January of 2004, the comprehensive plan future land use map showed that just the seed company as light industrial and everything to the south was medium density residential. In 2012, this entire area was designated as an employment center. And that was in an effort to do more infill type of projects where we might bring higher density housing projects and more commercial services to a more central area with residential in it. It did not develop out that way. When we went through our update in 2019, 2020, it was determined that maybe it was just best to keep it all medium density residential, and maybe it would redevelop in that way. That has not happened either. So comprehensive plan amendments are really your call. It's up to you to decide if this is appropriate or not appropriate. It's pretty flexible. As far as state code goes, it's something that you guys decide. Because it is intended to be guidance for our community and for developers, we only allow it to be changed by the applicant twice a year, as Rodney stated earlier. So that's why you're hearing it, so many of them tonight. So these are the facts that were listed in your staff report. I kind of walked through quite a few of these just in my presentation already. The correspondence that was received, she went through that. They talk about dumping piles of concrete and debris, scraps of sod and grass clippings near the drain, that there is a smell and that the flies are unbearable. Then another gentleman commented, had a list of extensive comments about creating an industrial island within a residential fabric. And then the fire department had some comments about access to the property, and they will probably have more comments if this property chooses to annex. There were no conditions of approval because those will be placed if this property chooses to annex into the city. Oops, sorry about that. And these are your potential motions. I'll stand for any questions.
Christy, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council, questions? Do you have any, would you like to ask additional questions?
No, I'm opposed, so. My perspective, can we divide this and the existing industrial, light industrial buildings get zoned and leave the south of the drain as a residential?
Councilman Bills, probably not necessary at this point. The seed company's existing. It exists in the IL zone. Nothing for that property will change. They won't be in violation of any codes at this time unless they choose to completely raise the property and redevelop it, then it would redevelop as medium density residential.
Okay, so if we're opposed to south of the drain being changed to IL, then we would move to deny.
Well, yeah, and we're not into the public hearing yet, so typically before public
I'm
hearing.
not making a motion, I'm just
I
asking the
know,
question of
it's
direction.
just revealing your thoughts, I guess is what's happening. So we want to not reveal your opinions until after public hearing.
Mayor?
Yes, so just legal's good. It makes,
Are we able to attach a development agreement in this sense as well, if it's a comprehensive map amendment, because it's a specific application, or is there no development agreement that could be attached to this approval or denial?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, typically your DAs are when you do an initial zoning. Here, we're doing a comp plan amendment is all. There's no initial zoning designation. We typically do it only in those instances. Not that you couldn't, but our code explicitly says this is when you typically will be doing it.
Thank you, and the only reason that I bring that up is for the potential alleviation of heartburn is maybe that this is tacked on to the specific business owner, business, at the time of sale, it nullifies and is able to resume its previous, but I don't know that we can necessarily do that if it's already designated at one point, making it where it could revert back to its original designation. That's a legal question, I have no idea what direction we can go with that, but maybe.
so the question is, in a comprehensive plan amendment, is there an ability to do what Councilman Griffin is asking?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilman Griffin, it's a good question. I think you can. It may be a little unconventional.
If it's not a zoning, it's not an annexation, this is a comprehensive plan amendment,
That's
which
why I
is
mean,
very
it's not-
different.
It'd be pretty unconventional. A development agreement is a private agreement, right, between the city and the property owner. That's why we do it on a zoning designation. That's a little more concrete decision than just a comp plan amendment. Remember, this is a guiding use, not binding in any nature, so it'd be pretty unconventional to do it. I would lean on maybe steering away from it, but if you're asking legally, could you do it? I think you could shoehorn it in. My advice would be probably not to, though.
And just
Mayor,
follow up.
I'm sorry, I better jump in here because I think staff's understanding of that has always been that it was zoning or annexation that we would do a DA, which sounds like that's typical. I did not know that that was even possible for a comprehensive plan amendment, so I didn't advertise it that way for this public hearing. So I don't know if that matters for tonight.
Mayor, I think it does. I think it shows the city's practice is adopted that. Whether a legal question, can you, can't you? You might be able to shoehorn it in here where it is a private agreement, but it would be quite unconventional and maybe unprecedented, so.
Well, and not noticed
Or
that way.
advertised, yeah.
So thank you for sharing that. I have a question. We are currently in the process of updating our 2050 comprehensive plan. Is there a reason why this was not addressed during that process that we're currently in, or that it is not being addressed during that process?
Thank you, Mayor. That process is still about 18 months away from being completed. We still have a lot of conversations and a lot of public input we need to gather and go through. The map will definitely be one of those conversations, but we're not there yet. I'm not sure that this gentleman with the code compliance issues he's having with the county right now can wait that long.
Mayor, follow up.
Yes.
Why isn't this coming before us as a CUP rather than an entire comprehensive plan amendment? If it's a code compliance issue, why wouldn't it be a conditional use permit for his specific business rather than going ahead and trying to redesignate the whole area?
So Councilman Griffin, he's not under our jurisdiction. Right now, he's under Canyon County jurisdiction. The code compliance issue is through Canyon County.
Okay.
That is a residentially designated area in the county. And so his ask tonight is that you allow for this future land use map to be changed to industrial so that he can annex into a zone that would allow him to do what he's currently doing.
Thank you.
Does it have to be designated with a comprehensive plan map amendment if we were going to annex it?
Mayor, yes. That if we gave it a zone that was not designated on the future land use map, that is the definition of spot zoning, and it is illegal.
Thank you.
Mayor, one final one. Is there any other, I don't want to say aggressive because I understand this would classify as industrial. Is there any other designations that we could classify it under as residential? Whether it's BC, I don't think it would be neighborhood because it's got industrial buildings a part of it. Is there any other, I just am thinking out loud in the sense of alleviating heartburn for future designation of industrial. I personally don't want to see this staying industrial, but I understand the use that it's been served as for 10 years isn't as aggressive as I would say industrial is. So I don't know if there's any direction we can go from there.
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, typically when we're doing comp plan areas, we don't like to just single out small pieces. We want to take in an entire area and create a cohesive use or cohesive designation for that area. The C company, already industrial. Landscaping is allowed in the IL zone. It would also be allowed in the BC zone, but we'd have to change that designation to commercial rather than industrial. And then that would be singling out just those 4 pieces to be commercial on the Iowa address parcels. And so what we're trying to do is just create a larger area that is one single designation.
But it would be possible to do the commercial rather than the industrial.
It would be, we'd have to come back with another request because we did not advertise it that way.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. Let's go ahead and move into the public hearing, and then we'll come back and have further discussion.
Madam Mayor, we have one person as requested public testimony, and that is Christopher Kroll.
Good evening. Thank you for giving your name again and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and commissioners. My name is Christopher Kroll. I live at 1018 Amethyst Court, directly north of Seneca Seed Lot. I'm a retired Army Sergeant First Class, and I have a background in residential real estate investing. I held an active license in Anchorage, Alaska. I oppose the comprehensive plan amendment. It is not a harmless map correction. It's actually a policy decision that converts an internal residential block into a permanent industrial node in the city's long-range plan. Idaho's Local Land Use Planning Act requires the comprehensive plan to consider previous and existing conditions, trends, and compatibility in land uses. And that's Idaho's Code 67-6508. The city adopts an industrial future designation here, surrounded by medium-density residential and other neighborhoods. It would be hard to claim that this improves compatibility or creates a planned transition. Here, the local decision gate, Nampa code requires that the commission and the council make 3 conclusions of law before approving a zoning map amendment, and that it is in harmony with the comprehensive plan and the land use map. It is reasonably compatible with adjoining uses, and that in the public interest of reasonably necessary. This amendment fails these tests on its face because it creates an industrial island inside an established residential fabric, as the commissioner, or I'm sorry, as the commissioner has said. Once the map says industrial, future applicants will cite that designation to justify rezones, expansions, and annexations as plan consistent. That increases risks to homeowners who reasonably relied on the comprehensive plan when purchasing their homes, especially those in the past 5 years, seeing as how our prices have went up. So rezoning like this could materially impact us. I want to be clear, I'm not asking the city to shut down an existing lawful operation. I'm asking you not to expand the city's long-range endorsement of this industrial intensity at this location. This change is also overwhelmingly benefits one party. The owner gains certainty, marketability, and a stronger basis for future industrial requests. Surrounding homeowners inherit the long-term burden and loss of residential continuity without a demonstrated public necessity. Idaho law also requires zoning districts to be in accordance with the policies set forth in the adopted comprehensive plan. That is Idaho Code 67-6511. So changing the plan map here is not a neutral outcome. It sets the foundation for future zoning outcomes. My request is simple, just to deny the CMA. If the city does insist on approving it anyway, then my recommendation is that we consider a land use similar to ag, which I believe that Seneca could be zoned under and still operate in that manner, and which would be more conducive to future land uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else? There is no one else signed up to my knowledge. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this public hearing? Seeing no one, this is an opportunity for our applicant to come back.
Carrie Smith again for the record. So I want to address just a few of the things that were said. To council members' question about approving just the area to the north, I think staff explained it really well that changing a comprehensive plan just that impacts one property could definitely be seen as a violation of the state code, and that we should be creating areas. And so it's not really an island for industrial. You have on one of the maps that staff had, you can see another much smaller area that was designated for commercial. And so this one is more than double that size. And so it definitely can be an area designated for that. I also want to mention that Mr. Kroll really made the best argument for us. If you read in his letter on page 4 at the bottom, and also from his testimony today was nearly the same, is that, I'll read it, as someone with real estate experience, I can say that buyers reasonably rely on those long-range plan designations as part of their understanding of neighborhood trajectory and risk. And staff clearly did explain, Mr. Snow purchased this property, he met with staff ahead of time, and when he did that, the property had a designation of employment center, which allowed industrial uses. It would have also allowed commercial. It would have allowed him to have his business here upon annexation of that point. And so we agree with him that doing your due diligence is very important, and Mr. Snow did do that. He also stated that it was hard to prove that this would be a transition, and he pointed out that ag would be a better designation. I am a major component, ag represented in our community, and I can tell you that designating ag next to medium-density residential is not a transition. Agricultural uses next to that, and especially on this small of an area, would be spot zoning, and it would be nearly impossible to do any type of ag uses on it. Needless to say, in Canyon County's comp plan and zoning, if it was zoned agriculture, they could go through a conditional use permit hearing for the landscaping business. However, if we're looking at planning principles as a whole, staff said it and I alluded to it, this property with it is a fairly significant industrial use that's in your community. Again, it's agriculture related with the seed business. We ebb between the number 2 and somewhere between 2 and 5 on the major seed producers of the entire world. I sure hope that that business never goes away. I hope that they have an opportunity to continue producing the seed that they do. And so that being said, it is important and safe for this council to identify that that is a very important business to them that should have the designation as industrial. And so having the property to the south, again, makes it so that it's not just for one single property. And I believe that Mr. Snow is very interested in also continuing his business for a very long time. And it does contribute to our community in a very positive way. So with that, I would stand for questions. We absolutely want to be a very good partner to all of the neighbors and to the city and to continue contributing in a positive manner. Thank you.
Okay, council, questions? Do you have any questions for our applicant? Councilman Haverfield?
I have a question for staff,
Okay,
but thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Not sure who, Christie?
He can't see you, Christie, so why don't you
Oh,
go ahead?
there you are.
You might want to come back to the front if you don't mind. It's just easier to have a discussion. Thank you.
Just in looking at the report, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend approval. What issues did they find, or did they find any issues as far as with this proposal?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman Haverfield. They did not. There was very little discussion. They felt like because the seed company was there, it was appropriate, and they approved it unanimously.
Okay. The only other question I might have asked Carrie, but how is the connectivity of the northern parcel to the southern parcel? Where does that take place at?
There wouldn't be any connectivity. Those are completely different
There's not.
uses.
Is there any intention to, is that a drain line that runs through there that separates the two?
The
Is
Elijah
it Elijah
drain?
Drain?
Mhm.
So is there any intent to tile that, put it underground, or just leave it open?
No, I believe it'll remain open. They're separate entities, so they don't really have any reason. The Stoddard pathway is right there. So they would connect that way, but they both have fences up. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any questions or discussion that would involve our applicant to where we should keep our public hearing open? I'm not seeing any. So with that, and then because we did have a question for staff, did the applicant have any different answer than staff regarding that question? None? Thank you. Okay, so with that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, this is an opportunity for council discussion. What is council thinking?
Well, I've somewhat already voiced opinion rather than asking questions, so I'll now
can
confirm
share
the
it.
opinion.
Thank you.
And I think it's a stretch to annex well, we're not annexing, but just even the comp plan change. I think that is difficult to put industrial in this spot. And once providing industrial, right now it's talked about being a continued mowing operation. Nothing prevents 1 year, 5 years from now, putting any use that's allowed under our industrial zone. And I don't think this area, a great deal of residential has gone on in this area. The residential surrounded the existing seed operation, and so folks moving in knew that. Now at this point, we're saying we're going to extend that industrial, and we're going to take it across the street from existing residential. Some of that residential is county, it's not city. However, I think from a use and land use point of view, this one just doesn't make sense to me. I understand the designation for the property north of the drain, but not south of the drain. So that's where my opinion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments from council?
Mayor?
Yes.
Just to reconfirm, and I would agree with Councilman Bills's assessment of this application as well, but I go back to, is there the ability to restrict specifically for this one applicant, the ability to revert back to the original current designation dated today's date after the fact if he sells the property or intends to do any other industrial work on said property. The reason I fight this is I feel that the business is important and significant to the community, but I do not want to see this turned into an industrial area either. So that's why I tried to find what designation we could allow to get them back into compliance and to be able to annex them into the city. But I haven't heard a straightforward path in doing so other than denying them, which leaves them back into the situation that they came here to remedy, so.
So with a conditional use permit, you could do what you're saying, but this is a comprehensive
But the
plan,
conditional use
map
permit would
amendment.
have to be from the county for them to be able to remedy their issues of having code compliance. It's not an issue of the city, it's them wanting to be able to designate their property to be able to annex into the city. So if they came to us with an annexation, could we annex them with a development agreement at that time and avoid all these problems rather than going through this process here? So this isn't the end of the road if we deny them today. They can still annex.
Well, can they continue to function within the county?
Mayor and council, I think we can answer each of those questions. They can't continue to function in the county. The county is indicating they're in violation of their zoning code. So their remedy is to come to the city and find a zone that will allow them to continue their operation. The problem with finding that zone is that the zoning that allows them to operate is either IL or IH. Those two zones allow them to do their business. So when they look at the comprehensive plan and they say, I want to annex in with IL or IH, the problem is the comprehensive plan doesn't have industrial as a designation on the comprehensive plan. So now they're coming to the city saying, let's change the comprehensive plan so that later we can come, and probably a short time later, they can come and tell the county, hey, we are applying for annexation to the city. Now that the comprehensive plan has changed and it allows us to get the IL zoning, now we're going through that annexation process. During the annexation process, you could put a development agreement on it, but the question tonight is not about the annexation and the zoning, it's about the comprehensive plan, what the long-term vision of that area you want to be.
And a property cannot ask to be annexed into the city without meeting a designation checkbox.
That's correct.
Mayor, if I may add to that, the standard is it has to be in accordance with the comprehensive plan. So at the time of annexation.
So they couldn't try and annex with us with a conditional use permit attached to the said annexation. They would have to be able to satisfy the annexation prior to requesting a CUP.
Mayor and council, there is no option for a conditional use permit in this situation. I don't see any option for a conditional use permit at all.
And I wasn't suggesting a conditional, I was saying that what we were talking about was more like that, where you could put the reversion piece with a conditional use, but this isn't that, so, yes, Councilman Bills.
So question then, comprehensive plan, isn't that to be a guiding document in the overall? And as soon as we put IL as the comprehensive plan's designation on this property, it really opens the gate for whatever a person wants to do henceforward in the future?
I'm just going to give my opinion here as planner. Yes, that's exactly right. Our comprehensive plan gives us the long-term vision of what we want to see years down the road in those locations. The more specific, detailed, specific project is typically related to annexation and zoning. So I try to steer people when we talk about comprehensive plan to take a step back and say, what do you want this to be long-term?
Okay, I appreciate that concurrence or that explanation, so.
Fair. Just for clarification, wasn't it staff's recommendation to approve? What was their opinion on this? No
We did not
recommendation?
give a recommendation of approval, and I need to just be very clear about this. When applicants come to Planning and Zoning Department, we give them options. We are there to assist whoever comes to our desk. If it's a citizen, if it's an applicant, we assist them with the options that they can take. We really strongly feel we would rather not give any kind of recommendations because that's the decision of council and planning and zoning commission to make those decisions. We do at times give a recommendation just based on some pretty critical compliance with code or the comprehensive plan. But we try as hard as we can to steer away from recommendations.
Okay.
So Mayor, see, my concern, I'm probably reiterating what I've already asked. We give the comprehensive plan so that we can somehow assist in getting an issue, that we really set a precedent and a ability for somebody else. If the applicant sells the property, they come back in and say, well, your comp plan changed this, or your recommendation, you know, so it just seems like while we want to be helpful, we're really opening ourselves up for something that is not going to be helpful for long term. So it's a unique deal, but it just, you know, I mean, it's more comments than questions, so.
Mayor? So when they came to you, the planning department, what options did you give them aside from this? My whole goal here is to try and help support the business at the end of the day. So that's what I'm trying to, whether it's BC, whether there's a different opportunity, because right now they're not in compliance and they can't continue operating based off of their current situation with the county. So what are the options that we can help support them in continuing to operate?
So, Councilman Griffin, we had to determine, first of all, what zones we would allow that business to operate in. According to our use schedule, it's IL and IH. To be able to do that, our comp plan has to designate the property as industrial to get that zone. It is currently medium-density residential, which only allows the single-family residential zones, so IL was not an option for them with that. They said, well, how do we change that? This is how we change that. That was the conversation.
And those are our only two options.
That's the zone that this use would fit under, so.
Councilman Griffin, I have a question for you. Not meaning to put you on the spot,
You're
but as
fine.
you say that, and I think I would not disagree, you want to help the landowner and
Sure.
resolve their issue. But we also had another local landowner right there talk about protecting the values of the other homeowners. How do you reconcile that?
Well, I think
Because you've got two different groups, which is really the ultimate question.
if I heard that this business had come into play a year ago, I would think it's different. Operating for 10, 12 years is a different situation. And now that a complaint has been made after 10 years of operation in Nampa, I think it's who came first? Was it the potential neighbor that moved in 2 years ago, or was it the business that's been here for 10 years? And then I think now we're calling beyond our scope. That's where I just try and balance. Frankly, I looked at it as I didn't want to see industrial placed here. But hearing that it's been 10 years of operation for a business that's been helping, and from what I've heard, being a good steward not only to their property, but to the neighbors, and supporting them in their landscaping and things along those lines. I think it's unfortunate that them being out of compliance could potentially give the boot to a business that has limited red flags being called on the play. So I just am trying to think, how do we remedy? I don't know, there was no testimony given by that said neighbor today, just that the complaint has been raised. I can't ask that neighbor, how long has this been happening? Have they been dumping grass into your yard? I can't stack and weigh it equally, so that would be my on-the-spot response, I think.
Mayor? So, just a little bit of response. So as I understood the testimony in the application for what was given to us, was this started out as a single-family residential property used for a business. And as time went on, it gave the opportunity to start purchasing adjacent properties, and the property expanded. So I'm not sure I think the whole thing has expanded, but I'm speculating in that, but that's how it seems that how that has been communicated to us.
That's accurate.
tonight. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, so this isn't it may be a 10-year business, but not a 10-year business on the whole property. It's grown and it's pushed against what the codes would call for. At this point, I'd like to make a motion to deny the comprehensive plan map amendment as presented on the screen.
Okay, without a second, that motion fails. So council, what is the will of the council?
Mayor, I move to approve the project as stated on the screen.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mayor, one quick question for staff. After they're able to be annexed in to the property, what is the city's ability to re-restrict this area after the map amendment is amended? Or the comprehensive map is amended?
So with the annexation, then that is your opportunity to do the development agreement that has a list of prohibited uses, and potentially even buffering around the perimeter of the property, fencing, and all kinds of opportunities for you to put conditions on.
And I wish I would have asked this before I made my motion, but I can ask it now. We're still, I hope, within our lane. Has the applicant indicated how quickly they'll be moving to annex into the city?
Councilman Griffin, I imagine fairly quickly, because they do have an open code compliance case with Canyon County. And Canyon County is watching the progress of this. So I imagine that if you approve it, we will move into annexation fairly quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Gills.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
3 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, so we are going to take a 10-minute break right now, and we have 2 more public hearings left, so we will break for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Intellectual.
Yeah.
So who's boarded? Your 3-year-old?
My 3-year-old, yeah. And but they won't let me bring the baby up. So I was up there and cause you get on Instagram or whatever, see whatever, I was like, oh, I'll board, I don't care, I'm not risk averse like that, I'll board with the baby.
Yeah, you'll put him on an ergo or something.
Exactly right, so I was up there and they were like, oh, baby can't go on the lift. So I said, okay, can't go on the lift, so I started walking up the hill. And I met them at the top, and then I went down with them. They're like, you can't do that either. I was like, I feel like you're making up rules now. Show me where that. Like I was.
New rule.
Yeah. So they're like.
I love
"Listen,
that
just
story
stay out of
because
the
I
lane."
just saw your 5-year-old self when you said that, like,
Yeah.
well, you didn't tell me I couldn't do it, Mom.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was saying like, show me the rule book.
Yeah.
Well, it's not in the rule book. It's just policy, and when you sign the waiver, you adhere to what we have to say. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Oh, man.
I'll go to the. Yeah. So we went down and it was fun. We made a whole day of it. Yeah. Because I was going to practice with my wife and the baby at the same time. Because we have a little Burton board and it has a, I'll show you a video, it has a cord. Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, skis are pretty, I mean, 'cause yeah, you get the little backpack with the handle, right?
Yeah, so here's the picture.
Oh my goodness, I love that.
And then
So, wasn't too cold, it looks like.
it was 50 degrees.
Wow, look at that. This is,
Go faster.
is that our first time?
Yeah, first time.
Wow.
But we
Okay, we're ready to get started again. I know they are, yeah. Oops. Okay, we are ready to get started. We are going to start with item 8.4 on the agenda. 8.4 is an action item. This is a comprehensive plan map amendment from medium-density residential to low-density residential for 3 parcels. These are located at 0, 1619, and 1835 Southside Boulevard. This is annexation and zoning to RS-18 for single-family residential on 2 parcels and an adjacent right-of-way at 1619 and 1835 Southside Boulevard. This is a zoning map amendment from RS-6 to RS-18 on a 3rd parcel and adjacent right-of-way at 0 Southside Boulevard with a potential development agreement, and a subdivision preliminary plat approval for Crosswoods Estates subdivision on 3 parcels, that 0, 1619 and 1835 Southside Boulevard. This is for Triple Crown Development representing Lance Thewison. The original concept was 25 single-family detached dwelling lots and 8 common lots. So, is our applicant here this evening? Thank you. I think you know the process, huh? Uh-huh. Yeah.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, hello and good evening. For the record, my name is Sabrina Durchie, and I am here on behalf of the applicant. My business address is 5179 South Boven Avenue, 83716. And this evening, I'm so excited to present to you our applications for Crosswoods Estates. So first, let me tell you a little bit about Crosswoods. It has been envisioned as a welcoming, thoughtfully designed infill neighborhood that future residents will be proud to call home. This infill site offers a unique opportunity to create a quiet, estate-style community that feels tucked away while still being connected to the surrounding area. With the community, we're requesting an annexation, a comprehensive plan map amendment to low density, and an RS-18 zoning with approval of a preliminary plat. Our preliminary plat includes 25 single-family residential lots and 8 common lots, with a gross density of 1.25 units per acre. Residential lot sizes will range from just over ½ an acre up to nearly 2 acres, providing spacious lots, privacy, and a rural character consistent with the surrounding area and established use within the existing site. The subject site is made of 3 parcels in total. 2 of those are currently located in the unincorporated Canyon County, and 1 parcel has already been annexed into the city of Nampa, which carries an existing zoning designation. Within the slide, you can see that the parcels highlighted, everything in yellow is in the county, and the area cross-hatched in green is the city of Nampa city limits. There also is an existing single home on the property along with a few accessory dwelling units. Our intent is to retain the home as part of the project, and it will become Lot 8, Block 1 within our new subdivision. The subject site is currently designated as medium-density residential under the city's comprehensive plan. The properties to the north, south, and west share the same designation. To the east, however, the character shifts to low-density residential that has larger rural county parcels and city lots. We're requesting to stretch the low-density residential across our 3 parcels. The request is to better align with the existing development pattern and our vision for this community. We're requesting the comprehensive plan map amendment from medium density to low density residential. This adjustment will allow us to maintain the larger, more rural lots that have historically defined the area. And we believe this provides an appropriate transition between the existing county lots to the east and the existing medium-density residential areas to the west. With this comprehensive map amendment to low density, we're requesting an RS-18 zoning for all 3 parcels to ensure that the zoning aligns with our updated land use designation. We're also requesting an exception for Lot 8, Block 1, which slightly exceeds the maximum lot size allowed in RS 18. This adjustment is necessary to preserve the existing home and its accessory buildings that are already established on the site. And by maintaining the residence and applying a consistent zone across the remainder of the property, we're creating a seamless transition between the existing rural lots and the new estate-style homes envisioned on this development. So, to better understand how our application fits within the broader area, let's take a look at the surrounding context. To the north, we have Wildflower and Sunshine subdivisions. Just to the northeast are several larger unincorporated county parcels. To the east, we have Wilson Estates with additional large county lots. And to the south is bordered by Oakhurst Estates. And the west, we have Greenhurst Elementary School. We feel that our request for the low-density comprehensive plan designation and the RS 18 zoning complements this existing pattern extremely well, maintaining compatibility with larger rural-style lots to the east while transitioning naturally to the more established neighborhoods surrounding the site. In Crosswoods, we have thoughtfully designed 4.13 acres of qualified open space, which represents 15.8% of the site. This slide illustrates everything in green that is qualified, and keep in mind these are going to be large lots, so the homes will have ample space in the front and the back. Pathway connectivity and walkability is also a priority within our community. Purple depicts our community sidewalks, orange depicts our micro pathways, and then green illustrates our community pathway that provides connection along the Elijah Drain that'll provide pedestrian access from Southside Boulevard to Goldenrod Drive. Here are a few elevations of homes south of our community in Locust Lane subdivision. This will be the same home builder, Ashcraft Construction, known for their quality custom homes. These homes proposed for Crosswoods draws an inspiration of modern farmhouse style, combining clean roof lines, board and batten siding, and natural stone accents to create a timeless yet fresh and charming appearance. And then to summarize, we strongly feel that Crosswood Estates is a thoughtfully planned, high-quality community that blends rustic charm with modern livability. It brings a much-needed diversity of larger estate lots to Nampa, ideal for families and professionals who value both space and connection to the community. This infill location offers kind of the best of both worlds. It's conveniently close to downtown Nampa and I-84, yet it's tucked away to provide a quieter, more private living environment. We believe Crosswoods supports the City of Nampa's long-term goals for thoughtful growth, housing diversity, and high quality of life for future residents. And on behalf of our team, we'd like to thank sincere thanks to city staff for their help and guidance, and we're in full agreement with the staff report. And on that note, I'll thank you all for your time, your thoughtful consideration, and respectively request approval of our applications this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sabrina. Great job. Okay, so do we have any questions for our applicant? Not
Okay,
at this time.
thank you.
I think you know we'll
Yes.
have you back. Thank you so much. So Christy, is this one yours?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. As stated, there are 4 requests happening here today. You can see on the map there, the area in yellow is the RS6 zone currently is requesting to be rezoned to RS18. The area to the west of it is enclaved and, excuse me, and is requesting to be annexed and zoned to RS18. To be able to accomplish the RS18 zone, the property has to be redesignated as low-density residential. So that is part of the request tonight, is to make it low-density. She already talked about the area around the property, so I won't bore you with that. This is a look at the future land use map and the different designations that are in the area. The city's water, sewer, and pressurized irrigation systems do have adequate capacity to serve this property. There is a sewer main in Southside Boulevard and in Goldenrod. There's a water main in Southside Boulevard and in Goldenrod, and there's pressurized irrigation in Southside Boulevard and in Goldenrod. So lots of utilities available to them. A traffic impact study is not required with this because of the number of lots that they are proposing at this time. I believe that there is a little bit of right-of-way dedication that still needs to happen along Southside Boulevard, but everything else has been dedicated already. So with the density in the LDR designation or RS18 zone, the density is 1 to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. On this 19.94 acres with 25 single-family lots, the project proposes a gross density of 1.25 dwelling units per acre, thereby meeting the requirements for that LDR designation. The lot sizes within the RS18 zone can range from 18,000 square feet to 36,000 square feet. The lot sizes shown on the plat range from 18,200 square feet to 35,837 square feet, with the average lot size of 23,055 square feet. The existing family lot can stay the way that it is. It would be considered non-conforming because it will be too large. Should they ever choose to build on it further, they would have to split it into lots that would conform to that RS18 zoning. But the way they have it proposed here, it would just be considered non-conforming, and they wouldn't be able to develop it with any more houses. All the lots proposed meet the lot width and depth required by city code. They have met the 15% open space on 2.28 acres, which is 15.8%. She walked through some of the amenities that were provided. There is a 25-foot landscape buffer proposed along Southside Boulevard, which does meet city code. These are the applicable regulations. So we're looking at the comp plan amendment, which you have great flexibility in making a determination on. And then annexation, there are 4 criteria for that. And then there are 3 criteria for determining the zoning of the property. So in this case, these are the facts for the comp plan amendment that are listed out in your staff report. These are the facts for annexation. So the property, the applicant that is making the application has signed an affidavit of legal interest that says that they approve of the application. The property is contiguous to the city limits on all 4 sides. The property is located in the current Nampa area of impact, and it is all of the right-of-way around it. This is kind of an interesting one. All of the right-of-way around it is already owned by the city, so that 4th criteria for annexation doesn't really apply to this because we don't have to enter into an MOU with the highway district at this time. So the facts for rezoning, it is in harmony with the comprehensive plan with the request for the RS18 zoning. It would provide a proposed use or set of uses that would be reasonably compatible with the existing adjoining properties. And it is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary to develop this property because it is considered to be infill and it would provide services to the area. So the correspondence that was received from Nampa Parks, they would like a permanent easement for the pathway along the Elijah Drain, which they are proposing. GIS has requested some revised legal descriptions, which we can get from them. The fire department does not oppose this application. They're stating that it would increase personnel demand of 0.07 firefighter positions. And the engineering division has completed a review of the preliminary plat application and has provided comments in regards to traffic, access, layout, and utilities. These are the conditions of approval as listed in your staff report. These are your potential motions, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Sorry.
Councilman Griffin.
Apologies, Mayor, my light doesn't work, so I have to tap to see whenever I'm on. On the outset of the property, are they planning to have connectivity via sidewalk? I hadn't heard that discussed. Is there sidewalk in that area that it'll tap into and connect all the way up to the next?
Councilman Griffin,
property?
on the areas that are in the city, there is already sidewalk. There are a couple of parcels that still remain that are in the county that would maybe leave a small gap.
Not part of this project, though, the properties up to the north that are enclave?
Correct.
So this property already has sidewalk running through it?
No, they will be building sidewalk.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Christie, there appears to be a fire engine access onto Goldenrod Drive to the west. Is that true?
That is correct.
Is that a gated access?
Councilman Haverfield, I have not looked at the construction drawings, so that might be a question for the applicant.
Okay. I just didn't know. There's less than 30 lots, so they don't need the second access. So just wondering why that's there.
Probably just for convenience, but I would recommend asking them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions for Christie? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we'll move to that.
Madam Mayor, no one has requested to provide public testimony on this item.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular application? Seeing none. Sabrina, you can come back and provide an answer to that question and any others. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members, to answer your question, Councilmember Haverfield, is that my understanding was that the block link was too long and that engineering department asked for the additional fire emergency access. And I believe bollards is your fire chief's preferred method of blockage, so we will propose those in our construction plans.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering if that was intended to be another relief access to these lots or not, and it doesn't sound like that it is.
No, you're correct. It will not be.
Thank you.
Sabrina, do you have any other closing comments that you'd like to make?
I don't. First, everyone looks fabulous in their sweaters, by the way, and happy holidays. And thank you, Mayor, for everything that you've done. We've already talked, so I don't get teary-eyed. So thank you again.
Thank you. Council, do you have any additional questions for our applicant?
Mayor, just one last one. I
Yes.
apologize.
Mhm.
I saw the path is designated there. Are you going to be building out that path as well along Elijah Drain?
Yeah, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Griffin, yes, we'll be building out that pathway, yes, and it'll be dedicated to the city in the easement.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You as well. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, I
If
move
there-
that we close
Thank
the
you.
public hearing.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve the comprehensive plan map amendment as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the project as stated on the screen. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jangula? Yes. Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
If I could just say, Lance, it is so refreshing to see this, yes, larger lots and to see this here. It's wonderful. It's really refreshing to see it, so thank you. It is so good, yeah. I think we all agreed. It's like, wow, that's great. So, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. You know what? We are ready for our last public hearing. It's been a long wait, huh? Yes. Okay, so 8.5. 8.5 is an action item. It's annexation and zoning to community business, multifamily residential, RS4 single-family residential, industrial park zoning districts, and master plan community with a development agreement for District 16. This is addressed as 4188 Cherry Lane, 0 Ustick Road, 5059 Ustick Road, 5033 Ustick Road, 17873 Star Road, 0 Ustick Road, 0 Cherry Lane, 0 Cherry Lane, 5465 Ustick Road, and we've got a, let's see, and 0 Ustick Road, and 0 Ustick Road, and 0 Cherry Lane. I think we got them all. For Idaho Holdings LLC, representing multiple landowners. The original concept is a master planned mixed-use development of single-family detached and multifamily residential, commercial, and industrial uses on approximately 405 acres. So I think our applicant is here, and we have agreed to give you 15 minutes so that, because this is a major project. So thank you for running us through it, the entire thing. And Deb, I think you know your name and address.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. My name is Deborah Nelson. My address is 601 West Bannock Street in Boise. And I'm here on behalf of the applicant team, and here with me tonight, I also have Emily Mueller and Mark Bottles. who are also in support and available to answer your questions. I just want to start with a thank you to staff for all of their work on this. We really appreciate the time they've put into it and the thoughtfulness. And we are in full agreement with the staff report and the commission's recommendation of support of this project and all of the conditions of approval. Where do I point this, Rodney? That way? Okay, thank you. So, it didn't, thank you. Not just me.
My system.
I'll get started while he works on it.
Your system just timed out too? Okay, so
it might be on that end.
Is it via Teams?
No,
No?
not mine.
Yours isn't, okay.
Madam Clerk, would you mind if I ask if you paused the time?
Yeah,
We'll
we'll start
start
over
having my
again.
problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. She will start again at
Okay,
15
thank you. I
minutes.
appreciate
It was
that.
just, yeah.
Your system wasn't letting you do it, now I understand. Okay, great, let's try this. There we go, thank you. All right, so District 16 is a mixed-use planned community, and it encompasses 405 acres along Nampa's State Highway 16 corridor. It has approximately 291 acres on the west side of Highway 16 and 114 acres on the east side. There are two applications that we have before you tonight. The first is annexation with initial zoning, and the second is a master planned community. And we've also presented a development agreement to accompany those applications to help guide and ensure that what you see is what you get. And it will create the development vision that you already have stated in your specific area plan. There is no specific development project that's presented tonight. Future applications will be brought before the city for preliminary plat, for design review, and that's when particular developments can proceed with each phase. With each one of those, there will be an additional traffic impact study, analysis of utility connections, and all of those details that go along with preliminary plats. Once the first preliminary plat is approved and development proceeds, we expect the build-out to take approximately 15 years. The District 16 Master Plan community is located within the city's Highway 16 corridor specific area plan. The city adopted this plan in 2023. I'm sure you all remember it well. This accompanied the state's funding of the extension of Highway 16 from State Street south to 84. That is underway already. That extension's underway, and it's expected to be complete in 2027. So as part of that specific area plan that the city adopted, you also adopted a future land use map that is basically a sub-area plan from your standard comprehensive plan. I've got a zoomed-in portion of that plan for this particular area. The proposed zoning that you see before you tonight mirrors these land uses and these designations exactly. All of these land uses that are designated within the State Highway 16 specific area plan are then reflected in the compatible zoning that's before you. And the proposed master plan community application that accompanies this annexation and zoning also helps to create that intentional and cohesive development that is consistent with your code and also the goals that are part of this specific area plan. The annexation is appropriate because all of the owners have consented to annexation. The property is contiguous to city limits, and it is in the Nampa's comprehensive plan and area of impact. It constitutes orderly development in accordance with the comp plan because the city has specifically planned for the city to extend its boundaries in this area. Upon annexation, we request zoning to accommodate the mix of planned uses, RS4 for single-family residential, which is shown in orange, RMH for multifamily residential, shown in tan, BC, or commercial business for neighborhood commercial, that is shown in pink, and IP for industrial park, which is shown in the darker gray. Again, each of these zones matches the designations within your future land use map for the State Highway 16 corridor. And by doing that, by matching that exactly, we are ensuring that our development is compatible with your plans and with existing uses and planned uses in the area. This proposed zoning facilitates smart growth, just as your plan does for the area, because it allows a variety of housing options, walkable commercial uses, and centralized open spaces. Focusing in on those zones, for the RS4 zone, we propose 168 acres to support the medium-density single-family residential uses. This is, again, proposed on the same area. As you can see there, comparing on the left and the right at the bottom, exactly the same areas as shown in your plan. And the city has already determined for those designations within the plan which zones are appropriate. You've set this forth in two places, both in your zoning code and in the specific area plan. You have included the RS4 zone as a compatible zone with the medium-density residential designation. These properties will have a minimum of 15% open space with amenities, including sport courts, pools, playgrounds, and large greened-up open spaces to serve a variety of outdoor recreation activities. With each future subdivision application, specific development items will be addressed, including traffic mitigation, utility connections, and other site-specific issues, including application of the city's adopted transition standards to existing development. You have already codified in your subdivision ordinance the appropriate transition where you're building next to adjacent subdivisions to make sure that your lot sizes are compatible. We have some home concepts that are consistent with our residential design guidelines that are also submitted with the application to ensure quality materials, fenestration, and cohesive architectural styles throughout the development. These are not required by your code, but they are volunteered by the applicant to ensure that quality and cohesiveness. Also consistent with the city plans, approximately 80 acres are proposed to be zoned RMH to support future multifamily development, which serves low to medium incomes. This is proposed, again, on those same areas you can see at the bottom two maps, and to compare the exact same areas as shown for high-density residential. Both the city code and the specific area plan recognize the RMH zone as being appropriate for high-density residential designation. And these uses together, the multifamily together with the single family, are going to provide that housing diversity that's near employment, near shopping, near dining opportunities that's contemplated in your specific area plan. Each of these projects will include on-site amenities, including a pool, and will meet the enhanced standards of the master plan community. And each of these multifamily projects will also have to go through the city's design review process. The community business zoning is also consistent with the city's plans. It's planned for 38 acres to support neighborhood commercial uses along Ustick Road. This is a really important corridor for the city, and you knew that when you designated this area here. This is just one of 4 interchanges along State Highway 16, so it provides really important frontage for this type of development. That is why the city is currently in the process of widening and improving Ustick Road in this area. There will be additional improvements. I've got a slide to show you what some of those are. That accessibility and frontage is also what attracts the commercial uses, the actual development that will come to this site with this zoning. In addition to being immediately adjacent to residents, that they will have the supporting residential rooftops to support those and really bring in those vibrant commercial uses that the city planned in this area. Also consistent with the city's plans, 119 acres are proposed for industrial park zoning to support both industrial and business and office uses in a campus-like setting. The specific area plan lists industrial park as the appropriate zone for the commercial, industrial, and campus designation. The specific area plan describes this area as providing for a variety of industrial, flex, and business uses that include single or clustered building structures of 1 to 3 stories in a campus-like atmosphere with uniform building standards and open spaces connected by pedestrian walkways. So in total, 156 of the 405 acres will be zoned as BC and IP. And these acres will provide, well, they'll comply with the city's design review standards. They'll incorporate the materials and the colors that are called for in the city's specific area plans, consistent with the heritage theme. They'll include the landscaping and the amenities, public art, raised planters, outdoor seating that's connected by pathways. And all of this will serve to create that sense of place and a quality walkable development adjacent to residential. Through the development agreement and the master plan community approval, this conceptual site plan will guide the future development of the property. This promotes the walkability. The housing is designed to promote the efficient use of the land and provide more public open space, all while complying with the future land use map. Similarly, the landscape plan provides that guideline, so future development as it comes in will meet the open space and amenity standards that are called for in the plans and part of this approval. We do request as part of your master plan community as allowed by that ordinance, a reduction just in one portion of the landscaping requirements, and that's for the industrial park area so that we can really maximize the economic development opportunity of that land as it straddles the State Highway 16 corridor, efficiently use it to maximize that frontage and the tax base to support economic growth of the area. Your code allows through a master plan community reduction in certain standards. This is the only one we're asking for, and that's to reduce the bulk standards for that section only. We are still providing quality open space, not only throughout the rest of the development, but in this area in particular. And so we are going to focus, as is called for in your code and the plan, on connectivity with walkways, plazas, and landscaping that really creates that campus atmosphere rather than just large areas of quantity there. The signage plan will also help to create that cohesiveness throughout District 16, consistent with that heritage theme, and creating that integration between uses. As I mentioned, the city already does have plans and is underway with the Ustick Road construction that are expected for completion in the summer of 2027. Which is before any District 16 buildings would be brought online. Applicant has also prepared a master traffic analysis in coordination with city staff to identify the potential impact of this development and to work with city staff on what improvements may be needed in the area. That will also serve as the sideboards when we get into individual preliminary plats that have specific TISs associated with them and the traffic mitigations are identified. As the city knows well, you are facing a housing shortage. Your demand is exceeding your supply, so are other cities in the valley. You're not alone there. And this development helps to fulfill your plans to bring on some of that density and the variety of housing that you're looking for. And this will help to bring up, to help close the gap on some of those units that are needed, in particular focusing on some units that will serve low to moderate incomes. In addition to the housing, we provide other benefits to the city. We are bringing non-residential uses into an integrated development that provide employment, trip capture, and a sustainable tax base. We estimate over $1 billion in assessed value at build-out that supports over $3 million in annual property taxes. We understand that you have additional considerations that you have to take into account with legislation such as the 389 legislation that impacts your budgets. We know that you still have budgeting decisions that will impact that, but at least this gives you an idea of the valuation based on area assessed values so that you can see that this is bringing in the scale of development that you contemplated when you planned this area, and supports the services that the city is also planning for this area to meet this plan. There's significant impact fees that we will be paying as well, and this applicant team is contributing to the city's Purdom trunk sewer that will serve these properties and other properties that applicant team owns in the area. But perhaps, most importantly, again, we're building out the city's vision. We're partnering with the city to bring in the zones and the type of development that you have called for in your plans. It's rare to get a developer that can assemble such a large piece of property that in 400 acres can bring forward a master plan community that meets your plans. And it won't build out all at once, but you'll get the guidepost for it to build out consistent with what you have already planned. You've got the development agreement and the master plan community to help guide that. So for all of these reasons, we ask for your support. We appreciate the support of staff and the Planning Commission, and would stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
I have a couple. First off, on the single-family portion, and it was the zone-in slide, all of these are showing RS4. The neighborhood to the west of one of the properties and to the north of the 10 Mile Creek property, what is the zoning of that property? Right there, smack dab, a little below center, off to the left.
I believe the properties that are in the city are RS8. I'm looking at Emily just to confirm. Yeah. 7 or 8.
Is that the same for the northern property as well? In this, there's that dash line going through the center of the screen. There's a neighborhood to the north and a neighborhood to the south. Okay.
Yeah, and you've got some county development down there in the south. Mhm.
And do you know what size those lots are in those two projects?
So for the county development, of course, they'll be subject to your future land use map, the same as we are if they're ever redeveloped into the city. And so I would point you to your comprehensive plan for that area that would call for medium-density residential. For the existing RS7 or 8, I think your staff is probably better equipped to address that. I'd point to Damien to respond to that question if you don't mind.
It'll give them a heads up. With regard to the bike trail, it goes straight to Highway 16, but it doesn't show parting out left or right to take the sidewalk. Is there intention to connect those two projects, underground, above ground, going up the sidewalk to the light and back down? What's the intention there?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, that's a great question. We will have an underpass pedestrian corridor there. And this development is building out over a mile of pathways along these facilities with 10 Mile Creek that will eventually connect through, and the Northwest Pipeline pathway there.
Thank you. And my final question was just in regard to the builder. Has there been a builder selected for the housing types, or that is planned on developing the single-family home portions?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, no, not at this time. That'll come forward when we come forward with plats. You'll get more specifics there.
Thank you. And the only reason I asked that question is just because I know there was attachment of units or designated units that are expected to be built out. I didn't know if there was a builder specific to those that was going to complete the project to look similarly, or they are just examples for future builders.
Those are concepts for future builders, but they're also consistent with the residential design guidelines that would bind all developers to this project. So whoever the builder is, that they would have to meet the residential design guidelines. And do you have something to add?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman Griffin. One of the properties is owned by Corey Barton, so those came from him. So he will just be developing 30 acres on the corner of Eustick and Star, that southeast corner there. We were excited to bring him into this application because, again, we were able to put on design standards You get heightened amenities and those sorts of things. So really, it was an opportunity to have property he already owned. By bringing him into the master plan community, we have the design guidelines, and we have those heightened open space requirements. So it was just kind of an add-on that will help, even though there will be different builders for all of, we've talked to a lot of different builders for all of these different areas. Will still produce a cohesive feel, again, even though it's different builders.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor, if I could, just one more for either of you at this point. Is there a first right of refusal or any kind of designation for the properties in between the Corey Barton property and the 10 Mile Creek property that will anticipate is owned by y'all, or could that potentially be a la carte, that another developer comes in and does something totally different to this plan in those areas?
Yeah, so sorry, one more time, Mayor and Councilman Griffin. You're talking about the, the out parcels north of the, I think I know what you're talking about. South of Ustick, between Oahe and Storm, Oahe and Star. Those, we don't have any right of first refusal on those. There is an existing storage facility there and one of them. So one of them is an existing storage, but no, we don't have any right of first refusal.
And maybe we're looking at the same piece. I can't see the road crossings. At the very bottom of the screen in the center is the 10 Mile Creek.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Corey Barton's project's on the bottom right-hand side. I'm looking in between the State Highway 16 and 10 Mile Creek, those two square properties. Are those the storage facility properties you're talking about?
Mayor, Councilman, no, those, and sorry, just to back up, the Corey Barton piece is at the north end of this. So there's 240s there, and his is the easterly 40 acres. So there will be 30
South of
acres.
Ustick, you're saying
Correct.
the eastern portion, so there's two portions. The roadway's the half point, he's on the
Correct.
east, you're on the west. Okay.
Correct.
I'm talking about the southeast, I apologize. I thought that's, when you said southeast, I was referring to the southeast of this map.
No, there is no right of first refusal or any discussion there with regard to what those properties will develop for.
Thank you.
As far as we know.
Councilmember Griffin, I would just add that, but they will be subject to your comprehensive plan and your specific area plans. That's the only thing we would know about how they might build out. And we will be subject to those plans and also your code requirements that I mentioned about transition standards. And so regardless of what the intervening existing development is, we have to match those lot lines within the standards that are outlined in your code, which have parameters in them about when you have to meet 80%. And that's very specific, set forth in your subdivision code that we would also have to meet.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Yes.
Quick question. Thank you for this. I love master plan communities, and I appreciate you bringing in the other developer in here as well to get those heightened standards. That's something that we're very interested in, so thank you for that. I apologize if you had already stated it, but that IP zone, what do you plan on putting in the IP zone, and then what phase is that in?
So starting with what's in the IP zone, so at this point, nothing specific is planned, so you'll get a chance to look at that with design review applications that'll come in. But your specific area plan does have standards that you've got, where you lay out what you think you want there. And it's a mix of light industrial, commercial, office buildings set out in a campus setting. That's that 1 to 3 stories that I mentioned. You've even got a height limit in there in your specific area plan of 50 feet. And the idea there is to create a campus. And your landscape standards call for that as well, with the use of plazas and connective pathways. And those are the uses that we anticipate exactly as you've called for. So you'll note that we didn't ask for, heavy industrial or light industrial zoning. We asked for industrial park, exactly like it's called for the compatible zone with your designated commercial and business campus there. or commercial industrial campus there as your specific designation. So we picked the zone that will match that entirely, and the uses that we expect are exactly as you described them in your specific area plan.
We could get a zoo. Just kidding. It's in there.
It's a joke, but I would love to
It
see
is
a zoo in
joke.
Nampa.
It's our ongoing joke.
I mean, we'd love to see, you know, a lifestyle center or other interactive walking type environment, but, you know, that's what we'll have to try to develop and bring back before you with a specific application.
I miss the alcohol.
Oh, and then we can get paid. Yeah. Mayor and Councilwoman, with regards to the phasing, this is the area of the project that we're really excited to bring forward as soon as possible. So one of the constraints to that is getting the sewer out here. You know, as mentioned earlier, we're helping pay, you know, for this area over $4 million, and that just gets it to Canada. So we are working to get it over here. One of the things that staff has been really helpful planning with us are some potential interim solutions. So the subdivision right in the middle here actually stubs sewer that would enable this industrial park commercial area to sewer faster. If there is some capacity that frees up. So, because that's really the area that we hope would develop very soon. And, you know, and by soon, I mean, the highway is going to be done in 2027. The U-Stick roadway improvements are going to be done in 2027. There's a lot of interest in this area and to make this a really amazing gateway into the city. So that's an area that we're hoping some interim solutions for sewer could come more quickly.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions right now? Great presentation. Thank you, and you'll be back. Thank you very much. Okay, staff. So Damien, they did an absolutely excellent job going through this project, so don't feel like you need to repeat. We can see how you can shorten yours since we've got a really good idea of what this is.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Will do. My voice is a little raspy today, so that will help. All right. Requested action item as stated is annexation and zoning for BC, RMH, RS4, and IP Industrial Park for 405 acres. So property details, it's around that state highway that is coming in and is in the State Highway 16 specific area plan. Currently, there's a lot of farm field out there that's within the county, as well as some pre-existing neighborhoods and county subdivisions. And currently working on utilities out there, as well as with this, we will have to have a development agreement. It has currently been reviewed with Preston and will be in the conditions of approval to have that development agreement so we can get a lot of these locked in. Here are the criteria for evaluation of a master plan community. It has to follow the guidelines of a master plan community as well as the regulations of the specific area plan for Highway 16. Here is that map. And here's the proposed zones. It does meet that map head on. They're asking for no changes from that. For qualified open space, here are the regulations around that, and they are asking for that exception to the open space requirement from 15% to 17% to 15 to 7% within the IP zone, industrial park zone. And this is allowable per the allowances of the master plan community. Here is their proposed open space and zoning again, and that conceptual plan that was shown in their presentation. All right, for correspondence. We did receive a variety of comments from a lot of organizations. To go through them, Nampa Code Compliance said annexation is not recommended until the issues of the weeds are destroyed throughout the property. Nampa Fire District provided general comments and water supply comments since there's no plat at this time, and this is just getting the zoning in the master plan community. They'll provide more comments at the time that these areas are platted. Nampa Parks and Rec has reviewed the annexation request and requests for a 20-foot wide permanent easement on the top bank along the 10-mile creek to be given to the city of Nampa and to be part of the Nampa's bicycle, pedestrian, and master plan community. and they request that it is constructed to the standards. Valley View School District did provide some comments about their capacity for growth. This provided a list of the other developments within the area. This was provided in the staff report. Nampa Engineering provided a variety of comments regarding legal descriptions and working on that per dam trunk sewer line, as well describing the roadways and providing some conditions that will be the recommended conditions. Idaho Department of Transportation, this does not currently abut the state highway system, but it will be once the State Highway 16 is completed in 2027. Traffic generation numbers weren't provided for this application because there's no current plating, so that'll be something they'll have to come back through at the time of plating. We did receive a comment from Compass, and this one was a little bit interesting. So they do an analysis of these kinds of projects on connectivity and like availability of sewer and services and things of that nature, and they give it a score. So I spoke with the people at Compass about their rating. They did not provide, with their survey, they tried to provide weight on an application, but we didn't have all the information at this time. Because there's no sidewalk out there, there's not currently sewer, the application is a little bit too early to get this analysis done. So we spoke about it, and they are going to provide further analysis at the time of plating. We did receive a variety of public comments. They were regarding traffic, fear of lowering property values, water capacity, and not wanting to live near apartments. These were all provided in your staff report. Here are the applicable regulations for annexation. We'll cover these in the findings. So that all private landowners have consented to annexation, that the property shall be contiguous with the city limits, not only through shoestring connection or strip of land compromising of highway or right-of-way. Staff found these to be met. That the comprehensive plan includes the area of annexation. This is within that and within the SAP. And when applicable for annexation of all roadways or all portions of highways, so on and so forth, the right-of-way will be annexed as part of this application, so staff has found these to be met. Here are the findings for zoning. That the proposed map amendments is or would be in harmony with the city's currently adopted comprehensive plan and comprehensive plan future land use map. The proposed annexation follows the specific area plan and the comp plan, so staff found this to be met. That the proposed map amendments is or would provide a proposed use or set of uses that would be at least reasonably compatible with existing or adjoining property uses. This follows the plan that was set forth through the state highway specific area plan. So staff found this to be met, as well as being along the Ustick Road corridor. And that the proposed map amendments is or would be in the best interest of the public and reasonably necessary with the development of the State Highway 16 and being under that specific area plan, staff found this to be met. Here are the recommended conditions of approval, and highlighted, this was not in the staff report, but after reviewing the development agreement with Preston, this was added to it under the condition of the development agreement is required to be reviewed by the city attorney. This just provides us a couple specific uses that wouldn't be allowed in those zones that were in the development agreement. It's just a lot easier to have them under the conditions, so in the future, when people are reading decision letters, that they can be read. And here are your potential motions. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. That was, you went through that very well. Good job, David. Any questions from council? Well, that was easy. Okay, no questions at this time. So this is a public hearing. I think we do have a couple of people signed up.
Madam Mayor, we have 4 people have requested to provide public testimony, and our first speaker is Michael Murphy.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Nice to be here. This will be very brief. My address is 1087 West River Street, Suite 150 in Boise. I think the 405-acre project is terrific. I am here in support of it. And I'm in support of it for a couple of reasons. Number one, we need the residential, and it's going to supply residential. But number two, we have significant industrial areas, and this project and properties are at the absolute gateway to northeast Napa. But more importantly, if you look at the entire Treasure Valley and you want to put a pin in the map right in the middle, That's what this gateway is. So it's great for Napa, number one. But number two, we have all these bright young kids getting out of Boise State and all these young people that are moving here because it's a great place to live. This is a phenomenal job opportunity for us to bring to this location R&D and tech and high-end industrial and maybe some life science companies because of the freeway on and off ramp at Bustick and the gateway it's going to create. I'm very much in favor of this, and I hope you all support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry. One moment.
Our next person, let's go ahead and give that name, and they can be walking up while we fix it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I couldn't get out of this. Our next speaker is Anna Bottmiller. Okay, she was in support of this project. Our next speaker is Julie Barnes.
Hi, Julie. Thank you for giving us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Julie Barnes, 4957 Golden Spur. And when Councilman Griffin was asking about the one area in the middle, that's where I live, and they're acre lots. So they'll be bordered by 2 of those yellow sections. So part of my concern, well, let's see, I came to the planning and zoning meeting that was like a month ago, and one of the commissioners said that they weren't familiar with this part of Nampa, and that really kind of surprised me, and I've thought about that several times, thinking if they're not familiar with the area, it would be good to go and check it out and drive it and see the traffic problems that are already there before this development comes in. And I'm, when she asked me, am I against or for this? I really didn't have an answer, because I know growth and development is going to happen. I just think it would be good to do it responsibly and planning for the traffic before the traffic is way out of control. Like I noticed on Star Road, I live off of Star Road, and 2 of the developments north of us, they did require, city council must have required them to do right turn lanes, and that's great and wonderful for them, but getting out onto Star, turning left, turning left is almost impossible at some times of the day, and those small right turn lanes don't help a mile down the road. They help traffic to get off into their subdivision. So I think we need to address these 3 country roads that are 3 sides of this square mile that are just 2-lane country roads. We're putting a lot of cars, a lot of traffic on those little teeny country roads. Let's see. So, and, they've talked about traffic study. Does that happen by their request of the company, or is that an independent company that does that doesn't have a vested interest in it? And, yeah, I would just hope that we would consider fixing the problem before it's an out-of-control problem. And there was another question that was asked, in planning and zoning, is what butts up to this, the McDermott on the Meridian side, and it's a farmhouse and farmland. It isn't
Madam
any
Mayor,
apartment or
time.
anything like that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Drew Eggers.
Hi, Mayor Kling, City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My home address is 2256 North Waggle Place, Meridian, Idaho. My wife and I, we own 70 acres, 4437 West Cherry Lane, which is west of the new Highway 16 and south of Cherry Lane, 70 acres. I was involved with the planning process of this whole area a few years ago with interested people and city staff, and it's fun for me to see future plans that will probably happen out there. We are in favor of this process, and think it's a great thing for the area. You know, the land uses out there the last 30 years have changed, and we accept those changes. I thank you very much. Mayor Kling, I want to say thank you very, very much for your leadership in the city of Nampa. I think you'll be missed, and thank you. And I'm sorry I missed a memo about the Christmas sweaters. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone else signed up.
Is there anyone? Yes, okay, so we have two people in the back first, and then we'll go to you next. And thank you so much. Good evening.
I'll just be brief. I never thought, I lived out there my whole life.
Madam
Drew
Mayor.
and I are sort of the last cowboys.
Name and address.
Excuse me.
Sorry, that's
I'm
okay.
Doug Thurgood, and I live at 17245 Canada Road. Drew and I have farmed out there all of our lives, and so we're very familiar with the extreme change, which we probably never thought that we would see in our lifetime. But I am in support of this project. We are very anxious to get the gravity sewer down Ustick Road. We are needing that at our place in particular. The widening of Ustick Road has really emphasized the inability to move equipment around. And one thing that I would request, that as we put the sewer in, that we try not to get all the intersections closed at once, starting at Franklin Road, going back to Star Road. That has been a big concern for us, and so I hope there's some coordination with all of the highway districts on that. I have really felt that personally as we've closed down McMillan Road all summer, and it's going to be closed down another year yet, and then the widening of Ustick Road. But that's my only request, is that we have coordination on when we put the sewer in. Thank you.
Doug, thank you for being here. And Crystal Craig is here. And her,
I wanted to thank you for your service to the community as well. It's been very much appreciated.
thank you so much. Well, I understand your pain, and with the closure of McMillan, and Crystal's here, and so we're listening to that. In fact, we did, even on that closure, it's tough. But thank you for your comment and definitely listening. Thank you. Is there, oh, yes, it's your turn. And go ahead and share your name and address.
I'm Kim Hatch, grew up in Meridian. My dad, that 40 acres on Star Road and Cherry Lane, I farmed that with my dad for years and years and years.
Madam Mayor.
Oh,
the concern-
address?
Address.
Huh?
Sorry.
Oh, 17232 Star Road. So my concern is going high density right next to that subdivision that's Spur Wing, or what, I don't know what it is, that whatever. But I'm an acre, and is my understanding you can go only 80% of the lot you're next to. Is that correct? Because I'd hate to go 6 houses per acre right next to me. Because that's
We'll let the applicant come back when
Yeah.
you're done and address
so
that.
Another
Go ahead.
thing I have a concern about is I fight fires for a living. I'm a helicopter pilot. And I've seen houses where they're so close together, the radiant heat, if a house goes up, you're not going to stop it because they're too close together. And if you put them too close together, you're just not going to stop it. Paradise, California, Cameron Peak Fire in Colorado, Spring Creek, Colorado, and the houses just go. When they're too close together, I think you should be concerned about putting the houses too close together. And traffic on Star Road, just like she said, is horrible. So something needs to be done about that. Those are my concerns. So.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your service. Thank you for what you do. It's appreciated. Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify tonight? Okay, this is an opportunity for applicant to come back and maybe address a couple of the just most recent comments.
Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'll start with Mr. Hatch's comments about the adjacent residential. So a few points. So we are just planning what is consistent with your plans. We aren't asking for any greater density or change in those. We're following the plans that you've set forth for medium density residential and the zones that you've determined are compatible with that designation. But yes, under your code, you do have requirements, and that's all set forth in your section 1027-6F1, which is part of your subdivision code. And it lays out the particular standards that we will be subject to for subdivision and the transition. It's particularly technical. I don't know if you want me to read the entire language, but there is a provision that, you know, if the adjacent lot is over 8,500 square feet, you've got to match 80% of the lot line adjacent to that size up to 8,000, which is the max in the RS4 zone. So it pushes you to match up to 80% of that for those larger lots. And again, would welcome staff's contribution to that if there's anything else about that subdivision transition code. But we take that seriously. We want to make sure that we're compatible with our neighbors and providing that appropriate transition. As to Mrs. Barnes' comments about the roads and the traffic improvements in the area. So we share her points that the development shouldn't precede the road infrastructure. And this is a great opportunity because the city, because of Highway 16 coming in, because of the importance of Ustick Road as that east-west corridor, you've already begun the work on the roads. And so it is a case where you've got infrastructure that's coming in before we are. So the road widening, the slide that I showed, you've got signals that are going to be added at Canada and Star. You're going to widen the signal that's in place already at Storm, and you're going to widen Ustick Road throughout this stretch. And that's going to be completed in 2027 before we come forward with active uses here. We will also be doing our own additional mitigations as required for each preliminary plat. And so as she mentioned, there's other right turn lanes, et cetera, that have been required for other developments. That would be required here too. Our traffic impact study is paid for by the developer, but it is pursuant to city standards, and it is reviewed and accepted by the City Highway District, going through Daniel's review and his team, and also through ITD, that they review those and comment on those and comment on the mitigations required. And so we don't just get to say anything. It follows a very strict formula based on the city code and your requirements for traffic impact studies. So all of that will serve to make sure that we've got the infrastructure in place before we're coming forward. And so, you know, that's exactly why the city is bringing out the sewer. That's why these developers are all contributing to the sewer, is we're part of that partnership that is creating the opportunities for the development around Highway 16. So the infrastructure, the development patterns, and the planning that you guys have put together can all come together in an appropriate sequence and timing to fill out that vision. So for all these reasons, we do ask for your support and would stand for any further questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, and thank you for addressing the questions. Hopefully, you guys got the answers that you needed. Maybe not, but I see some yeses and nos. But council, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mayor. Just in regard to, because it is part of our packet and something that stood out to me, the Valley View School District's letter. I just would like to hear your thoughts on that before I give my direction. I just want to hear your thoughts on their concerns.
Yes, appreciate that, Mayor, Councilmember Griffin. So the Valley View School District only covers a small portion of the property up in that northwest section. There's 60 acres that are zoned for residential that are within their school district out of the entire 405 here. So they've got a relatively small footprint here for service. And they've expressed concerns about their existing capacity based on current enrollment numbers. Our build out is going to take place over a lengthy period of time. And so over 15 years, we'll be adding these in. Until we know where sewer is, we don't know if that area will be early or not, but that will be known to the city and the school districts at the time that we come in with preliminary plat. And then they will be able to respond to that. they can also start their planning now. That's the beauty of the city having adopted a specific area plan, is school districts and service providers can plan and think about the types of densities that are called for and the number of units and kids they may get from that. And in fact, the way, schools respond in every case, in every city and around the valley, is as development comes in and intensifies the burden of the schools, they have to respond by either bringing in new facilities, redistricting. Your Nampa schools, when they started having capacity issues, that's part of why you gave some of your territory to Valley View to begin with. There's also adjustments of things that are going on with the Nampa, with the Meridian schools. West Ada actually serves the bulk of this property, and they have more capacity. And you can see some of that is responding to development patterns. Owyhee is filled with a lot of STAR students right now. When STAR High School is built, it'll be filled with more Nampa students. And that's just what happens as development comes in. School districts respond to that. So we're sensitive to their comments. It's appropriate for them to comment on what their current capacities are, but that is going to change and evolve and be in a responsive position. That was commented on at the P&Z hearing as well, where we had comments that said that that's the way Nampa School District responds to development patterns. And so that's what we expect will happen here as well.
Thank you. So, and just to follow up, the majority of this project will be serviced by West Ada.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Council, yes?
You can go around the horn and
No,
then I can.
that's okay.
Okay. I might be proposing, and I'm giving you a heads up just so I can hear your feedback as well. The abutting properties, not the whole chunk of it, that's RS4 surrounding that golden or bronze spruce neighborhood, property with the acres. Would you be willing, if there was a request, to have the portions that are abutting that neighborhood, both on the eastern portion and on the northern portion, as I'm looking at the map, it's not there, having those properties be larger properties on those bordering areas, and then smaller densities thereafter? I'm looking at the, thank you. Along that western wall and along the northern wall.
Rodney, while they're talking and the questions, so help me, can you explain the transition code, the 80% transition code that our gentleman mentioned?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I can. Let me just share a slide that, for me, has helped to explain this. So you can have 80% of the lot size next to you if it's more than 8,500 square feet. So what these properties, if this was a new development and this was next to a 1.33 acre lot, you could go up to 10,000 square feet, minimum of 80% up to 10,000 square feet. So you don't go beyond that. That's what's in our current code. And then you can go down to your standard lot sizes for the rest of the zoning district that is not abutting the larger acre lots.
So can you help me understand, though, when we have a large lot and we're suggesting an RS4, does the abutting lot have to be no smaller than 80% of the adjoining lot?
That's
Or is
correct.
okay.
Yeah.
So there is a protection based on the question that this gentleman asked, that for the adjoining lots, and then you adjust from there, correct?
That's correct.
Right, to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. That's, which is the beauty of a master planned community, is that gives some flexibility. Am I understanding that correctly?
It does, but this is just in code. We've talked about some other options to look at in the future, about even going a little bit bigger for those ones that are abutting up against the large lots, and then kind of transitioning down to 10,000. Maybe you would do a 20,000 and then a 10,000. But what's in code right now is this one, is up to 10,000 square feet and 80% of the lot that you're abutting up against.
So, oh, that's really interesting. So you guys have probably developed based on, planned a development based on the 10,000 square feet, not 80%. Because our code actually doesn't require the 80%.
The code does require 80% up to 10,000. So
Up
let's
to,
say,
but if it's much larger and 80% is 12,000.
that's correct.
That's the challenge.
That's correct, yep.
Okay, thank you.
It's gone way over my head.
No, it makes, yeah. Okay,
If you want to try and re-explain that to me, Mayor, I'd probably appreciate it, because
well, did you want to speak to it?
I would, yes, please, if
Thank
I
you.
could, Mayor and Councilmember Griffin. So, speaking with the developer team, they would be agreeable to you're asking for along the existing county properties where there's the 1 acre lots to, in addition to following the city code's transition standards that Rodney highlighted, we would be agreeable to having those particular lots be subject to the RS6 standards that will increase those minimum lot sizes up to 6,000 and takes you to that 10,000 foot cap for the border, whereas RS4 would put you at an 8,000 foot cap. So it puts you into a better category for transition. And I mean, that's what we would do naturally anyway for the market, because we are going to want that transition as well. And so that is something that works well to still have a good development pattern here. You still get the transition you're looking for. Matching it perfectly doesn't give you transition, right? It just mirrors that, and then you end up with the same problem internally, and it doesn't meet your plans for the density you've called for there. But we'd be open to that additional condition of adding along those borders with the 1 acre properties to have to meet the RS6 dimensional standards in your code.
thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any other questions?
Madam Mayor, I have a
Yes.
question. Has there been any discussion with Silver Spur Ranch about annexation or possibly providing sewer to that development? I know a couple people that live in there and they have septic issues, and I'm just curious if they would be interested in connecting to city sewer at some point.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, I don't know if that conversation doesn't look like that's come up in the discussions with neighbors at the neighborhood meeting, but we will have an obligation under your code to provide sewer to and through our properties, and so just by being adjacent, they would have at least physical access to the sewer, and then the city judges what the capacities are based on your plans. But I know that the city, through this whole Purdom sewer trunk line expansion, is planning sewer expansion to serve this area consistent with your plans. And so I would expect that you will have that opportunity through the infrastructure that's coming through development and your own expansion plans to bring that capacity.
Thank you.
Okay, council, are there any other questions for our applicant? Okay, I would stand for, well, any additional comments?
No, thank you. Unless you have questions, we're good. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'd move that close public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Mayor, I'd move that we approve the adoption of the annexation zoning as presented on the screen.
Second.
With recommended conditions and proposed findings?
Correct.
Did you say that?
I didn't say that, but I said as it is on the screen.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
Second's
Okay.
still good.
Okay, and the second's still good. Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Mayor, discussion?
Yes.
Question for Doug. Doug, as far as the funding goes for the water, the sewer that we have coming up Ustick, so right now we have funded just to Canada, correct? We don't have anything funded furthermore?
You're speaking of the Purdom Drain, right?
Yes.
So it's a 3-year program. We have year 1 funded. We have, it's a more complex process, and we've got funding options that will need to be brought for council for them to choose from the way they want to continue funding the remainder of it.
As of today, how much are we short?
Well, it's not short, we just haven't identified how the best source of where to pull the, I think it's $12.3 million from. We have options, but they need to be brought for council for them to choose.
And John, do you have any additional comments to that?
Mayor, no, I don't have anything additional to what Doug has presented.
Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, Mark Stoyer.
Yes.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mayor, Councilmember Jangula, Mark Stoyer, Senior Director of Development Services. The question that you said is just up to Canada. I want to make a point that everything east of Canada, all the way to State Highway 16, will be developer-driven at their cost.
In addition to the contribution of 8.5 million that they've already committed to, they still have the cost for their own development east of Canada.
Correct.
So Mark, follow up. For that IP to get developed, we as a city aren't funding any of that? That's developer funded?
Yes, the portion of sewer that will actually get, where they will connect in that IP area will be funded by the developer. So everything east of Canada. It actually is going to go south on Canada, across Mr. Murphy's property, and then across one of Mark Bottle's represented properties, and then onward all the way to State Highway 16.
Okay, and then the timeline, is that also in the same timeline as the 2027, or is that further out?
So we, as a city, will complete up to Canada and Ustick by the end of 2027. And then that point, it would be governed by whatever their timelines are on their developments.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out how we can, as far as the road closures going and us working together so that we're not ripping a road back up or that we're opening it and then closing it again. I just want
We will not. We don't do that. And so there is a very specific plan in place. The sewer actually will not be on Ustick as it's east of Canada. It will be going south of that. And then when on west of Canada, we have a one dig policy, and so we're working with that. So we will not tear up a road. Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor.
A lot of work and thought has gone into that. Yeah.
Mayor?
Did I get anything wrong there? Just want to make sure I'm saying the right thing. Okay. Any additional questions or comments? This is discussion time. We do have a motion in a second.
Mayor? I'm just weighing all things. I try and be appreciative of what the developer and the group is trying to do here, because I know that it'll be a good project with a significant investment in the area, that it will be developed. That's the reality. It will be developed. Trying to balance the school district, and I know that's not necessarily something that we can weigh a denial on, so I'm not giving it so much weight, but just trying to think holistically. That's something on my mind. When I was thinking the properties on the bordering, both on the western portion and the northern portion, I was thinking more RS-22. Just simply that there is that transition from those acres down. I wouldn't expect that on the northern portion of the northern development. That's RS-8. That's already going to take care of itself. So I think there is just transition periods. I know that we have it in code that it'll likely be whatever that calculation ends up it being, a 10,000 square foot lot. It's still significantly smaller than a 44,000 square foot lot of that of an acre. So I don't know that it's worth banging our heads on it all night over, and I think there's eagerness to move forward. I would hope that we could be hopefully receptive to maybe adding a development agreement provision to have that transition period area in those two portions be higher, to alleviate some heartburn of residents there. I know you're not all of Nampa, you're of Canyon County, but we're in charge of this growth pattern here, so I think we need to be conscientious of it. I'm very excited about the pathways. Mark, you do a great job with that, so I don't know how you're going to do it under the state highway, but I can't wait to see it. So those are my thoughts for now.
Thank you. Okay.
Was that, sorry, Mayor, was that part of the motion?
No, it
to
was
have
not.
any of that? Okay.
If you want it to be a part of the motion, I would
I
probably
didn't
ask
make
for
the
it.
motion, so.
But you could ask them if they'd be willing to amend. I'll ask them. Councilman Bills, would you be willing to amend your motion to have that transition area both on the northern portion of that southwest area towards the center of the map? I don't even know how to designate it. Those two single-family detached properties in the center lower portion of the full build-out that's abutting the acre properties, having them be a higher designation like RS 22, and then transition down from there?
No. We've had considerable conversation with staff since a year ago when the Southwest Area Plan was put in play. Staff has before them and working on transition requirements between acreage and standard city. I think if there's any change, it would just be that at the time of development, it's meeting, which is kind of already the standard language, would be meeting the requirements of the city. So that whole requirement was the idea of creating transition, so you're not putting 4,000 square foot lots against 43,000 square foot lots. It was to build a transition, one street worth of lots transitioning in size. I think if that comes forward in our regular code, then it will be, so the only question here tonight is it'd be subject to any future transitional requirements placed in code at the time that they do the actual platting. And that's what we were trying to do, at least what I was trying to propose for the Southwest Area Plan, to make those transition to those acre lots, 2 acre lots type of deal.
Mayor?
So that's where I see it happening, to try to pinpoint exactly which subdivision is going to have, you know, X square footage of lots and so forth. Well, what do you do when you miss one? What do you do with the person who isn't in a subdivision but has 2 acre lot sitting off of Canada? That's why we were trying to work to get some language into our transition. So that's where I think it stays, and if anything, the only amendment would be that in the amendment of abutting, you know, rural subdivisions already developed, you know, would comply at the time of platting. But
Mayor, just for follow-up for staff then.
it's going to be similar to what they were proposing. It would have a little bit higher requirement, is what I was pitching with staff.
And the only reason I bring it up, I know that we've done similar projects, I think to the Greenhurst project, southern Nampa, where it was abutting a similar neighborhood, and we had all along that portion, it stayed single level, and they were bigger lots. So I didn't think it was too far out there, but I understand we've amended the code somewhat since. Mayor, if I could, to staff, what will, in layman's terms, likely be that transition period directly abutting the acre properties? What size lots would be going there?
I'd have to look at their exact zoning, but I think it's RS 6, is that right? Is that what we saw?
I believe they shared that it would be a 10,000 square foot lot.
So it'd be
because-
10,000, yeah.
Correct. That's what they said that they would do, was move it up from an 8,000 to a 10,000 at the 80%.
They were willing if we added that amendment to it, but it's currently
No, it's-
set as RS4, correct?
They said that they would be willing to move it up to 10,000 square feet. Did I understand that correctly?
As
Yes.
part of a development agreement, or that's already what's going to happen? I thought that was a provision that you were amenable to.
They said that they were amenable to it prior to, right, they need to talk to staff because we've already closed public hearings, so we can't visit with them. But
Okay.
they said that they would be willing to go with the 10,000 square foot is what I heard them say.
Willing to, so I would
Mhm.
encourage that if that is part of the motion, that it be added to the motion as a part of the development agreement, because they said they would be
With
willing
recommended
to.
conditions and proposed findings.
Yeah,
I think they got it.
I think so. The issue is if we get the transition zone ordinance put together, the new plats will all be subject to that transition. So it will come forward. And so it's part of the recommended conditions is.
And that's just what I'm trying to understand. I don't know.
Rodney, could you speak to this?
Thank you.
Because
I
I
can.
think they may be wanting, if I were the applicant, I would want to know what was being expected of me.
Mayor and council, what they would be willing to do right now is have RS6 as that bordering zone to that subdivision that's a larger lot subdivision. If that's zoned RS6, the minimum requirement for acre lots, next to the acre lots, would be 10,000 square feet. It wouldn't be your own zone. You would stay RS4. Okay, so RS4 would stay, 10,000 would be okay because you can do a 20% increase with a master plan community from the minimum requirement of 8,000 square feet. So you're still going to be able to get up to at least really close to that 10,000 square foot lot.
And is there anything additional that we need to state in our motion to solidify that?
I
I understand
would-
that we all understand that,
Yeah.
but is it something that needs to be in the
I
development
would,
agreement?
I would recommend you do a condition that those lots next to the large lot, Silver Spur subdivision in the county be 10,000 square foot lots that abut it.
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
just a comment, the developer had mentioned that they were focused on market-driven decisions for this master plan, and that would be something that would drive them to have that transition space. So I am in favor of leaving it as stated by Councilman Bills.
Okay.
Again, I think if the city adopts and the transition requirements to these type of projects that aren't just Silver Spur, but all these projects that we've been dealing with for the past 2 years, that, from my side, so, you know, possibly, my amended motion is to approve what's on the screen with all recommended conditions approvals, as well as the revision of transition on lot sizes, ordinance forthcoming.
So I have a
if we have
question about that.
concurrence on the,
I'd like to ask a question on that because it's very difficult, if you don't mind me saying, for a developer that has proposed something to not know what their minimum is. Because if we come in afterwards, and are we allowed to do that? After the fact, come in and change our ordinance, which would require them to go up if we change our transition ordinance, that just seems really awkward.
Yeah.
Because
Mayor.
how do you develop to that when you don't know what it's going to cost you in your return?
Mayor, to your question, they're gonna have to go through plating, and right now they're entitled to, the standards that are before them right now. For us after the fact to modify the zoning, I don't know if that would affect it. They're gonna be RS4, right? That's the,
Yeah, the zone would be RS4.
Yet they've committed to do a minimum of 10,000 square feet on the abutting lots. So, but,
finish
Go
with
ahead.
that.
well, Rodney, you may need to remind me, it seems like you did a report before council sometime back that talked about this type of transition that we had discussed and worked on. I don't know that we've necessarily codified it or revised the ordinance.
Yeah, so, Mayor and Council, the discussion we've had, and it hasn't gone to ordinance yet. We were waiting for the April code updates to do that. But the ordinance that we talked about was to do 40,000 square foot lots next to anything larger than a 1 acre or larger. And then you would transition down to the next row being 20,000 square foot lots, and then it could just go to regular zoning. There's challenges with that approach right now because if it's RS4, that's well beyond the maximum lot size that is allowed by code. So the minimum you could do right now, and as you said, that there could be some code changes to address this, but right now, the maximum lot size you could get was 20% above the allowed maximum of the lot size. So if the allowed maximum for a 4,000 square foot lot or an RS4 zoned lot is 8,000 square feet, you could go 20% above that right now. But if we were to propose code changes in the meantime and look at 40,000 square foot lots down to 20,000 square foot lots down to RS4, 4,000 square foot lots, that would be handled during the platting process, as has been discussed here. So I think to your point, the concern here is that they're looking at a master plan community right now. So they're looking at our codes right now, saying, here's what we can accomplish. So it's that balancing act of, okay, how much information do you want to give them to direct them to go a certain direction versus just allow code to handle it later on? And that's a tough decision.
Mayor, I think Doug has something he wants to say.
Yes, Doug.
I'm sorry, and I don't mean to disrupt here. In the comprehensive plan, in 1026-1, it says that master plan communities allow alterations to lot sizes, bulk requirements, setbacks, building heights, and placement of structures. So given what Rodney's indicated here, there is the option when developing a master plan community at this stage to state that the council desires for lots adjacent to this to be larger in size, up to whatever, the 10,000 square feet, per that direction. And then that could be, I'm assuming, Rodney, this would be a condition, right, that would be added, so.
That's correct. It could be a condition to like solidify it in code. You could also put a development agreement, put in the development agreement that this is what is approved at this point. This is the concept that's approved, and say exactly what could be done. But doing it that way, I think, I'm looking at Preston here, would kind of supersede what would happen later on with code. So if you're wanting to give them direction now, you put it in the development agreement saying, here's what you can do. If you don't do that, then they are left to whatever code is decided on before they come forward with a preliminary plat.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may add on that, this is a really important juncture, and I can
Yes,
sense
it
that.
is.
It is, and you want to know and have expectations as an applicant what you're building against. You have a standard here. Right now, we have an existing code. We have zoning dimensions and all that. If that were to then change down the road, they would be probably deemed a non-conforming use that's legal, right? If you want to have some predictability, the best place to do that is your DA. That way, if you know you're anticipating some changes and the developer is on board with those dimensions, you can put that in as you wish. We have a draft DA currently right now, but if the motion included that, to be included, that could be a requirement in the DA, subject to, fine tuning. But DA is going to be your safest spot for predictability here. Otherwise, you will, that's just your best spot. Just say that.
Can I ask a question? So we adopted an area-specific plan. That area-specific plan is what, when we have someone developing, that they're developing to, because that's what we have agreed to and set forth. So, which makes it very difficult because I believe they developed and brought something forward based on our plan. If we're going to make these changes, are we going to go back and change our area-specific plan? Because it's not consistent with our area-specific plan. So I guess that would be the question I have. Are we going to adjust our area-specific plan?
What I might add to that is there's this concept of vested rights, that they apply, they got their application at a specific time, and in a way they're locked into that standard regardless of what you change. Then there's sometimes an incentive to do that if they know a code is gonna be changed. So they have done that with a specific area plan, with your zoning designation. What you change after the fact will apply to new development. They will be vested in there and have that, legal nonconforming or grandfather right continued on some aspects. But the DA is where you really want to get specific. And if there's some specific numbers that are in mind here, this would be the time to put that in your motion. Okay. Rhonda, if you want to add anything from the planning angle.
I think that's accurate. I'm a little concerned if we said, hey, 20,000 square foot lots, RS4 zone doesn't allow that size lot right now. It wouldn't even, it wouldn't be possible in that RS4 zone. So even with the 20% increase, that's not going to get you to that 20,000 square foot lot. So I'm a little concerned about that. Our specific area plans are guidelines, and then we put that into code. And that is what's in code is the 10,000 square foot lot with a master plan. So I'm a little concerned about that just because the RS4 doesn't go that high.
Yeah. Mayor, I would ask that we take a vote because I think we're beating a bush that's not going to really change either way.
Yeah. I think I would agree with you on that one. Okay, so unless there's a different discussion point.
Mayor, I guess I just wonder what the hesitancy is of Councilman Bills and Reynolds for putting that condition in there for
The 10,000?
I'm just curious.
Is there a reason why you're hesitant to say the recommended conditions with the 10,000 square foot? Is there a reason why you're hesitant to do that in your motion? Because it would give them the guarantee that they need.
It would give them the ability to move forward without a code changing it.
That they
in
don't know that
5, 6
pencils.
months from now.
Or a year
Well,
from now, yeah.
12, could be 5 years, so forth. The issue isn't the square footage, the issue is do you take a 40-foot or 60-foot wide lot and put it against a lot that's 180 feet wide? So you end up with 3 neighbors looking out your back door and patio, you're looking at 3 houses, not 1 house. So what we were trying to affect was having footage, not square footage, but distance. So one aspect was square footage, the other was what are people looking at? And so, yeah, you can go up 10,000 square feet, but you can also be 150 feet long and you got 50 against an acreage lot. You can still put 3, 4 houses against something that's existing. So back during the Southwest Area Plan, it was a suggestion on how to try to mitigate what the public was telling us from the Southwest. So I was just raising that issue on this because of the folks who have here asking the question. So we don't have it worked out, and so at best we can do is the recommended conditions of approval and proposed findings
And see
is
where it
still
goes.
subject to any plating requirements against an acreage
Okay.
subdivision. I mean,
Okay.
that's a real generality. It doesn't give you specifics, but, you know, it isn't. I mean, I've been down it. We used to have, code used to say half of the lot, adjacent lot. I can't remember some of them. We had 2 or 3 county subs that we developed against, and we had to make these large triangular lots to work, you know, under that time era. So, but I'm also fine with just as it is. And then it's just gonna happen as the market goes, so. I was just only offering some, and unfortunately, I've taken 20 minutes and added confusion rather than solution. So we could leave the motion just as it is and move. you
Okay.
know.
With that, I think we're going to call for the vote. Roll call.
Jingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
No.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
It's a long discussion to get there, but we're there. So that was a long discussion.
That's why I started working on it a year ago.
I miss living by your mint fields, Drew.
I don't control this, but
It's good to see you. Take care. Okay, I guess we're not done.
We're not even close.
Okay,
We still have unfinished business and 2.
yes, we do. Go back. Okay, council, we have got, you know what? Let's take a 5-minute break. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Sorry.
What did you want to start with?
Okay, guys, we better get started. We have a few more action items. So here we go. We're going to go to 5-6 on the agenda when we get our council members back. I guess we're just missing one. Okay. Okay, we are going to move on to 5-6, and this is just a discussion item, and these are the proposed council bylaws regarding meeting conduct and ethical standards, and I think I'll defer to Council President Reynolds on this particular item. And I hope you all have had a chance to read them.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this item came to light this past year with some things that we had happen here at council. And we didn't have any good bylaws for city council. So I had asked our city attorney, Preston, to put together some bylaws that we would adopt for council meetings and for council members. And so Preston put together this list. I hope all of you have read through it. There was a couple of different comments that have been added to it. And with that, I'll turn it over to Preston.
Thank you, Council President. Are there any questions right now I can address before diving into generalities? Maybe we'll just go there, Mayor, if you want. Yeah.
Griffin, do you have any questions?
No, but I will at some point, so I was just making sure I was live.
Okay. I will say that we did have a code of conduct in place that we actually all signed. Back in 2021, we passed it as a resolution and we signed it. The current one we have was not passed as a resolution, even though we signed it. All of our council members signed our code of conduct. However, the one thing that I learned was that it didn't really have any teeth. And so our attorney looked at it and created from that the bylaws that are in your packet. The code of conduct will remain unchanged, I believe, based on review, and will come forward for City Council on your January 5th meeting to be able to sign again, even though you've already signed it. This time it will be passed as a resolution, so that will be coming back. This is an additional document in addition to that, and this is for discussion purposes. However, we have put it, I believe, as an action item on our workshop that is this coming Thursday morning
That
to
is
approve
correct.
as an action item, if
Mhm.
you guys agree to it. So tonight, it's just discussion, it's not an action.
Madam Mayor, I'll just add to that, that if you have things that you would like to see amended or added, whatever, however that looks like for you, that tonight would be the time to talk about it, so we can get that changed before our Thursday meeting.
Mayor? Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I sent Preston a couple of
Yeah.
comments. And then I highlighted one that would be page 3 of the document, if it was labeled. So it says, for potential violation of duties under Idaho Code 5604, and I realize I forgot to look up 5604, what those, so
And what's,
it seems like we need to maybe cite that code, but put some type of little summary statement or 2-3 words in parentheses. So it's at the bottom of section 1.07.
okay.
In the last, or in the sentence of number C.
Let me pull that up real quick.
Has to do with being absent or,
Yeah. And I'm there now. Thanks for a minute for me to pull that up. State law, if I may, just talks very generally about bylaws. It's referenced once. It does not go into a lot of granular detail like you might expect about what powers you can do and how you set your bylaws. It leaves a lot of things pretty open-ended and up to the discretion of the governing body. And so, in a way, we are creating our own bylaws. There are some cities that have adopted it. Times I've seen city council take some action is for some pretty egregious acts by a city council member or mayor where a public censure has been used. But that is one-off, and that is something you can do one-off. These bylaws are more of kind of a corporate document, kind of a back office document that governs a lot of the affairs of the city. Your code of conduct that you'll see on the 5th is kind of more of a front office plaque type of document. There's a significant amount of overlap between the two. The code provision, Councilman Bills, you pointed to 5604. It's an old code written in 1967. Idaho cities have been using that for, how many years is that now? Pushing 60. And that is the guidance that we receive. It's a one-sentence code that we're trying to fan out into something a much broader, mainly bylaws.
So
Yeah.
can you quickly read us the one sentence of that code?
Yes, I can. The mayor shall have the power to call special meetings of the city council, the object of which shall be submitted to the council in writing. The call and object, as well as the disposition thereof, shall be entered upon the journal by the clerk. So a lot of specifics, right? That gives you a pretty open-ended idea that you can call some special meetings. And that is, I have to find toeholds or footholds for you, authorizing you to do what you're wanting to do here, which is adopt bylaws, have special meetings to talk about violations.
Okay,
This
so
is the best foothold that the state statute's given us.
5604 is dealing with,
Special meetings to talk about whatever
so
you.
to say that potential violations of duties, under special meetings and these bylaws.
That's right,
Is
yeah.
basically what that's saying.
That's right. yeah.
Referencing the code, but it's really just saying under special meetings.
That would be
Okay.
kind of the setting you would talk about these, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I will note, this was a draft, we've had a lot of eyes on it. Thank you for everybody who's had a chance to review. There was one section here about the executive sessions that we wanted to make sure it's 109 subsection D. All discussions and decisions, we want to make it explicitly clear that there's no decisions in executive session, so that change will be made. We flagged that, hence the draft watermark here. Other than that, this hits on parliamentary procedures. It is a little more formal. We didn't formally adopt Robert's Rules of Orders, and that's sometimes tossed out. Well, why don't we adopt it? If you want to hold yourself to a really strict standard that you can trip on all the time, that's what you should do. So this grabs a lot of the principles of Robert's Rules, puts them in here, but gives you the flexibility so you don't trip up all the time. And, yeah, we don't want to do that.
And if I could add to that, that over the last 8 years, that with Association of Idaho Cities, I've heard numerous discussions about Robert's Rules. And actually, one of the things I've heard is that it's better not to adopt that. It's a good guideline, but we're better off not adopting and trying to go with that, just as you've just stated.
It'll just create a lot of issue.
Yes.
Lots of babysitting for Preston.
Yeah. Sure makes my
So-
job easier, so.
Need to ask you, Mayor, and so forth. So the one sentence, council members and attendees shall address the mayor as Mr. Mayor or Madam Mayor. I guess I've been used to just saying mayor, and I didn't know, is those two words important, Mr. Mayor or Madam Mayor? or-
Candidly, I would get rid of it. I found that very awkward when I read it, so yeah, I would not use that personally.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
so
I find it very awkward.
Dale's the only one that does it.
Madam Mayor, so I think, yes, I would strike those if it were me.
My comment to
This
that.
is your document, not my document, but I agree with
No,
you.
but I'm asking your opinion. You've been in this.
My opinion is get rid of Madam and
If you heard
Mr.
that every meeting or every time there's a comment.
It drive me
your
crazy.
direction. Okay.
My comment to that, Councilman Bills, is that formality of a meeting, much like if you're president of something or you're a chairman of something, it's Mr. Chair or Madam Chair. It's a formality. And I've served in different capacities in different boards and commissions and had those roles. And it's just a formality for whoever's speaking to recognize that speaker, or the speaker to recognize who's running or chairing that meeting. So I like it because it keeps decorum, and meeting decorum is important, I feel like, because sometimes we get off in the weeds, and if the public's sitting here and they don't see decorum from the council, they act that way as well. And sometimes you think we're having a meeting with a bunch of hillbillies, so it's not.
Could I follow up on that?
not good.
I agree with that. The meeting decorum is very, very important. So many times you hear, and we hear it as much from presenters that say mayor and councilman or councilwoman. And so do you feel like just addressing as mayor is sufficient? Because that's where to say Madam Mayor or Mr. Mayor, to me, mayor would be sufficient. But would you concede to that, or what do you
Yeah, I
think?
feel that's sufficient. And then if you choose to go above and beyond, then so be it. But if it's, it would be appropriate to address. In any, if you ever go to a hearing at the State House, you know, you're gonna address the chair and then whatever member you're speaking to as well. Same thing here, you're gonna address the mayor and then whatever council member. And, I think that it's interesting with what we do, having, both, male and female members of our council, listening to some people struggle with Councilman Jangula, council, you know, and some people catch themselves, some people don't. But if they say council member, it's appropriate. But those kind of decorum things are something that we should be pushing from the dais as the electeds, I feel like, so that it helps the public understand that we have decorum, and it just makes a more professionally ran meeting, so.
Well, I
But I
agree
would be, I would be fine with just the mayor.
Okay. Well, that's why I'm raising it. I kept going over it the last few days. And then what happens when you miss it? You know?
We all make
Go to
mistakes.
jail.
You
That's
didn't
what
say
happens.
Mr. Mayor, so.
We
you
all
know.
make mistakes.
Jail. Straight to jail.
Straight to jail.
I'm out.
I
I
agree
just-
with the decorum.
Yeah.
I think it's important, but I'm just trying not to get down to where, because the word shall, I mean, council members and attendees shall address, that's very direct, and then, oh, you didn't do that this time, you know.
I
I don't
think
know,
it-
I'd just like to keep it,
maybe two
I'd like to
observations.
keep it respectful, but not get ourselves to where we're
Yeah.
so tight that, you know,
Yeah.
And
errors.
you probably heard the saying, good fences make good neighbors.
Mhm.
It's the same thing here. You know, it's just have a good guideline, makes for good decorum.
Yeah. Yeah. Two observations. We are talking about decorum while wearing these sweaters. I just want that to be reflected on the record.
I'm not.
Mine's a suit.
Yeah, you are.
I'm clearly participating. Second would be, do you want to have just a little flexibility on that? You may say, we'll address as mayor or madam mayor, and, you know, as preferred or indicated by the presiding officer.
Perfect.
You know, that way, it's like, if they prefer to be a little more quick, great. If they want to be very formal, let them have that flexibility. We can put language like that in.
I think if you revise B to reflect what you've just communicated,
Yeah.
that gives us the option.
works.
And it keeps the tone that we want to be respectful. I'm
We can
not
do
trying
that.
to not be there.
Yeah,
I just don't want to slip up and then,
exactly.
Mayor? Madam Mayor? I have three.
Yes.
One question, two, for discussion. I'm part of the new generation. Why do we use shall instead of must?
Why?
More formal?
I think it's really based off tradition, practice. Shall is found in a lot of our older laws, you know. A lot of case law, that's still good law today, uses shall.
Has it?
I know are you going at permissive versus mandatory?
That's right.
Yeah, so, not to bore you, but this sometimes comes up in law school about, well, it's a permissive shall versus a mandatory shall. And so there's been some arguments that way, but probably more just out of tradition and practice.
So are these all considered mandatory? As a must would always be mandatory, are these all, should they all be considered a mandatory shall?
I would say they are. So if you want to make it a little more common language, you can make it must. My interpretation in drafting it was required, like a mandatory shall. Yeah.
And then two, section 105B regarding time limits. I would urge that we do not put time limits on discussion for council members. I understand having a public hearing time limit, but I think there's lots of, even while I was gone discussing one item, it was 3 minutes per council member. I know obviously this is a fence. Sometimes your neighbor might be peeking over, jump over the fence, and then you decide if you want to take action against it. But if we're going to set a precedent, I think that we should allow for as much time as council members need to flesh out or discuss or ramble or whatever they need to do to be able to get to their final decision. So that was one piece where it said that there can be or reserves the right to establish time limits. I don't know that I necessarily would like to have the authority given over us to say that we can't speak on a specific item longer than 60 seconds or 5 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever could be established. So that was one area that I cautioned to. The other is 108A, B, and C, remote participation. I understand why that's in there. I think it's good to give notice so staff can prepare, so everybody else can prepare. The only exception that I wanted to strike was only with prior approval from the presiding officer. I don't think that anybody has the authority to withhold somebody from attending a meeting. We're all elected, we were all elected. We all are on the same playing field in that regard, if somebody needs to attend. And I'm speaking from my own perspective. I've attended plenty of meetings remotely. I think that it should be a requirement to give notice. I don't think it's something that should give notice to be able to then approve for a council member to be able to attend or not. Or a mayor, either or.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So, Councilman Griffin, on your first comment of 105, let me go back there. I would say C, D in 105. These rules promote a productive and respectful environment for city business. That's the point of having bylaws. So time limits may be set. If that would be up to the presiding officer running the meeting, most likely the mayor. You know, they could, if they know that time is of the essence in a certain hearing, or they've heard the same thing over and over and over and over, they could say, hey, 3 minutes, much like Mayor did a couple meetings ago. But that doesn't mean it would necessarily always be there. They could maybe never have that. But it would just gives them the option to have that if they, as the person running the meeting. So there's that. And then 109, I think you said it was?
108.
108. So the remote participation would be, I think, for a case in point, we had a meeting, a workshop recently with Compass Director, and Madam Mayor is the chair of Compass at the current time, and she had invited that gentleman, the director, to speak to us, and nobody showed up for that meeting. It was embarrassing for her, and so if she had known that more people weren't gonna be here, maybe she wouldn't have had him come, or maybe she could have prepared herself better for that, or, you know, whoever the presiding person is for that. And I would highly doubt that there's gonna be a time when they say, you can't be in that meeting remotely unless it's executive session, Because to me, that's a hard no. We don't know who's on the other side of that screen in executive session. But I think it's there to have some guardrails around those meetings and then also just so people notify when they're gonna be there, when they're not, to help the person that's scheduling the meeting.
And I would agree, and I think the guardrails should be there. I think notices should be a requirement, and you should notice when you're not going to be there or if you're going to be there remotely. I think just striking more so on line A, only with prior approval from the presiding officer, not to challenge the hand too much. I think that notice, once again, prefacing, I think notice should be given and should be a requirement. But whether we attend remotely or not, I don't think should come from approval from anybody. I think and I personally will say this, I think it's a bad look to attend a meeting remotely. As the one who attends the most often remotely, I think it's a bad look, but that's a look for our constituents to decide they want to continue having or not having. So I think it should be must give notice 48 hours prior to a meeting that they're going to attend remotely. It helps staff, helps everybody prepare. But I don't think there should be any language in regard to remote participation saying that it needs prior approval from a presiding officer. I know the intent is not to have it set out that there needs to be approval given. I know that's not the intent, but that's how the language currently states. So I would recommend that be struck.
Mayor, I'm actually okay with it in there, but my question to Preston is, what is the authority to actually follow through? What happens if they don't get authority, or they don't get permission, and then they don't show up?
Yeah.
How do we execute it?
Good question, Mayor, Councilwoman Jingala. I'd look to 108E. There it says failure to adhere to remote participation requirements may result in the council member or mayor being marked as absent for the meeting. And so, really, the principle or tenet here in case law is that the presiding officer does have that authority to control the mode and the manner of the meetings as the executive presiding officer of this meeting. And so, in that discretion, that could be exercised. It's a discretionary call. If somebody were not to meet those requirements, they could evaluate it. Maybe this is a poor analogy, but it's kind of like a time off request. You know, there's expectations, and some are in good faith. Some come at a time that is not ideal and puts people in a bind. And that discretion is still vested in the presiding figure. So,
I think the only challenge that I would possibly throw to that is the time off request shouldn't go to our mayor or to the presiding officer because they're not the ones who put us in this seat. It would be our constituents. So if we're going to be submitting a time off request analogy, I know that was off the cuff, so I'm not holding you to it too hard. I don't think our constituents at the ballot box elected us. Whether we show up or not is going to show up at the ballot box once again. Do I think notice should be given? Yes. 48 hours before, because staff needs to prepare. Mayor could prepare. Whoever needs to prepare needs to prepare. But to approve whether or not they're attending remotely or not, I do not think is in the purview of any presiding officer. It's a means of attending. Let them use it.
yeah, and keep in mind, this is a body making a decision, and you're each individual in your own roles, but this is a body function, a group function. And so what you come up with is, that's why we're having the conversation with the council members and mayor.
I like it in there because I don't really see a time in the foreseeable future of anyone's actions that a mayor would say, you can't. And I like having it in there, stronger language. And yes, I mean, sure, but a business owner would be conducting business where a mayor is also conducting business. So they kind of go hand in hand. But I already submitted mine, and Preston has them, so I won't waste time.
So I guess what might be good is if, Natalie, if you've submitted your suggestions to Preston, but the whole group hasn't seen them, are they incorporated into this
Right
yet?
now, Councilwoman Jingala's comments are not. I have reviewed them.
What are they?
I guess we need to know what they are, because if this goes back to council on Thursday morning to be adopted,
Yeah, I have it.
everybody's going to need to see what everybody's suggestions are to discuss them. Unless, the other thing you can do is not adopt them, but then it goes to January 5th. On January 5th, you will be voting on the code of conduct together, but these bylaws, and they don't have to wait, it'd be nice to get them in place. And again, these are for you, they're not for me. It's for you guys as council members to determine how you feel like you should be operating with each other and the standards that you set forth for yourselves.
I think part of the issue is the workshops. I think sometimes we don't fully grasp what's going to be on the agenda or the discussion, or when there's 3 or 4 items. And so you hear that we're going to get a Compass report, but you don't realize, well, it's actually the director, and you know, the full magnitude of that. I'd already scheduled to be up north, so I said, well, I'll just join by teams. That doesn't seem to be a problem. So if we formalize a little more, that's fine. That gives, you know, but the default for me is if I haven't gotten the approval or whatever, then I'm absent. If I've got to be away, or there's been a couple times when I chimed in by teams because I didn't want to bring the cold into the room, and
Thank
I
you.
could listen and so forth, but those pop up sometimes under 48 hours and you don't have approval to be gone. So there's got to be kind of a working method with it all, as far as you must have prior 48 hours. I think it's should give, and then it's on the onus of the parties to operate in good fashion and respect, rather than shall on this particular item. And so, and then if there's going to be a guideline, it's kind of, I mean, I looked at remote for myself personally, because I'm been having to learn the electronic side and err at different times. So if we're on vacation and it works to tune in and be a part of a meeting and schedule, I've worked that in. There's a couple of times when it wasn't going to be workable to do that, and so I'm just absent. I thought that was a reasonable approach, and then again, mentioned the workshop deal. So part of it is to know the workshops, in my mind, as scheduling goes, and Dale and Mayor, as you guys talk with the mayor-elect, is how, because sometimes we don't get noticed on what's going to be on the Thursday agenda until a day prior.
Most of the time, have we sent out Monday's or Thursday's agenda yet? We haven't? Are we waiting on something?
We were waiting for this discussion
This
to
meeting.
happen.
I will
So-
say, though, this Thursday, we have a full agenda, and it's a very important meeting. We've got a lot on the agenda. I hope everybody can stay till 9.
I won't be
It'll
here.
be very difficult to get done by 9, and it's very full. But, like, excuse me, Thursday, we are holding for this. We haven't sent it out yet for this. We maybe should have sent it out holding this. That's the other option, but
Madam Mayor, normally we send out the workshop agenda Monday.
for
Usually
the
in
Thursday
morning,
meeting.
Yeah.
Most of the time, the Thursday workshop, though, it doesn't have action items. It's mostly discussion and presentations. This particular one is a joint meeting with planning and zoning, and then we do have some action items on it. But keep going, I've interrupted you.
No, I
It's
just,
a good point.
I mean, candidly, if you don't know, or it doesn't seem like, what's happening on that Thursday, then it's like, well, it sounds like we're just gonna listen and learn, so I can do that
Someplace else.
someplace else and do. And then, but it can also communicate that you're not feeling like it's priority. It is priority, it's just,
All
So-
good points. Okay, where do we want to go from here?
Madam Mayor, were you going to read Councilwoman Jengula's comments?
I do have them pulled up here.
Okay.
Don't read the one where I said we need to get Dale out of office.
I don't, I didn't get that.
I'll just tell him direct.
I do have them pulled up here unless you want to go through them.
Mine didn't send through, so I was trying to send it. Go for it.
Okay, I'll kind of buzz through these real fast. If you go to 103 subsection D, I think it was more of a clarification. There's a parenthetical. It says, for example, gestures or notes. And Councilwoman Jingle has suggested, or phone communications, putting that in there explicitly. Any discussion on that?
What was the last item?
It's putting gestures or notes or phone communications.
Phone communication.
Mhm.
How do we
So
prove?
it'd be better to say electronic communication,
Yeah, that would work.
rather than that it's phone. But if we have people in the audience who are texting us or sending us an email, somebody who's watching online sends you an email and says, hey, what about this issue? If we're gonna respond or use that information, then we need to declare that somebody has, where that information's come from or who, so that it's properly in the public record. So,
And as I'm drafting this, tell me your thoughts on it too. I'd really be curious. My mindset is that this is to be a preventative tool, not a weaponization tool.
yeah, I
Anything
look
can be
at-
weaponized, right?
Well, I think it's-
But the spirit of it is, as I'm drafting it at least, not a gotcha moment, but more of a ensuring things are moving forward in an orderly manner. Yeah.
Well, it's communicating how we're supposed to conduct and how we're supposed to stay. I think generally 80% of the time we've been able to be cordial. Unfortunately, a couple times things gotten a little snippy on everybody's part. And then the part that really took me by surprise, candidly, was the meeting where people in the audience were texting members of council and guiding discussions and or comments. And that just didn't seem appropriate, or it should at least be disclosed. So,
Yeah, and as drafted here, this would provide an obligation to, on your honor, right, to follow through on this, just like any code of ethics or bylaws, right? So to some degree, there's a self-reporting element as well, and so that's implied throughout this whole thing. Yeah.
Mayor?
Yes.
So just three things. I think the first off, just three. I think the first off, I would agree, it shouldn't be happening, but I don't know that there's any preventative means to do it. It's simply, are you ethically obligated not to do something like that? Because somebody could FOIA those things, and then we could know, and then it's a whole process. And then that takes me to the number two. What is the punishment? What's the most extreme punishment we could administer to another council member? Because we can't keep them out of a meeting, other than executive session potentially, because they're still elected to be here, is the most, I frankly would like to see fines and penalties, but I don't know that we can even administer those. But can you just explain what the punishments look like? Because I think a lot of this, it guides, this is how we should behave as council members, and I think that's good and important. But I would also like to know the teeth, because then we might just be right back into the same position where we were of, well, we can't really do anything other than we have this censure option, and maybe that's effective, because I saw Mountain Home censured one of their people. It's in the news, it makes some noise. But by way of actually discrediting a meeting, what can we do about that?
Mayor, do you want me to answer that?
I do. I will say, it's getting late, and what occurred to me was that we have some ordinances, and we've got two officers sitting here waiting for these ordinances to be read, and our discussion's actually longer than I anticipated. It would be nice to let them go home, and then maybe come back to this discussion.
I
It's
may
just
add
a
to planning
thought.
and zoning as well,
Plenty.
with the reconsideration item, so.
Yes, so this discussion is really good, but it is longer, so maybe we continue the discussion if we have a few minutes on Thursday morning, and then maybe,
I would advise to get in touch with me between now and Thursday, vet as much as you can.
please do a track your document with the suggestions in there with the initials, knowing who suggested it. Get that out to everyone for review, then we can make a decision. But go ahead and put everybody's comments in so
Mayor?
that we can all see it.
Could I
Yes.
recommend that we actually postpone this to January? I think we have 2 council members that won't be here, that should be part of the discussion, and a new mayor, not trying to discredit you, but a new mayor
No.
that might also want more or less within this document.
Yeah, and I will just say, this isn't my document, it really isn't the mayor's document. This is a city council document that you guys are governing yourselves. This isn't the mayor guiding you, it's the city. That's why I haven't
No,
even been involved in it.
Sure.
Um,
I just think we're lacking 2 members that'll be here in less than a month that might
Yeah.
want to have say in this.
So,
And Madam Mayor, I've
Councilman
had
Reynolds?
discussions with the incoming mayor about this, and he's very much on board with us having bylaws for the council that don't, he doesn't have any weigh in on that. It's a council problem. So it would be nice to have them in place before the new council gets seated. It also could be discussed on the 5th, probably, but I think that the best course of action is Preston, send those out. Council members take time to send them your comments, and we'll talk about it Thursday.
Okay? Okay, since it's a discussion item, we don't need to take action, so please send your information over. Okay, we're going to go to 5.7 real quickly. This is an action item, and it is to authorize planning and zoning to pursue any remedies authorized under Idaho Code, Section 676526, including but not limited to filing for reconsideration of Canyon County's written findings of fact, establishing the city's new area of impact boundaries, provided the findings substantially align with the county's prior oral decision. So I will say that it's our understanding that we will be getting a response to the findings around December 30th. There is a 14 days that we need to turn around and authorize a reconsideration being sent by council. And so that doesn't really give us time to get it done. If we're not going to take action, we are going to have to take some action items, you guys will, on the 5th. But it's my recommendation that we go ahead and authorize planning and zoning to file for that reconsideration based on the findings that have been verbally communicated to us thus far. So,
Madam Mayor,
yes,
I want to make a motion to authorize planning and zoning to file a reconsideration.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded, and to pursue any remedies authorized as this is stated on here.
Mayor?
Okay, that's your motion? Is that correct, Dale?
That's correct.
As it stated in second, thank you.
Was there something that I was missing in the packet? There was no other documentation supporting this of why?
There isn't because we don't have anything.
Okay. I think it's just difficult. What did they do that was egregious for those of us that weren't in attendance to the second one that we would want to have remedied?
I'd be happy to speak to that, and I'll let Rodney speak to it. But basically, they removed our eastern boundary area of impact. They, and that area, actually, we provide services into that area. Rodney, thank you. I'll let you show the map, which is totally amazing. And then also that North Star area, by keeping that a no man's land, you can't function as a city with that. So there's going to be considerable impact. And I'd be happy to speak to it or not. But Rodney, go ahead.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Did you also want to talk about the grant as part of this?
I haven't visited with Mayor Chadwick, but it'll be public at this moment, that when the city of Star, well, first of all, Star contested our North Nampa area of impact, 2026 and north to the river. The area they didn't contest there's a little line on that map, if you can see a mile area that they kept in place, that they didn't contest that. We have been working, the city of Nampa, Crystal specifically, on a federal grant for the bridge over the Boise River. I believe they gave that to us as a token because they want the city of Nampa to help fund that, and we've done all the work. And my communication is, no, we will not. We will, in fact, if we were to have received the grant, my recommendation is we pull it. We don't receive the grant, and we do not fund that area. That was given to us as a token. I'm going to be very, very blunt, extremely inappropriate. There's no reason for us, if we don't have that entire area of impact north of 2026,
Why would we do anything?
we shouldn't be funding anything north. So that bridge is done. We won't partner. The other thing that the county commissioners did not take into consideration is that we currently partner with Highway District 1 and Highway District 4 in the area of impact on roads. That will cease in those areas, which there's going to be a significant impact, unfortunately, to Highway 1. Is this a correct statement? And to Highway 4, because the city of Nampa will no longer partner on those roads. We're not as worried about the Southwest Area Plan. That area, that's not a big deal. It's the eastern area and the Star area that is very concerning. Rodney, I've said a lot. Would you like to add to what I've said?
I don't want to, I think a motion was made, right?
We do have a motion and a second.
Okay, so I don't want to spend too much time here.
Okay.
But-
It's an answer to the question as to why we would want to file for reconsideration.
And okay, it's okay? All right. I'll just quickly scan through this, just for those who weren't there. These are the boundaries that the county approved. You can see that it's kind of the same idea to the north they did to the south. So there's this little section off of Highway 45 that they went to the south as well. But other than that, they've essentially said Lewis Lane is the new boundary.
So with that, we would not be funding a traffic signal and managing that signal. Is that correct?
And I've actually got some slides that show that. Here's the southwest area. Here's that area in purple is the area that Star was proposing to take over, and essentially what the county said, hey, we're not going to let anybody have this area highlighted in purple there.
A race to an area, who gets there first, is extremely poor planning. I will say it is ludicrous. I opposed the legislation at the time. I visited with Senator Lakey. They went ahead and moved it through, knowing it was bad legislation, and I'm not going to make any friends over this, but I'm going to shoot how I feel on it. You cannot, for example, Highway 21 Highway 16 took 21 years from the time that was conceived, the thought, till it's getting done. Our wastewater treatment plant was 10 years. You can't get anything done in an infrastructure, major infrastructure, in 5 years. So planning to go and build infrastructure to service an area, it is a waste of money to be going to an area and then have, oops, whoever got there first gets it. Cities don't plan that way. It's not a good use of our fees, our citizens' tax dollars, and it is poor planning. I'll be quiet at that, Rodney.
So here's where I just start kind of outlining and I think I represent multiple people here who were at that and put the material together. So I think we're all aware of who was involved there. But here are the concerns. Number two, especially, number one was just process. We felt like there was some serious problems with their process that they went through and asked of us. But number two is failure to consider consequences to transportation grant funding and coordination. So you can see all those different projects that were concerns and the costs associated with those that essentially we're going to have to turn back to, or reduce our portion of funding that would go towards these different projects. There's the north side, there's Ustick, Canada Road and Ustick Road intersection. In that situation, it's actually, the border hasn't changed on that one.
That's
right there.
correct.
Yeah,
It has not.
That's still in play.
Yeah. This one is McDermott and Franklin interchange, or intersection, that's still valid. But everything to the south, would be State Highway 16 going to the south, and the studies being done, the grants associated with that would have to be turned back or reduced significantly.
Now, you're saying, no, say that again, please. Can you go back one slide?
Yeah.
So
And
what area are you
I'm looking
at?
to Crystal to help me out on this, so. Go ahead.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, Crystal Craig, Director of Transportation. So what we're referencing right here, we did receive a Compass through, or a grant through Compass to do a corridor study on McDermott to look at it for a potential alignment for State Highway 16 South. That will be outside of our approved area of impact, so we wouldn't be accepting that. That first mile, that would be within our existing area of impact, so we could continue exploring. But we would have to look at the council's appetite for putting money into a State Highway 16 South, I'm going to call it an interstate or expressway of some sort, like a further north-south connection of what that looks like. Only half of that entire area half of one road would be in our area of impact, and that would be Robinson. So the west side of Robinson would be in our area of impact, which means Highway District 1 would have to, or could potentially need to carry some of the burden for a southerly connection further south.
Which carries on down to, we could go down to Robinson Boulevard and Greenhurst, that railroad.
So yeah, that would be the next one, the crossing of Robinson.
So they cut back the southeast border as well as around the other part.
Correct.
And we provide water. Can you tell me where we
Yeah,
provide
we'll get to
water?
that.
Okay, we're not there yet. Okay, this is just transportation.
Here's the other one, Lake Shore and State Highway 45 intersection. They basically cut that little portion out for us to include in our impact area, but, that's kind of questionable there, whether we should be a part of that. And then Carter, and Midway, I think that one would still remain in our impact area. These are this is the next one. Number 3 is just failure to acknowledge investment to plan for utilities and then construction of utilities already provided outside of the new impact area boundary. So these are the areas that we're already providing water that would be outside of the impact area that they approved. We're already providing that. So a key component of the impact area was whether a city could service those areas. We're already servicing those areas to some extent.
So just what was in their definition from day one on their hearing was whether you can service an area within 5 years, and we're already got lines in there. Why would that get pulled back? That doesn't make sense.
Good question.
Rodney, so just for clarification, the dashed lines are the areas that they're taking back?
That's correct. That's the newly proposed boundary line.
Okay.
Or newly adopted boundary line.
I'll be quiet.
Are we able, Mayor, one question as we're moving forward, because there's areas that I would agree to want to have remedied and areas that I would not. Can we parse this in the specifics? I apologize. Specific sections, the eastern, the northern, and the western portion on what we want to pursue remedies as for filing for reconsideration? Or do you want to do this all at once? Because I think there's a likelihood that if some of these are included, I'll be voting no. But if we could parse them up, it gives you direction of council unanimously supports that the northern portions stay in the Nampa area impact.
Yeah.
Rodney has a map, and
do have a
so, of
map.
his suggested map, and he offered to share his suggested map at the hearing, and they wouldn't let him.
I'm speaking for the motion that we're about to make, 5-7.
He has a map.
I'll
Okay.
show you.
And maybe
Yeah.
parsing it out, specific motions
already
of what we
done.
want council, okay.
It's already done. Why don't you show him real
I
quickly
don't have
what
a
you're,
motion, but I think you could easily address that in your motion. This is just the planning that has already been done for utilities. Just wanted to show you that. That was something else we provided.
that's true. Sorry.
Failure to acknowledge developments already approved or being considered in the area removed. As you can see, the Lakeview subdivision was approved by you after we presented to the commission the first time. And that one was annexed into the city. So these others are either applications for pre-annexation, for pre-applications, or for annexation, and are going to go through that process. So there was a lot of subdivisions out there that were a little concerning. So this is the last point is significant deficiencies in BOCC decision because there was a failure to consider a revised concept as they did for other cities. They didn't let us present this at the hearing, but this is the concept. In black was the concept that we were prepared to suggest, hey, we think that these areas are areas that are unlikely to develop very soon, and so we're going to suggest those. I've also highlighted in kind of the pink-red area on that southwest area, that area could also, it's up to city council, but that's an area that could be looked at. Just a little closer view of the one to the southeast and a closer view of the one to the southwest.
Could you
And-
share the road name right there?
Yep. So, which road are you talking about? So the
Well, let's do. the-
Midway is kind of on the
Be
eastern,
Lake.
the right side. Lake is the one where we would border, on this slide showing where we would suggest removing from the impact area.
The pink area? What was the pink area?
And the pink area is right in the middle. That's the border that I'm saying, hey, we don't want to cut off right at a roadway because there's so much that goes, and I think Councilman Bills has indicated this in the past as well. And I agree that it's hard to cut at a roadway when we have responsibility for that roadway and infrastructure like sewer and water that we put in that roadway. And then we're expecting only half of the one side of that roadway to provide a revenue source for the city to cover the cost of that infrastructure. So what I'm suggesting here is just going a half mile to the west of Midway instead of the boundary that they recommended, which was Midway. They actually excluded our park in the impact area as well.
And did you say currently, do we have some properties that we have a path to annexation that is right now coming to get Midway
Yeah.
in?
We have several projects that are right up against Midway right now, or in the southern side, Lakeview subdivision is one that has already crossed Midway. So they did include that, though. I noticed that in their proposal, they did do a little cutout for Midway subdivision. Oh, I think I went too far. Or yeah, excuse me, Lakeview subdivision. So you can see that, no, that's not it. Sorry. You can see that here in the, where Lakeview is, south of the farthest left property that I've circled with the water if you go directly south, that is Midway. That boundary that they've created is Midway. And then they do a little cutout for the Lakeview subdivision. Well, that also gives opportunity for a path of annexation for everything to the north. So it's a little strange that we already are past that boundary, and that's our area of where we anticipate to grow in the next 5 years or more. But 5 years is what they base it on. And we could have a development occur directly to the north of Lakeview subdivision right now, and they would be eligible for annexation. So it's a little strange that some of those properties are just excluded completely, even though they have a path of annexation.
But even with the map currently as it's stated, somebody can apply to annex into the city even if they're outside of
could.
our area of impact. So it's
Yes.
not withholding them from being able to develop, it's just
That's correct.
not giving directions to developers to know the path in which is within our area of impact.
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause they need sewer and
mayor and council, I mean, I've heard that argument, and I understand it, but I've never talked to a developer who doesn't look at just land use rather than this boundary that the county has established. And so even now with the impact area taking less of a role of planning than it ever has before, because it's now reduced in size, I just don't anticipate our developers looking at the impact area as where development should go, right? They're gonna look at our comprehensive plan and say, okay, where's the city looking? What do they have the capacity to serve? And so we're in a weird transition right now with state code reducing the impact areas and what developers are gonna do. I just don't anticipate they'll use this boundary as much as they have in the past.
Does it not create confusion, though? So, for example, we're in the process of looking at our 2050 comp plan, and to me, it would be very confusing for a developer coming in, and what do you do with a comp plan? Because you're trying to create this comp plan, but it's outside of an area of impact, and so are they committed, are they not committed? I feel like it leaves developers in a state of confusion as to, however, they may not care who gets it. As from a municipality standpoint, how do you plan your infrastructure and your funding? Because these grants are a long ways out. For the city of Nampa to be going after grants for roadways, in fact, for that Southwest area plan, everybody that's opposed to it, guess what? Our funding's gonna not be there for those roads. I don't think they've thought about that, because why on earth are we going to be funding, am I wrong on this? So Highway 4 even, why would we be funding those roads if it's not in our area? And guess who's funding the roads? It'll be totally Highway 4, because the city of Nampa will not be partnering. So, yes, it's okay to drop it all off. I don't think anyone considered the consequences of this, because we're not going to fund. And at least if I were council and mayor, I absolutely would not be funding outside of our area.
Mayor?
Yeah.
May I make a comment?
Yes, you may.
One of the other things that this does is that the joint powers agreement that we have with Canyon County allows us to provide feedback on developments that come into the impact area that are not in city limits. And they're supposed to give that great weight as part of that joint powers agreement. What they've said in the hearing, although I didn't hear that in their final decision, was that JPA was null and void. So what that does is that it removes our ability to communicate with the county about our concerns about county developments that are happening, particularly outside of the area of impact. We have absolutely no say now as to what happens.
Which is actually building to some certain standards. So sometimes it's like knowing down the road they have to put in a sidewalk. No, that impact alone is substantial, right? Not adhering at all to the city. It's going to make growth be really weird, and it is not in our best interest. It also allows the county to be, this is not about ag land preservation. It allows them to be increasing their revenue by doing more subdivisions in the county, but it means more wells and septics, which is not good. It doesn't protect ag, it doesn't protect our environment.
Rodney, for clarification, or Mayor,
Yeah.
so if we do authorize the remedy, who does this go before? Is it similar to the city of Nampa where it goes back before Board of County Commissioners?
So, Mayor and Councilman Griffin, excuse me. The process that we go through is that the council decides whether to reconsider. We believe that's the same thing for the county. And then if they reconsider, we go through another public hearing with them. So that's likely the process.
So
But
to
it's
see-
not clear.
That's,
Yeah, the statute is specific in some instances about what can and can't happen procedurally, but leaves some open-endedness. One of which is what would happen on a reconsideration. We are following, though, that procedure, and like was said, December 30th is an anticipated date. An approval here allows staff to be ready to file something rather than waiting to January 5th, and you're eating into your 14-day period. And it's just not a spot you want to be in. You need to have that clear path forward for P&Z and legal to help with that.
And the state deadline. The state established December 31st as a deadline. The concern for me is a loophole, that we don't have our request back to them by December 31st. They've waited 6 weeks from the time they gave us a verbal until we're all getting written findings, which is a very, very long time.
So, looking at this all the way to the finish line, if it goes before the Board of County Commissioners again, and they likely deny us because they're the ones that set out this plan, is the intent of the city to go through judicial review? Because that's part of where I would like to know what the full direction is before I vote on anything. Because if our intent, I just know if I was an applicant trying to contest a reconsideration, I'm getting ready for a judicial review. Is that our intention here?
Well, from my perspective, for us to have provided services to projects and/or approved them, and then to have the county say, no, you can't annex that, or that can't be in your comp plan, as Rodney's shown us here on the screen, really seems odd for us to have services physically in motion, plans physically in motion, and then be told, based on the new code, that you can't get there in 5 years. Well, we're already there in parts of those areas, so you're cutting us off. Something doesn't make sense here. I mean, just logical would be that, well, they're already to here, so we'll draw the line and include that little section. I mean, why would they cut off Midway Park? Midway Park, we need to annex. I mean, why would we cut off, projects that we know drawings are going through and we're getting ready to approve a contractor to install services outside of now our comp plan area? I don't know. It
And
just
providing
seems,
services.
it just seems odd, that we're in this position, and it sure feels, it doesn't feel like what the code intended. It feels like it's real politics for whatever reason. And as far as the deal on Star, that drawing there that you just showed us on Star, why we would have a quarter mile or whatever it is, sliver up to the river and exclude everything else, it's ridiculous. So from the standpoint of, from the city and our investments and what we've already invested and done, we did so under a different set of rules. We did it under a different set of understandings, and we did it in good faith. We haven't done nefarious activity on this stuff. We've been operating in good faith. So I only see that we need to, communicate that we need to appeal this, we need to review these items, and you need to see what the city's already doing. And if the county commission says, we don't want an appeal, or we're not gonna change anything, then I think we gotta have a judicial review and so forth. We've invested millions of dollars into different plans, infrastructure, transportation. I mean, you just gotta look back on the budget the last 2 or 3 years and what staff has been going after and what plans have been done and drawn and et cetera, to say, this is what we've had in motion, to have somebody then say, no, you guys aren't going there, and we don't see you reasonably getting there in 5 years. It's not that we can't reasonably be in quite a few areas in 5 years, it's that we're being cut off on stuff that we already got in motion. I mean, it's either we keep moving and protect the investment we've already made, or you clip everything and just say, well, it's time to shut up and just stop. There's our boundary. Staff, just clip it. Put the plug in the sewer line. No more. We're done. This is city. This is Nampa. And then watch it just go to chaos through the county. And I think that's a real stupid approach. But from the standpoint of financial, if we're not going to make the goal and we're not going to be able to get certain things done, accomplished, and finish up projects, then we owe it to the taxpayer to quit spending money. And because we're investing in something that's for the benefit of the county or for who knows who. I don't know, the whole thing is just odd to me. And it's just, so we've moved into where it's not logical, and some of the decision-making doesn't seem logical, and for whatever reason, we're not getting responses, and staff's wondering what to do. This whole thing just seems really odd to me.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
so I noticed that the lights on Clay's sweater died, so that means we need to move through this thing so we can go on and be done.
We did.
So we have a motion and a second. I would also be in favor of judicial review. I was there for the last part of this, or this second hearing, and some of the comments made were not criteria to make a decision. It was very interesting to me. But anyway, with that being said, I would say call for the vote.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Okay.
Could we, and I, in the best interest of what we're doing right now, can we parse this out to separate sections? Because I believe that I can agree on 90% of these items. There's 10% that I do not. I don't want to have a full bore no be used against the city in a judicial review.
Can I ask you why the 10%? I will say the 10%, I personally, you know where I'm going.
Sure.
I know, I think it's 100% political. And what the people in Southwest Nampa don't understand is their roads are going to slow down. We don't have to take that in. Actually, it's easy to leave it out. In fact, maybe we should leave it out, and you can parse it out, and we can just say we're not going to go there. But that also means the partnership with Highway 4 ends, and we're not funding the improvement on those roads. So with that, I think what I'm hearing you say is leave out Southwest Area Specific Plan people, and for whatever reason, yes, we can do that, there will be an impact. Am I correct in saying that? Okay, there will be an impact, but I'll call for, would you change your motion to leave that out? And that way, everybody there is really happy, Southwest Area Specific Plan?
I don't think we should leave it out, because I feel like if they have they deny the motion to reconsider, then we go to judicial review, we'll go through the process and see what we get. If they do approve it and we need negotiating tools, we can use that for a negotiating tool at the time. But I said, no, leave it like it is.
Okay, so your
Vote on it
motion
the
is
way it is.
unchanged?
Mayor,
Okay,
I would just
Call
like
for
to
vote.
add that upon judicial review, a judge will look at everything that was discussed today, and he will weigh what no votes had said. So the reason that I am recommending maybe keep Southwest Area out, and you can correct me, I'm not trying to hide the ball in any way. I think the 90%, you would have 5 votes that say 5 votes believe this, and a judge will consider that. to take the whole map and then have potentially 3 votes to 2 votes, a judge might weigh that a certain way. So that's the reason I
Mayor.
bring it up.
Mayor, if I may, I appreciate Councilman Griffin's comments. I do need to clarify, though, the judge is not going to look at these deliberations. The judge will look at the record, the 4 corners of those public hearings, and the materials that were provided, the testimony given, and the deliberation by the county commissioners. And in my professional opinion, it was arbitrary, it was capricious, and it was an abuse of discretion. And there needs to be a course correction here for the best interests of the community of Nampa and good government of Idaho. And so my recommendation to you as staff, as the legal counsel, is approve this motion and let us go forward and fight the good fight on this. And let the chips fall where they may, but we're not going to be quiet during this.
Thank you. Okay, with that, roll call.
Bills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
So to be clear, I'm sorry. So to be clear, the motion keeps in the southwest area.
Well, it keeps in the issues that we need to get defined that they've even cut us back on.
Yeah.
Like Midway Park. Why would we get cut, you know?
Is that a part of that area that's defined?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and vote yes then.
Griffin,
No.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
I will say that in the course of deliberations with the county, we can negotiate those areas and have discussions around them as we have those discussions with them. So, perfect. Okay, let's move on. So that is 5-7. We're going to move to, just make sure I'm not missing something. I believe we're ready for unfinished business. I don't think I've missed anything. Okay. 9-1 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 Single-Family Residential Zoning District and a potential development agreement for a .38 acre parcel at 7736 Birch Lane for Joshua and Michelle Ruben, and is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 7736 Birch Lane, parcel number R209600110, located in northwest 1/4 of Section 11, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling .38 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS 8.5 Single Family Residential on .38 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said properties as RS 8.5 Single Family Residential as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Move to approve under suspension of rules?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Whoops. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9-2 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of ordinance summary to regulate disorderly conduct in public places, to promote public health, safety, and welfare, and to prevent and abate nuisance activity, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance to regulate disorderly conduct in public places, to promote public health, safety, and welfare, and to prevent and abate nuisance activity, providing for definitions, operational standards and requirements, enforcement, and penalties, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Move to approve under the suspension of rules?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.3 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of ordinance summary establishing regulations and penalties for reckless driving and participation in or facilitation of unlawful motor vehicle races and speed competitions in the city of Nampa, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance establishing regulations and penalties for reckless driving and participation in or facilitation of unlawful motor vehicle races and speed competitions in the city of Nampa, providing for definitions, enforcement, and penalties, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.4 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of ordinance summary establishing regulations for motel and hotel licensing, inspection, and operation in the city of Nampa, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance establishing regulations for motel and hotel licensing, inspection, and operation in the city of Nampa, providing for definitions, inspection, licensing requirements, operational standards, enforcement, fees, and penalties, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.